Section 1 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Wills. The Mysteries of London by George W. M. Reynolds. Scenes in Fashionable Life. 2 months elapsed from the date of the preceding event. It was now the commencement of March, and bleak winds had succeeded the hoary snows of winter. The scene changes to the house of Sir Richard Harborough in Tavistock Square. It was about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The baronet was pacing the drawing-room with uneven steps, while Lady Cecilia lounged upon the sofa, turning over the pages of a new novel.
"Now, this is most provoking, Cecilia," exclaimed the baronet. "I never was in so much want of money in my life, and you refuse to adopt the only means which—" "Yes, Sir Rupert," interrupted the lady impatiently. "I refuse to give you my diamonds to pledge again, and all your arguments shall never persuade me to do so." "Your heart is too good, Cecilia." "Oh, yes, you may try what coaxing will do, but I can assure you that I am proof against both honeyed and bitter words. Neither will serve your turn now. And yet, somehow or other, you have the command of money, Cecilia," resumed the baronet after a pause. "You paid all the tradesmen's bills and servants' wages about 2 months ago. You found out, though God only knows how, that Greenwood had the duplicate of your diamonds. You redeemed the ticket from him, and the jewels themselves from V's. And from that moment you have never seemed embarrassed for a £5 note." "All that is perfectly true, Sir Rupert," said Lady Cecilia, blushing slightly and yet smiling archly, and never did she seem more beautiful than when the glow of shame thus mantled her cheek and poured a flood of light into those eyes that were so expressive of a voluptuous and sensual mature. "Well, then," continued the baronet, "if you can thus obtain supplies for yourself, surely you can do something in the same way for me." "I have no ready money at present," said Lady Cecilia, "and I have determined not to part with my jewels. There! Perhaps you think that I am fool enough to be the dupe of your miserable and flimsy artifice, Cecilia," cried the baronet impatiently. "But I can tell you that I have seen through them all along." "You!" ejaculated the lady, starting uneasily, while her heart palpitated violently, and she felt that her cheeks were crimson. "Yes, I, Lady Cecilia," answered the baronet. "I'm not quite such a fool as you take me for." "My God, Sir Rupert! What? How? Who?" stammered the guilty wife, a cold tremor pervading every limb, although her cheeks appeared to be on fire. "There, you see, that all my suspicions are confirmed," cried the baronet. "Your confusion proves it." "You cannot say that I have ever given you any cause, Sir Rupert." "What? To doubt your word? Oh, no, I can't say that you are in the habit of telling falsehoods generally. But, Sir Rupert—" "Nay, I will speak out. The fact is, you pretend to have quarrelled with Lady Tremorden, and it is all nonsense. Your mother supplies you with as much money as you require, and that is the secret." "Oh, Sir Rupert, Sir Rupert!" exclaimed Lady Cecilia, suddenly relieved from a most painful state of apprehension, and now comprehending the error under which he was labouring. "You cannot deny what I affirm, Cecilia. And now that I bethink me, it is most probable that Greenwood himself told Lord Tremorden, with whom he was intimate at that time, although they have since quarrelled, God only knows what about, of my having placed the duplicate of the diamonds in his hands, and so your father arranged that matter with Greenwood. It is a gross system of duplicity, Cecilia, a gross system, a pretended quarrel merely to prevent me from visiting at the house of my father-in-law. But by God, I will stand it no longer." "What will you do, then?" demanded Lady Cecilia, ironically. "What will I do? I will go straight off to Lord and Lady Tremorden and tell them my mind." "And Lord and Lady Tremorden will tell you theirs in return." "And what can they say, madam, against me?" "Nay, Sir Rupert, rather ask what they can say for you." "Ah, you wish to irritate me, madam. You are anxious to quarrel with me,"
cried the baronet.
Well, be it so. As for your father and mother, I will tell them that they do not act honourably, nor even prudently, in allowing their son-in-law to live by his wits and be compelled to raise money where he can. And they will tell you in reply that you did not act honourably nor prudently to squander the large sum they gave you when you married their daughter. The devil they will, exclaimed the baronet. Then, in that case, I should remind them of the consideration for which the large sum you allude to was given. Monster! Coward!
cried Lady Cecilia.
Do you dare to throw in my teeth the weakness of which I was guilty through excess of love for you? I am sure you need not be so fastidious, Cecilia. To talk of love now between a man of the world like me and a woman of the world like you is an absurdity. And as for the little weakness of which you speak, I repaired it.
Yes, said the lady bitterly.
When you saw me kneeling in despair at your feet, and when my mother implored you to save her daughter's honour, you turned a deaf ear to our entreaties. You scorned our prayers. But when my father offered the golden argument— Lady Cecilia, silence, I command you! When he offered a golden argument, I say, continued the lady with withering scorn, when he produced his cheque-book, Sir Rupert Harborough pretended to yield to my entreaties. And as he raised me from the ground, condescendingly raised me, the daughter of a peer, with one hand, and with the other he clutched the bribe. Sir Rupert, you spoilt a good heart. You trampled a confiding disposition in the dust when you would not allow yourself to be purchased by my love, but still consented to sell yourself to me for my father's gold. Oh, it was the vile instance of a man prostituting himself for gain, as poor weak woman has so often been doomed to do. Lady Cecilia, I am astonished. I am amazed at the terms in which you allow yourself to address me,
said Sir Rupert Harborough, humiliated and put to shame by these words of keenly cutting satire.
And now, continued the indignant lady, now you solicit me to ruin myself for you, to part with my very ornaments to supply your extravagances. You who had no pity upon my tears, no feeling for my anguish, no respect for my honour. No, Sir Rupert Harborough, I have assisted you once, assisted you twice, assisted you thrice, assisted you 100 times already. And what return have you made me? When you are penniless, you remain at home. When you are in possession of funds, you remain absent for weeks and weeks together. You may love me no longer, it is true. And with regard to myself, I confess that your conduct has long ago destroyed all the romance of affection in my bosom. Still, a woman cannot endure neglect. At least I thought so a few months ago. But now, she added emphatically, as her thoughts wandered to Greenwood, I am indifferent alike as to your attention or your neglect. At least, Lady Cecilia, you are candid and explicit, said Sir Rupert, biting his lips. But perhaps you have something more to observe. No, nothing, answered the lady coldly, and with these words she rose and left the room. Not many minutes had elapsed since the termination of this scene when Mr. Chichester was announced. "Well, what news with the old man?" demanded the baronet hastily. "My father will not advance me another shilling until June," answered Chichester, throwing himself upon the sofa. "And as for your bill, he won't look at it. Anything good with you?" "Nothing. Lady Cecilia positively refuses to part with the jewels again," said the baronet, stamping his foot with rage. "And can't you?" "Can't I what? Can't you help yourself to them in spite of her?" demanded Chichester. "Impossible," returned Harborough. "She keeps them under lock and key in her own room, and the door of that room she always locks when she goes out." "How provoking! If we only had some ready money at this moment," observed Chichester, "we might make a little fortune." "Yes, town is full, and such opportunities as we might have. By Jove, we must raise the wind somewhere." "You do not think that Greenwood—" "Oh, no, not for a moment," cried the baronet, turning very pale as the idea of the forged acceptance of Lord Tremorden, which would be due in another month, flashed across his mind. "No, I cannot apply to Greenwood for a shilling." And after all the pains I have taken in perfecting you in the new dodges with the cards and dice ready for this season," said Mr. Chichester in a most lachrymose tone. Then, taking a small parcel from his pocket, he continued, "Here are the implements we want, too. Everything prepared except the money." "Ah!" exclaimed the baronet. "You have got the things, then, at last?" "Yes," returned Chichester, opening the parcel and displaying its contents upon the table. "Here are the scratch dice, you see. These must be used upon a bare table, because it is necessary to judge by the sound of the dice in the box whether they are on the scratch side or not. You understand that a hole has been drilled in the centre pip of the 5 of this die, and in the ace of the other. A piece of ebony is then inserted, with a very small portion projecting. These dice cannot therefore fall perfectly flat when the 5 side of the one and the ace of the other are underneath on the table, and it is very easy for the thrower just to move the box the least thing before he lifts it, so that the sound may tell him whether the scratch side is down or not. But you are to recollect that a man must be very drunk when he can use them with any degree of safety." "I should think so indeed," said Sir Rupert. "I can assure you that no implements of our craft are, on certain occasions, more destructive than these," observed Chichester. "And what is the use of these light scratches upon the dice?" "To assist the eye in manipulating them. But here," continued Chichester, holding up a dice-box and surveying it with a species of paternal admiration, "here is a famous antidote to fair dice. Don't you see that when fair dice are used, you must introduce an unfair box? Many a greenhorn may have heard of loaded dice and so on, but very few know that there is such a thing as the Doctor Dice Box. Honour to the man, say I, who invented it. If you judge by the outside of this box, it is a very fair-looking one, but just put your finger into it, and you will feel that no less than 3/4 of the inside are filled up, so that there is now only just space enough left in the middle for the dice to fit in. Towards the top, the sides grow larger and smoother. The dice, you see, rattle by rising up and down when shaken briskly, but do not change their position. All that you have to do is put them in the first instance with a view to the way in which you want them to come up. So that if you want to throw a 6 and a 5, put the dice into the box with the ace and the 2 uppermost," said the baronet. "Precisely," answered Chichester. "A fair box, you know as well as I do, has one or more rims inside against which the dice must turn in coming out." "By the by," said the baronet, "what is the gradus, Chichester? You promised to show me a great many times, and have forgotten it. But now that we are upon the subject, you may as well enlighten me." "Certainly, my dear fellow," returned this very complacent mentor. Then, taking up a pack of cards, he said, "Nothing is more easy than the gradus, or step. It is often much safer than bridging, too. Bridging is known by every snob about town who pretends to set up for a Greek. All that you have to do for the gradus is to let any particular card you fancy project a little in this way, so as to make sure that your opponent will turn it up, a twist or écarté, as the case may be." "Excellent. I like the plan better than any other you ever showed me for effecting the same object." "Palming may sometimes be done successfully," continued Chichester, "but you must have the small French cards to do it. There. All that there is to do is to secrete a particular card under the palm and partially up the sleeve till it is required. When your opponent is well primed, you can easily introduce a 5th king or a 5th ace in this way. There's a great deal of art, too, in shuffling or weaving. At écarté or whist, always watch which trick's taken up the best cards, and then when you take up the cards to shuffle them again, weave in the good tricks to suit your purposes." "I heard a gentleman say the other night," observed the baronet, "that he had been most gloriously fleeced by a fellow who used prick cards." "Ah, they are capital weapons," exclaimed Chichester. "Just lay the high cards flat on their backs, then prick them with a very fine needle, so as to raise the slightest possible pimple in the world upon the backs down in one of the corners. But mind, the cards are not to be punctured quite through. The fellow who told me how to do this, George, used some chemical preparation to the ball of his thumb, which made that part almost raw and consequently so very sensitive that he could feel the smallest possible pimple on the card with the greatest ease. "And what have you got there?" demanded Sir Rupert, pointing to a pack of cards which Chichester had just taken from his parcel. "These are reflectors," replied the Mentor. "They are French cards, you perceive, and are only manufactured in France. They cost 2 guineas a stack, but then only think of their utility. Look at the back of these cards. Instead of being plain, they are figured. Now, this to a common observer is nothing, most of the French cards being, variegated, with flowers or other designs at the back. But to the initiated, the lines upon these cards are everything. Mark how they run. All the high cards have semicircles in the corners, while all the low cards have the ends of the lines meeting in the corners. Then, by more minute study still of these cards, it is easy to know kings, queens, knaves, and aces, by the manner in which the lines run upon the back. I hope these weapons are dangerous enough for you." "They are decidedly the most efficient I have yet seen," answered the baronet. "I think we know all the mysteries of the gaming world, and considering how many that there are in London and the watering places, it would be astonishing indeed if we could not pick up a handsome living." "Of course it would," said Mr. Chichester. "The mania for play is most extraordinary. The moment a young man enters upon life, he fancies that it is very fine to frequent gambling houses or lose his loose gold at private play. He imagines that he cannot be a man of the world without it. There is our advantage. That anxiety to be looked upon as a fine, dashing fellow is the real cause of the immense increase of gaming propensities. Young men do not begin to play in the first instance because they like it. They commence simply to gratify their vanity, and then they imbibe the taste and acquire the habit. What they began through pride, they continue through love. There again, I say, is our pull. There always will be flats ready to throw themselves head and shoulders into the nets that sharps spread out for them." "All that is very true, Chichester," said the baronet, "but we don't want a homily on the vice of gambling this afternoon. What we require is the needful to enable us to put our plans into execution. The old tricks that you taught me more than 3 years ago in that very respectable lodging which you occupied in Bartholomew Close are well nigh worn out. We have now studied fresh ones, but we are totally deficient in the steam to set our new engines in motion." Chichester was about to reply when a carriage drove up to the front door, and Mr. Greenwood alighted. End of section 1. Recording by Dave Wills, from Preston, England. Section 2 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. The Election.
"Well, it is all right,"
exclaimed Mr. Greenwood the moment he entered the drawing-room, his countenance radiant with joy and his eyes expressive of triumph.
"What is all right?"
demanded both the baronet and Chichester in the same breath.
"Why, have you not heard that the election for Rottenborough took place yesterday?" said Greenwood.
"Oh, to be sure. I forgot that," observed the baronet.
"But you surely never have beaten Lord Tremordian's candidate?" "Yes, I was returned triumphantly, 814 against 102, said Greenwood.
"I wish you joy, my dear fellow," exclaimed Chichester. "I suppose you astonished the natives of Rottenborough, but how the devil did you manage this victory?"
"I will give you a brief sketch of the whole proceeding," said Greenwood,
throwing himself upon the sofa and playing with his elegant guard-chain.
"The fact is, I learnt in the latter part of December that the representative of Rottenborough intended to accept the Chiltern Hundreds when the Houses met in February. You know that I was at that time very intimate with Lord Tremordian, your worthy and much revered father-in-law, Sir Rupert."
"Ah, worthy indeed," ejaculated the baronet impatiently.
"I accordingly spoke to Lord Tremordian," continued Greenwood, "and after a little delicate manoeuvring, received his promise to support me. In fact, to get me in for Rottenborough." It had been arranged that Count Alteroni and his family were to pass the month of January and a portion of February with Lord and Lady Tremordyn. But in the meantime the Count learned something about me, as I before told you, which he did not like, and he rejected me as a suitor for his daughter's hand. That did not grieve me much. My only motives for making up to the Signora at all were because I really liked the girl, and because she is a nobleman's daughter. But the Count did not stop there. He sent an apology to Lord and Lady Tremordyn and declined the invitation. Off goes his lordship to Richmond and calls upon the Count. The Count spoke so ill of me, it appears, that his lordship determined to cut me. There seemed to be at first an insurmountable obstacle to my hopes relative to Rottenborough.
Yes, but you were never dismayed at anything, said Chichester.
Never. There was no such word as impossible in my vocabulary, returned Greenwood, and as for improbable, that is a word which can only intimidate cowards. I made up my mind to exert all my energies to obtain the gratification of my wishes. I had set my mind upon becoming an MP. I had dreamt of it, thought upon it for hours together, and had even made certain calculations and schemes upon the event. I was not to be disappointed. I immediately went down to Rottenborough and put up at the principal inn. I looked about me for a day or two, and at length saw something that suited me. An old mansion, in such a ruined and dilapidated state that you would require £3,000 or £4,000 to restore it to a habitable and comfortable condition. It belonged to the banker of the place. I bought it without haggling, and thus made a friend of him. I then set all the masons, carpenters, decorators, and upholsterers in the place to work, paid a considerable sum into the banker's hands, and appointed the head solicitor in the town to be my agent. I moreover gave him certain secret instructions relative to my ultimate views, and returned to London. Every Saturday I went down to Rottenborough. It's only 24 miles from London, you know, and paid all the bills without demanding a discount. I also sent £50 to the clergyman of the parish to lay out in purchasing blankets for the poor, and paid the coal merchant for 50 tons of coals, also for charitable distribution. I always remained at Rottenborough until Monday morning, and went to church 3 times on the Sundays. No one spoke tire responses louder than I did. No one dwelt with such holy delight upon the clergyman's sermons as myself. I, moreover, won the hearts of the church wardens by placing a £10 note in the plate after a charity sermon, and I secured the overseer by visiting the workhouse with him, tasting the soup, and pronouncing the dietary scale to amount to absolute luxuries. In this manner I was soon talked about. "Who is this Mr. Greenwood?" was the universal question.
A wealthy capitalist from London, answered the lawyer.
Thus everything progressed well.
So I should imagine, observed the baronet.
Well, Parliament met, the representative of Rottenborough resigned his seat, and the next morning by 8 o'clock my lawyer agent had secured every inn, tavern, and public house in Rottenborough in my name. Placards were posted all over the town announcing my intention to come forward in the Liberal interest, Lord Tremordyn having always supported the opposite side. Down goes Lord Tremordyn with his candidate, and is quite astonished to see all the walls and houses covered with posters on which the name of Greenwood appeared in monster type. But if he was surprised at first, how much more was he compelled to marvel, and how deeply was he annoyed when not an inn, not a tavern, not even a public house would receive him or his horses. His lordship drove to the rector's. The parson was excessively glad to see his lordship, and hoped his lordship would make his, the rector's, house his home. But he could not think of entertaining the Conservative candidate also, as he had promised his vote to a gentleman who intended to settle in the place, and who had already done a vast amount of good there. Lord Tremordyn was astounded. He went to the bankers. Precisely the same answer. The brewer, the coal merchant, the chairman of the board of poor law guardians, who had heard that I admired the soup and considered gruel at 19 out of 21 meals every week to be actually encouraging in the poor a taste for luxuries. All spoke well of me. Lord Tremordyn grew livid with rage, and he was compelled to take up his quarters with the new candidate at the house of the undertaker, whose services I had neglected to secure, not having known upon what possible pretence to order a few coffins.
"Capital!" ejaculated Sir Rupert. "I'm glad the old lord has taken in at last. He who fancied himself omnipotent at Rottenborough."
Every engine of Tory tactics was now put into execution by Lord Tremordyn, his candidate, and his agents. All his tenants who had not paid up their arrears of rent were menaced with executions and ejectments if they did not vote for the Conservative. My lawyer knew how to counteract this in finance. He found out all the tenants who were in arrears and proffered them loans payable at very distant dates. This accommodation was gladly accepted, and they were of course given to understand that the assistance emanated from me.
"At the same time,"
said my lawyer,
"you must not think that this is a mere electioneering manoeuvre to secure your support. No, remain free and independent electors. Mr. Greenwood's wishes and objects were merely to defeat tyranny and annihilate intimidation."
In this way we completely weaned his own tenants away from Lord Tremordyn and his cause.
"All this must have cost you a great deal of money," said Chichester.
"Not near so much as you would fancy. But whatever it was well spent. The position of an MP to me is worth thousands and thousands. I know how to avail myself of it."
"I wish I had your head, Greenwood," exclaimed Sir Rupert Harborough with a sigh.
"My dear baronet, if you had my head and lacked my perseverance, my industry, and my power of self-command, you would be but little benefited. Let me, however, continue my narrative of the electioneering proceedings. There was now nothing but placarding and counter-placarding. My canvassers were most eloquent in my cause. "Do not look," said they, "to whether a man be a Whig or Tory, Radical or Conservative. Ascertain whether he will benefit the town, whether he will be charitable to the poor, will support the tradesmen, and will dwell during the recess among the inhabitants of Rottenborough. What good have the candidates of the Tremordyn interest ever done for ye, O Rottenboroughers? Has the present candidate an account with the bankers? Has he given away blankets and coals wholesale? Has he come regularly on Sundays to attend divine service in our parish church 3 times? Has he employed the greater portion of the tradesmen of the town? No, he appears amongst you as a stranger, making fine promises, but having given an earnest of nothing. Look at Greenwood, a man of enormous wealth, known probity, vast experience, high character, splendid qualifications, unlimited charity, and undoubted piety."
"I suppose you wrote out all of that for your canvassers," said Chichester.
"No, my lawyer copied a character for me out of an old romance, and it seemed to be admirably appreciated. At length the eventful day, yesterday, came. You may depend upon it, I was up early. My band and colours commenced parading about the town at 7 o'clock, and my lawyer had very prudently hired the clown and pantaloons of Richardson's Theatre to attend the band, and amuse the people with their antics during the intervals between the different airs. This told wonderfully well, and as I afterwards learnt, won 33 votes away from Lord Tremordyn's candidate. A fact which speaks volumes in favour of the intellectual qualifications of the people of Rottenborough," observed the baronet. "But the beauty of it was," continued Greenwood, "that my lawyer had the clown in the Guildhall when my opponent addressed the electors, and the fellow imitated the gesticulations and the facial contortions of Lord Tremordyn's candidate so well that the speech was drowned in roars of laughter."
"And I suppose that your speech was listened to with the greatest attention," said Chichester.
"The very greatest," returned Greenwood, and I can assure you that I pitched them the gammon in the very finest possible style. Gentlemen, I said, it is well known that not a single town in this empire contains a more enlightened, intellectual, and independent population than Rottenborough. The inhabitants of Rottenborough are the envy of surrounding cities and the admiration of the universe. History has ever been busy with the name of Rottenborough, and never has a gallant Rottenborougher disgraced his name, his country, or his cause. This is the chosen home of freedom. If you seek for independence, you will find it in the peaceful groves and delicious retreats of Rottenborough. Famous also is this town for the loveliness and virtue of its women, and beauteous and faithful wives make their husbands and sons good and great. Oh, supremely blessed is the town of Rottenborough, situate in its happy valley, and through whose streets sweep balmy gales, laden with perfume and delicious odour. At this moment the voice of some purblind Tory exclaimed, "What do you say to the putrid black ditch at the back of the church?" Of course one of my own supporters smashed this ruffian's hat over his eyes, and I then proceeded thus. Gentlemen, free and independent electors of Rottenborough, I offer myself as your representative. I throw myself into your arms. I undertake your cause. Tory influence has long blunted your energies. Tory machinations have for years dimmed the bright and brilliant intellects of the Rottenborougers. Do you ask me what are my principles? I will tell you. I am a liberal in every sense of the word. I am anxious that every free and independent elector of Rottenborough shall have his beef and beer for nothing, which shall be the case tomorrow if I am returned today. I am desirous that the industrious classes should be improved in condition, that they should have more food and less treadmill, and be supplied with flannel to expel the bleak and nipping cold of winter. This want it shall be my duty to supply. But that is not all. I hope to see the day arrive when every pauper in the workhouse at Rottenborough shall thank God for his happy condition, and shall receive an extra half-ounce of bacon for the dinner of the Sabbath. These are my fond aspirations. These are my aims. If I seem to promise much, I am ready to perform it all. Trust me. Try me and place me in a condition to be useful to you. I have now expounded to you all my views. I have laid bare my secret soul to your eyes, and heaven can attest the sincerity of my intentions. Under these circumstances, I confidently claim your suffrage. But if it should happen that I am disappointed, if I am forced to shut up the mansion which I have purchased in this neighbourhood, suspend all the works, and fly for ever from the peaceful retreats and delicious haunts of Rottenborough, I shall at least— Here it was arranged between my lawyer and me that my voice was to falter, and that I should seem that I was about to faint. I accordingly wound up the farce with a little bit of melodrama, and from that instant the cause of my opponent was desperate beyond all chances of redemption.
You deserve success after that brilliant speech, said Chichester, laughing heartily at this narrative.
The polling was continued briskly until 4 o'clock, when the mayor closed the books and announced that George Greenwood, Esquire, gentleman, was duly returned to serve in Parliament as the representative of Rottenborough.
"When shall you take your oaths and your seat, as the papers say?" demanded Chichester.
"This evening," answered Greenwood.
"And of course you will range yourself among the Liberals."
"How can you fancy that I shall be guilty of such egregious folly?"
cried the new Member of Parliament.
"The reign of the Liberals is drawing to a close. A Tory administration within a year or 18 months is inevitable."
"But you stood forward as a Liberal, and were returned as such."
"Very true, my dear fellow. But do you imagine that I became a Member of Parliament to meet the interests and wishes of a pack of strangers, or to suit my own?
"And at the next election?"
"I shall be returned again. Mark my word for that. A politician is not worth a fig who has not a dozen excuses ready for the most flagrant tergiversation. And money will purchase all the free and independent electors of Rottenborough.
Lady Cecilia Harborough returned to the drawing-room at this moment. She scarcely noticed Chichester, who was her reversion, but welcomed Greenwood in the most cordial manner. The baronet observed that he should leave Mr. Greenwood to amuse Lady Cecilia with an account of his electioneering exploits, and then withdrew, accompanied by his shadow, Mr. Chichester.
"You have succeeded, George," said Lady Cecilia the moment they were alone together.
"To my heart's content, dearest Cecilia," answered Greenwood,
placing his arm around the delicate waist of the frail fair one, and drawing her close to him as they stood before the fire.
"I am delighted with this result," said Lady Cecilia, "although my own father has sustained a defeat in the person of his candidate."
"All's fair in the political world, dear Cecilia," replied the new Member of Parliament, "but you have not yet appeared to understand that I came hither the moment I returned from Rottenborough to bear to you, first and foremost, the news of my success."
"Ah, dearest George, how can I ever sufficiently testify my gratitude to thee for all thy proofs of ardent love?" whispered Lady Cecilia in a soft and melting tone.
"Yes, I love you well,"
answered Greenwood, who, in a moment of tenderness, declared with the lips far more than he really felt with the heart, and he imprinted 1,000 kisses upon her mouth, her cheeks, and her brow. She returned them, while her countenance glowed with a deep crimson dye, but neither the kisses nor the blushes were those of a pure and sacred affection. They were the offspring of a licentious and illicit flame. A slight noise in the room startled the guilty pair. They hastily withdrew from each other's embrace and glanced around. Mr. Chichester was advancing towards the table in the middle of the apartment. Lady Cecilia uttered a faint cry and sank upon the sofa.
"I beg you 1,000 pardons,"
said Chichester, affecting the most indifference of manner,
"but I had left this parcel behind me."
And taking up the small package containing his dice and cards, he withdrew.
"Merciful heavens!" ejaculated Lady Cecilia. "We are discovered! We are betrayed! That wretch will ruin us!"
"Do not fear, do not alarm yourself, sweetest lady," returned Greenwood. "I will undertake to stop that man's mouth. One moment, and I return."
He hurried after Mr. Chichester, whom he overtook halfway down the stairs.
"Chichester, a word with you," said Greenwood.
"A dozen, if you like, my dear fellow."
"You came into the drawing-room a minute ago, unexpectedly."
"Ah, and I apologize for my rudeness."
"Yes, but you are not the less possessed of a secret which involves the honour of a lady, the happiness of an entire family."
"Greenwood, I am a man of the world. You can rely upon me," interrupted Chichester. "Fear nothing on that score.
You have now asked your favour and obtained it of me. Let me request one of you."
"Command me in any way you choose." "I am at this moment embarrassed for £100 or so." "Say no more. They are yours," returned Greenwood,
and he forthwith handed a banknote for the amount mentioned to Mr. Chichester.
"Thank you,"
said that individual, and he hastened to rejoin the baronet, who was waiting for him in the square.
"Well, have you found your implements?" said Sir Rupert, as he took his friend's arm.
"Yes, and £100 into the bargain," returned Chichester dryly.
£100? Impossible."
"There is the banknote. It is just what we required. But how?" "Greenwood was coming downstairs, and I mustered up courage to ask him for a loan. He complied without a moment's hesitation.
Indeed," added Chichester with a sneer, "I almost think that I shall be enabled, in case of emergency, to obtain another supply from the same quarter." "This is fortunate, most fortunate," exclaimed Harborough. "Let us go and dine at Long's or Stephen's this evening, and see if we can pick up a flat."
End of section 2. Section 3 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. The Whippers Inn. Having reassured Lady Cecilia Harborough relative to the alarm inspired by the intrusion of Chichester at so critical a moment, Mr. Greenwood returned to his own residence in Spring Gardens.
"Anyone called, Lafleur?"
he said to his favourite valet as he ascended to his study.
"Two gentlemen, sir. The cards are upon your desk. They both declared that they would call again today."
Mr. Greenwood hastened to inspect the cards of his two visitors. One contained the following name and address: The Hon. V.W.Y. Sauder, M.P., Reform Club. The other presented the annex superscription to view: Sir T.M.B. Muzzlehelm, Bart, M.P., Carlton Club.
"Aha!"
exclaimed Greenwood, chuckling audibly.
"I understand what this means. Already at work, eh? No time to be lost, I see."
Then, turning towards Lafleur, he added,
"You see, my good fellow, that when a man like me, a man of consideration, in a word, becomes entrusted with the interests of a free, enlightened, and independent constituency, like that of Rottenborough, the ministerial party and the opposition each endeavour to secure me to their cause. You understand, Lafleur, eh?"
"Perfectly, sir,"
answered the imperturbable valet with his usual bow.
"Well then, Lafleur,"
continued Mr. Greenwood,
"you must know further that each party has its whipper in. The whippers in keep lists of those who belong, respectively, to their own parties, and collect them together when their support is absolutely necessary on a division of the house. In fact, the whippers in are the huntsmen of the pack, and the members all collect at the sound of their bugles. Do you comprehend, Lafleur?"
"Yes, sir. Thank you, sir."
"I must therefore see both these gentlemen, but separately, mind. If they should happen to call at the same time, show one into the drawing-room, while I receive the other here."
"Yes, sir."
"Now, Lafleur,"
proceeded Mr. Greenwood,
"while we are upon the subject, I may as well give you a few instructions relative to that deportment which my altered position renders necessary."
Lafleur bowed.
"Placed in a situation of high responsibility and trust, by the confidence of an intelligent and enlightened constituency,"
resumed Mr. Greenwood,
"I am bound to maintain a position which may inspire respect and confidence. In the first place, as it cannot be supposed that I shall receive many epistolary communications until my opinions upon particular measures and questions become known through my parliamentary conduct, and as, at the same time, it would be disgraceful for the neighbourhood to imagine that my correspondence is limited, you must take care that the twopenny postman never passes my door without leaving a letter."
"Yes, sir. I will have a letter addressed to you, posted every 2 hours, sir, so that you cannot fail to receive one by each delivery."
"Good, Lafleur. And you can tell the postman," added Mr. Greenwood, "to knock louder than he has been in the habit of doing."
"Yes, sir, because it is difficult to hear from the servants' offices."
"Precisely, Lafleur. And you can tell our newsman to bring me all the second editions of the newspapers whenever there are any. And mind you always keep the newsboy waiting a long time at the door. Tell him, moreover, to bawl out second edition of whatever paper it may be, as loud as he can."
"I will take care he shall do so, sir," answered Lafleur.
"And once a week also," proceeded Greenwood after a pause, "let an express courier gallop at full speed up to the house and ring and knock furiously until the door is opened. But mind that he comes from at least 3 or 4 miles distant, so that his horse may be covered with foam and himself with mud or dust, according to the state of the weather."
"I understand, sir."
"Moreover, Lafleur, at least 3 or 4 times a week, go to Leadenhall Market and purchase the game and poultry which we may require for the house, and send it home by the London Parcels Delivery Company, so that the neighbours may say, 'More presents for Mr. Greenwood. Dear me, how popular he must be with his constituents.'"
"I fully comprehend, sir."
"You can send fish home, too, and haunches of venison in the same manner," continued the new Member of Parliament. But mind that the feathers of the pheasants, and the tails of the fish, and the feet of the haunches always hang out of the baskets in which they are packed.
Oh, certainly, sir.
If you could possibly get a charity school to wait upon me some morning, to solicit me to become a patron, or anything of that sort, it would do good, and I should make a handsome donation to the funds.
That can be managed, sir. I can safely promise that 70 boys and 90 girls shall wait upon you in procession any day you choose to appoint.
Well and good, Lafleur, and mind that they are kept standing for 3/4 of an hour in the street before they are admitted.
As a matter of course, sir.
And now I will just mention a few things, continued Mr. Greenwood, that you must manage with very great nicety. Indeed, I know I can rely upon you in everything.
Lafleur bowed.
You must turn away all Italian organ players. The moment one shows himself under our windows, let one of the footmen rush out and order him off. It is not proper to encourage such vagabonds. The aristocracy don't like them.
Certainly not, sir.
Organ playing is a thing I am determined to put an end to. There is also the hoop nuisance. Give any boy into charge, whatever may be his age, who is caught trundling a hoop in spring gardens. That is another thing I am resolved to put an end to. Ballad singers and broom girls you will, of course, have taken into custody without hesitation. In fact, you had better give the policeman upon the beat general instructions upon this head, and you can slip a guinea into his hand at the same time.
Very good, sir.
At the same time, we must be charitable, Lafleur. We must be charitable.
Decidedly, sir.
You must find out some decent woman with 6 children to whom the broken victuals can be given every day at about 3 o'clock, when there are plenty of people in the street. A woman who does not exactly want the food, but who will not refuse it. The respectability of her appearance will be set down to my benevolence, Lafleur, and she must be careful always to come with her children. By these means we shall gain the reputation of being judiciously particular in respect to vagabonds and impostors, but charitable in the extreme to the deserving poor.
Just so, sir.
One word more, Lafleur. When any person calls whom you know I do not want to see, say, Mr. Greenwood is engaged with a deputation from his constituents, or else, Mr. Greenwood has just received very important dispatches and cannot be disturbed. Or again, Mr. Greenwood has just stepped down as far as the Home Office. You fully comprehend?
Perfectly, sir.
Then you may retire, Lafleur. But by the by, Lafleur.
Yes, sir.
I shall add 20 guineas a year to your wages from this date, Lafleur,
said Mr. Greenwood. Thank you, sir, answered the valet, and with a low bow he retired.
Another step gained in the ladder of ambition,
said Greenwood to himself when he was alone.
A member of Parliament, and in spite of Lord Tremorden. In spite of Lord Tremorden. Most intelligent and independent electors of Rottenborough, I bought your suffrages with gold, with fine words, with clowns and mountebanks, and with pots of beer. Free and enlightened electors, I shall turn against the very interest in which I was elected. But if my constituents grumble, I will silence them with more gold. If they reproach, I shall use all the sophistry of which language is capable, and that is not a little. If they repine, I will win them back to good humour with fresh sights and buffoons and galas. If they grow dry with talking against me, I will have whole pipes of wine and butts of beer broached in their streets. Yes, I must join the Tory interest. I see that it is now upon the rise. And yet I know, I feel in my heart, I have the conviction that the popular cause is the true one, the just one. But what of that? I stood forward as a candidate to suit myself, and not for the sake of the free and independent electors of Rottenborough. Yes, all goes well with me. An occasional annoyance, such as my failure in obtaining possession of the person of Eliza Sidney, and of the hand of Isabella, the lovely Italian, cannot be avoided. But in all great points, in all my important views, I am successful. And yet, Isabella, upon her, the eye that is wearied with the contemplation of the rude and discordant scenes of life could rest with unfeigned, with ineffable delight. Oh, Isabella, there are times when thine image comes before me, like the vision of a holy and chaste Madonna to the sleep-bound mind of the pious Catholic. And there have been solitary hours in which the whole earth has seemed to be covered with flowers beneath the sweet sunlight of thine eyes. And yet, who knows, the day may come when even thou shalt be mine. I long to languish in the arms of Diana Arlington, and I had my wish. I coveted the patrician loveliness of Cecilia Harborough, and behold, my wealth purchased it. I sought for change, and accident, a strange accident, surrendered to my embraces another, whom I have never seen since that day, now more than 2 months ago, but who, I have since learnt through the medium of my faithful Lafleur, dwells in the same house with—
Mr. Greenwood's reverie was interrupted by the entrance of his valet, who introduced the Honourable Mr. Sawder into the study. The new Member of Parliament received the wig whipper in with his usual courtesy of manner, and when they were both seated, Mr. Sawder felicitated Mr. Greenwood upon the successful result of the Rottenborough election.
"The Liberal cause triumphed most signally," said Mr. Sawder. "The result was hailed with enthusiasm at the Reform Club, I can assure you."
"I have no doubt,"
answered Mr. Greenwood, already adopting the method of evasion so much in vogue amongst diplomatic and political circles.
"I have no doubt that every true lover of his country must be rejoiced at the victory achieved by straightforward conduct over the system of bribery, intimidation, and corruption practised by the nominee of Lord Tremordyn and his agents."
"Oh, certainly, returned Mr. Sawder. "The object of my present visit is to ascertain whether you will permit me to introduce you to the house this evening."
"It is my intention to take the oaths and my seat this evening," answered Mr. Greenwood.
"And my services as chaperone?"
"You really confer a great honour upon me."
"Then may I consider that you accept?"
"My dear sir, how can I sufficiently thank you for this kind interest which you take in my behalf?"
"Pray do not mention it, Mr. Greenwood."
"No, Mr. Sawder, I will not allude to it, since it is the more to be appreciated, inasmuch as I never had the pleasure of being known to you previous to this occasion."
"I am therefore to understand,"
said the whipper-in, who could not precisely fathom the new member through the depths of these ambiguous phrases,
"that you will allow me the honour of introducing you?"
"The honour, my dear sir, would be with me,"
observed Mr. Greenwood, with a gracious bow.
"At what hour, then, will you be prepared?"
"My time shall henceforth always be devoted to the interests of my constituents."
"A very noble sentiment, my dear Mr. Greenwood,"
said the whipper-in.
"Shall we then fix the ceremony for 5 o'clock?
5 o'clock is an excellent hour, Mr. Sawder, an excellent hour. I know no hour that I like more than 5 o'clock," exclaimed Mr. Greenwood.
"Be it 5, then," said the whipper-in. "And now, relative to the Reform Club, when will it please you to be proposed a member?"
"It will please me, my dear sir, at any time to join that fraternity of honourable gentlemen with whom I shall in future cooperate."
"Well and good, my dear sir,"
said Mr. Sawder, and he slowly and reluctantly took his leave, not knowing what to make of the new member for Rottenborough, nor whether to calculate upon his adhesion to the Whig cause or not. Scarcely had the Honourable Mr. V.W.Y. Sawder, MP, driven away in his beautiful cabriolet from Mr. Greenwood's door, when Sir T.M.B. Muzzleham Bart, MP, arrived in his brougham at the same point. But if Mr. Greenwood were evasive and ambiguous to the Whig whipper-in, he was clear and lucid to the Tory one. Sir T. Muzzleham began by felicitating him upon his election, and in a verbose harangue expressed his hopes that Mr. Greenwood would support that cause, the object of which was to maintain the glorious old Constitution inviolate and uphold the established Church in its unity and integrity.
"Those are precisely my intentions,"
said Mr. Greenwood.
"I am delighted to hear you say so, my dear sir," resumed the Tory whipper-in, "but I have one deep cause of uneasiness, which is that you may not entertain precisely the same views of what is necessary to maintain these honourable and ancient institutions as the men who would gladly lay down their lives to benefit their country."
"I believe, Sir Thomas Muzzleham," answered Mr. Greenwood, "that I shall act according to the wishes of my constituents, the dictates of my own conscience, and the views of the illustrious men of whom you speak.
In which case, my dear Mr. Greenwood, I am of course to understand that you will be one of us, one of the true defenders of the throne, the Constitution, and the Church."
"In other words, a Conservative," added Mr. Greenwood.
"Bravo!"
ejaculated the whipper-in, unable to conceal his joy at this unexpected result of a visit whose object he had at first deemed certain of defeat. Then, shaking Mr. Greenwood heartily by the hand, he said,
"At what hour shall I have the pleasure of introducing you this evening?"
"At 5:15 precisely,"
replied Mr. Greenwood.
"And of course you will become a member of the Carlton?"
added the whipper-in.
"Of course, whenever you choose, as early as possible," said Mr. Greenwood.
Sir Thomas Muzzleham again wrung the hand of the new member, and then took his leave. The moment he had departed, Lafleur repaired to the study and said,
"A lady, sir, is waiting to see you in the drawing-room."
"A lady?"
ejaculated Greenwood.
"Who is she?"
"I do not know, sir. She refused to give me her name, and I have never seen her before."
"How did she come?"
"On the foot, sir. She is neatly but plainly dressed. Yet her manners seem to indicate that she is a lady."
"Strange. Who can she be?"
murmured Greenwood as he hastened to the drawing-room. End of Section 3. Section 4 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. The image, the picture, and the statue. Upon the sofa in Mr. Greenwood's elegantly furnished drawing-room was seated the young lady who so anxiously sought an interview with the owner of that princely mansion. Her face was very pale. A profound melancholy reigned upon her countenance, and was even discernible in her drooping attitude. Her eyes expressed a sorrow bordering upon anguish, and yet, through that veil of dark foreboding, the acute observer might have seen a feeble ray of hope, gleaming faintly, so faintly that it appeared a flickering lamp burning at the end of a long and gloomy cavern. Her elbow rested upon one end of the sofa, and her forehead was supported upon her hand when Greenwood entered the room. The doors of that luxurious dwelling moved so noiselessly upon their hinges, and the carpets spread upon the floors were so thick that not a sound, either of door or footstep, announced to that pale and mournful girl the approach of the man whom she so deeply longed to see. He was close by her ere she was aware of his presence. With a start she raised her head and gazed steadfastly up into his countenance, but her tongue clave to the roof of her mouth and refused utterance to the name which she would have spoken.
"Ellen!"
ejaculated Greenwood as his eyes met hers.
"What has brought you hither?"
"Can you not imagine it possible that I should wish to see you again?" answered Miss Munro, for she was Mr. Greenwood's visitor upon the present occasion.
"But why so much mystery, Ellen? Why refuse to give the servant your name? Why adopt a course which cannot fail to render your visit a matter of suspicion to my household?"
said Greenwood, somewhat impatiently.
Forgive me if I have done wrong," exclaimed Ellen, the tears gushing to her eyes. "Alas, misfortunes have rendered me so suspicious of human nature that I feared lest you should refuse to see me, that you would consider me importunate."
Well, Ellen, do not cry. That is foolish. I'm not angry now. So cheer up, and tell me in what way I can serve thee.
As Greenwood uttered these words, he seated himself upon the sofa by the side of the young lady and took her hand. We cannot say that her tears had moved him, for his was a heart that was moved by nothing regarding another. But she had looked pretty as she wept, and as her eyes glanced through their tears towards him, and the apparent kindness of his manner was the mechanical impulse of the libertine.
"Oh, if you would only smile thus upon me, now and then,"
murmured Ellen, gazing tenderly upon him,
"how much of the sorrow of this life would disappear from before my eyes."
"How can one gifted with such charms as you be unhappy?" exclaimed Greenwood.
"What? Do you imagine that beauty constitutes felicity?"
cried Ellen in an impassioned tone.
"Are not the loveliest flowers exposed to the nipping frost, as well as the rank and poisonous weed? Do not clouds obscure the brightest stars, as well as those of a pale and sickly lustre? You ask me if I can be unhappy. Alas, it is now long, long since I knew what perfect happiness was. I need not tell you, how my father's fortune was swept away, but I may detail to you the miseries which the loss of it raised up around him and me, and chiefly me."
"But why dwell upon so sad a theme, Ellen? Did you come hither to divert me with a narrative of sorrows which must now be past, since, according to what I have heard, your father and yourself have found an asylum?"
"At Markham Place," added Miss Munro emphatically. "Yes, we have found an asylum there, in the house of the individual whom my father's speculations and your agency—"
"Speak not of that, I conjure you,"
lustily exclaimed Greenwood.
"Tell me, Ellen, tell me, you have not breathed a word to your father or to that young man?"
"No, not for worlds,"
cried Ellen with a shudder. Then, after a pause, during which she appeared to reflect deeply, she said,
"But you ask me why I wish to narrate to you the history of all the miseries I have endured for 2 long years and upwards. You demand of me why I should dwell upon so sad a theme. I will tell you presently. You shall hear me first, but pray be not impatient. I shall not detain you long, and surely you can spare an hour to one who is so very, very miserable."
"Speak, Ellen, speak!"
"The loss of our fortune plunged us into the most frightful poverty. We were not let down gradually from affluence to penury, but we fell, as one falls from a height, abruptly, suddenly, and precipitately into the depths of want and starvation. The tree of our happiness lost not its foliage leaf by leaf. It was blighted in an hour. This made the sting so much more sharp, the heavy weight of misfortune so much less tolerable. Nevertheless, I worked and worked with my needle until my energies were wasted. My eyes grew dim, and my health was sinking fast. Oh God, I only asked for work, and yet at length I lost even that resource. Then commenced a strange kind of life for me."
"A strange kind of life, Ellen? What mean you?"
exclaimed Greenwood, now interested in the recital.
"I sold myself in detail," answered Ellen in a tone of the deepest and most touching melancholy.
"I cannot understand you," cried Greenwood. "Surely your mind is not wandering?"
"No, all I tell you is unhappily too true," returned the poor girl, shaking her head.
Then, as if suddenly recollecting herself, She started from her thoughtful mood and said,
"You have a plaster of Paris image as large as life in the window of your staircase?"
"Yes, it is a Diana, and holds a lamp which is lighted at night," observed Greenwood. "But what means that strange question, so irrelevant to the subject of our discourse?"
More than you can imagine," answered Ellen bitterly. "That statue explains one phase in my checkered life."
Then, sinking her tone almost to a whisper, grasping Greenwood's hand convulsively, and regarding him fixedly in the countenance, while her own eyes were suddenly lighted up with a strange wildness of expression, she added,
"The face of your beautiful Diana is my own."
Greenwood gazed upon her in speechless astonishment. He fancied that her reason was unhinged, and he knew not why he was afraid. Ellen glanced around, and her eyes rested upon a magnificent picture that hung against the wall. The subject of this painting, which had no doubt struck her upon first entering that room, was a mythological scene. Taking Greenwood by the hand, Ellen led him towards the picture.
"Do you see anything that strikes you strangely there?" she said, pointing towards the work of art.
"The scene is of Venus rising from the ocean, surrounded by Nereids and nymphs," answered Mr. Greenwood.
"And you admire that picture much?"
"Yes, much, or else I should not have purchased it."
"Then have you unwittingly admired me," exclaimed Ellen,
"for the face of your Venus is my own."
Greenwood gazed earnestly upon the picture for a few moments. Then, turning towards Ellen, he cried,
"True! It is true. There are your eyes, your mouth, your smile, your forehead, your very hair. How strange that I never noticed this before. But no, it is a dream. It is a mere coincidence. Tell me, how could this have taken place? Speak! Is it not a mere delusion, an accidental resemblance which you noticed on entering this room?"
"Come with me,"
said Ellen in a soft and melancholy tone. Still retaining him by the hand, she led him into the landing-place communicating with the drawing-room and leading to the stairs. A magnificent marble statue of a female, as large as life, stood in one corner. The model was naked down to the waist, one hand gracefully sustaining the drapery which enveloped the lower part of the form. "Whence did you obtain that statue?" demanded Ellen, pointing towards the object of her inquiry.
"The ruin of a family, long reputed rich, caused the sale of all their effects," answered Greenwood. "I purchased that statue, among other objects of value, which were sold for a mere trifle."
"The lady has paid dearly for her vanity," cried Ellen. "Her fate, or rather the fate of her statue, is a just reward for the contempt, the scorn, the withering scorn with which she treated me when I implored her to take me into her service."
"What do you mean, Ellen?"
"I mean that the bust of your marble statue is my own," answered the young lady, casting down her eyes and blushing deeply.
"Another enigma?"
cried Greenwood. They returned to the drawing-room and resumed their seats upon the sofa. A long pause ensued.
"Will you tell me, Ellen?"
at length exclaimed Greenwood, deeply struck by all he had heard and seen within the last half-hour.
"Will you tell me, Ellen, whether you have lost your reason, or am I dreaming?"
"Lost my reason?" repeated Ellen with fearful bitterness of tone. "No, that were perhaps a blessing, and naught but misery awaits me."
"But the image, the picture, and the statue!"
exclaimed Greenwood impatiently.
"They are emblems of faces in my life," answered Ellen. "I told you ere now that my father and myself were reduced to the very lowest depths of poverty, and yet we could not die. At least I could not see that poor, white-haired, tottering old man perish by inches. Die the death of starvation? Oh, no, that was too horrible. I cried for bread, and there was one, an old hag, you know her."
Go on.
"Who offered me bread for myself, bread for my father, upon strange and wild conditions. In a word, I sold myself in detail."
"Again that strange phrase," ejaculated Greenwood. "What mean you, Ellen?"
"I mean that I sold my face to the statuary, my likeness to the artist, my bust to the sculptor, my whole form to the photographer,
And,
repeated Greenwood, strangely excited, and my virtue to you," added the young woman, whose tone, as she enumerated these sacrifices, had gradually risen from a low whisper to the wildness of despair.
"Ah, now I understand," said Greenwood,
whose iron heart was for a moment touched.
"How horrible!"
"Horrible indeed!" ejaculated Ellen. "But what other women sell first, I sold last. What others give in a moment of delirium, in an excess of burning ardent passion, I coolly and deliberately exchanged for the price of bread. But you know this saddest episode in my strange history. Maddened by the sight of my father's sufferings, I flew to the accursed old hag. I said, 'Give me bread, and do with me as thou wilt.' She took me with her. I accompanied her, reckless of the way we went, to a house where I was shown into a chamber that was darkened, and there I remained an hour alone, a prey to all the horrible ideas that ever yet combined to drive poor mortal mad, and still failed to accomplish their dread aim. The hour passed. A man came. You know the rest."
Say no more, Ellen, on that head. But tell me, to what does all this trend?"
"One word more. Hours passed away, as you are well aware. You would not let me go. At length I returned home. My God, my poor father was happy. He had met an angel, while I had encountered a devil."
Ellen!
He had gold. He was happy, I say. He had purchased a succulent repast. He had spread it with his own hand. He had heaped up his luxuries in his humble way to greet the return of his dear, his darling child. Heavens, how did I survive that moment? How dared I stand in the presence of that old man, that good, that kind old man, whose hair was so white with many winters, and whose brow was so wrinkled with many sorrows? I cannot say how passed the few hours that followed my return. Flower after flower had dropped from the garland of my purity, that purity in which he, the kind old man, had nurtured me. And then there was the dread, the crushing, the overwhelming conviction that had I retained my faith in God for a few hours more, had I only exercised my patience until the evening of that fatal day, I had been spared that final guilt, that crowning infamy. Ellen covered her face with her hands and burst into an agony of tears. Deep sobs convulsed her bosom, and she groaned in spirit, and never had the libertine by her side beheld female anguish so fearfully exemplified before.
No, when fair woman loses the star from her brow, and yet retains the sense of shame, where shall she seek for comfort? Whither shall she fly to find consolation?
Greenwood was really alarmed at the violence of the poor girl's grief.
"Ellen, what can I do for you? What would you have with me?"
he said, passing his arm around her waist. She drew hastily away from his embrace, and turning upon him with tearful eyes, exclaimed, "If you touch me under the influence of the sentiment that made you purchase my only jewel, lay not a finger on me, defile me not, let my sorrows make my person sacred. But if you entertain one spark of feeling, one single idea of honour, do me justice, resign me not to despair."
"Do you justice, Ellen?"
"Yes, do me justice, for I was pure and spotless till wanton misery threw me into your arms," continued Ellen in an impassioned tone. "And if I sinned, if I surrendered myself up to him who offered me a price, it was only that I might obtain bread for my poor father."
"Ellen, what would you have me do?"
"What would I have you do?" she repeated bitterly. Oh, cannot you comprehend what I would have you do to save my honour? It is in your power to restore me to happiness. It is you who this day, this hour, must decide my doom. You ask me what I would have you do? Here upon my knees I answer you. Here at your feet I implore you, by all your hopes of prosperity in the world and salvation in the next, by all you hold dear, solemn, and sacred, I implore you to bestow a father's honourable name upon the child which I bear in my womb. She had thrown herself before him. She grasped his hands. She bedewed them with tears. She pressed them against the bosom that was convulsed with anguish.
"Rise, Ellen, rise!" exclaimed Greenwood. "Someone may come, someone may—"
"Never will I rise from this position until your tongue pronounces my fate."
"You do not, you cannot mean—"
"That you should marry me?" exclaimed Ellen. "Yes, that is the prayer which I now offer to you. Oh, if you will but restore me to the path of honour, I will be your slave. If my presence be an annoyance to you, I will never see you more from the moment that we quit the altar. But if you will admit me to your confidence, if you will make me the partner of your hopes and fears, your joys and sorrows, I will smile when you smile. I will console you when you weep. I will serve you. Upon my knees will I serve you. I will never weary of doing your bidding. But, oh God, do not refuse me the only prayer which I have now to offer to mortal man."
"Ellen, this is impossible. My position, my interest, my plans render marriage at present a venture in which I cannot embark."
"You reject my supplication? You throw me back into disgrace and despair?" cried Ellen. "Oh, reflect well upon what you are doing."
"Listen to me," said Greenwood. "Ask me anything that money can purchase, and you shall have it. Say the word, and you shall have a house, a home, furnished in all imaginable splendour, and measures shall be taken to conceal your situation from the world."
"No, this is not what I ask," returned Ellen. "The wealth of the universe cannot recompense me if I am to pass as Mr. Greenwood's pensioned mistress."
"Then what in the name of heaven do you now require of me?"
demanded the Member of Parliament impatiently. "That you should do me justice," was the reply, while Ellen still remained upon her knees.
"Do you justice?" repeated Greenwood. "And how have I wronged you? If I deliberately set to work to seduce you, if by art and treachery I wiled you away from the paths of duty, if by false promises I allured you from a prosperous and happy sphere, then might you talk to me of justice. But no, I knew not whom I was about to meet when the old hag came to me that day and said—"
"Enough, I understand you," cried Ellen, rising from her suppliant position and clasping her hands despairingly together. "You consider that you purchase me as you would have bought any poor girl who, through motives of vanity, gain, or lust, would have sold her person to the highest bidder. Oh, now I understand you. But one word, Mr. Greenwood. If there were no such voluptuaries, such heartless libertines as you in this world, would there be so many poor unhappy creatures like me? In an access of despair, of folly, and of madness, I rushed upon a path which men like you alone opened to women placed as I then was. Perhaps you consider that I am not worthy to be your wife. Fool that I was to seek redress, to hope for consolation at your hands, your conduct to others, to my father, to—"
"Ellen, I command you to be silent. Remember our solemn compact on that day when we met in so strange and mysterious a manner. Remember that we pledged ourselves to mutual silence with respect to all we know of each other. Do you wish to break that compact?"
No, ejaculated Ellen, convulsively clasping her hands together. "I would not have you publish my disgrace. Happily, I have yet friends who will— But no matter. Sir, I now leave you. I have your answer. You refuse to give a father's name to the child which I bear. You may live to repent your decision. For the present, farewell."
and having condensed all her agonizing feelings to a moment of unnatural coolness, the awful calmness of despair, Ellen slowly left the room. But Mr. Greenwood did not breathe freely until he heard the front door close behind her. End of section 4. Section 5 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. The House of Commons. The building in which the representatives of the nation assemble at Westminster is about as insignificant, ill-contrived and inconvenient a place as can be well conceived. It is true that the edifices appropriated to both Lords and Commons are both only temporary ones. Nevertheless, it would have been easy to construct halls of assembly more suitable for their purposes than those that now exist. The House of Commons is an oblong, with rows of plain wooden benches on each side, leaving a space in the middle which is occupied by the table, whereon petitions are laid. At one end of this table is the mace, at the other sit the clerks who record all proceedings that require to be noted. Close behind the clerks, and at one extremity of the apartment, is the Speaker's chair. Galleries surround this hall of assembly. The one for the reporters is immediately over the Speaker's chair. That for strangers occupies the other extremity of the oblong, and the two side ones are for the use of the members. The ministers and their supporters occupy the benches on the right of the Speaker. The opposition members are seated on those to the left of that functionary. There are also cross-benches under the strangers' gallery, where those members who fluctuate between ministerial and opposition opinions, occasionally supporting the one side or the other according to their pleasure or convictions, take their place. At each extremity of the House there is a lobby, one behind the cross-benches, the other behind the Speaker's chair, between which and the door of this latter lobby there is a high screen surmounted by the arms of the United Kingdom. When the House divides upon any question, those who vote for the motion or bill pass into one lobby, and those who vote against the point in question proceed to the other. Each party appoints its tellers, who station themselves at the respective doors of the two lobbies and count the members on either side as they return into the House. The House is illuminated with bewed lights and is ventilated by means of innumerable holes perforated through the floor, which is covered with thick hair matting. According to the above-mentioned arrangement of benches, it is evident that the orator, in whatever party may sit, almost invariably has a considerable number of members behind him, or at all events sitting in places extremely inconvenient for hearing. Then the apartment itself is so miserably confined that when there is a full attendance of members, at least a fourth cannot obtain seats. It will scarcely be believed by those previously unaware of the fact that the reporters for the public press are only allowed to attend and take notes at the proceedings upon sufferance. Any one member can procure the clearance of both the reporters and the strangers' galleries without assigning any reason whatever. The process of parliamentary reporting and the qualifications of those by whom the task is performed cannot be adequately described within the narrow limits of this article, but it is hoped that the reader may be enabled to form some idea of both from the following brief outline. Every publication not copying from or abridging any other, but giving original reports, keeps one of a series of reporters constantly in the gallery of the Lords, and another in the Commons. These, like sentinels, are at stated periods relieved by their colleagues, when they take advantage of the interval to transcribe their notes in order to be ready again to resume the duty of note-taking, and afterwards that of transcription for the press. A succession of reporters for each establishment is thus maintained, and the process of writing from their notes is never interrupted until an account of the whole debates of the evening has been committed to the hands of the printer. There are only 7 publications for which a reporter is constantly in attendance, and these include the London morning papers, from which all others that give debates are under the necessity of copying or abridging them. The number of reporters maintained by each varies from 10 or 11 to 17 or 18. They are for the most part gentlemen of liberal education. Many have graduated at the universities of Oxford, Cambridge, Edinburgh, Glasgow or Dublin, and they all must possess a competent knowledge of the multifarious subjects which come under the consideration of Parliament. The expedition and ability with which their duties are performed must be admitted by everyone who attends a debate and afterward reads a newspaper, while the correctness and rapidity with which their manuscript is put in type and printed has long been a subject of surprise and admiration. Quote, the Parliamentary Companion, unquote. At 4:30, the members began to enter the House pretty thickly. Near the table stood a portly, happy-looking man with a somewhat florid and good-natured countenance, grey eyes and reddish hair. He was well dressed and wore enormous watch seals and a massive gold guard chain. He conversed in an easy and complacent manner with a few members who had gathered around him, and who appeared to receive his opinions with respect and survey him with profound admiration. This was Sir Robert Peel. One of his principal admirers on this, as on all other occasions, was a very stout gentleman, with dark hair, prominent features, a full round face, eyes of a sleepy expression, and considerable heaviness of tone and manner. This was Sir James Graham. Close by Sir James Graham, with whom he exchanged frequent signs of approval as Sir Robert Peel was conversing, was a small and somewhat repulsive-looking individual, with red hair, little eyes that kept constantly blinking, a fair complexion and diminutive features, very restless in manner and with a disagreeable and ill-tempered expression of countenance. When he spoke, there was far more of gall than honey in his language, and the shafts of his satire, though dealt at his political opponents, not infrequently glanced aside and struck his friends. This was Lord Stanley. Shortly before the speaker took the chair, a stout, burly man, accompanied by half a dozen representatives of the Emerald Isle, entered the house. He was enveloped in a cloak, which he proceeded to doff in a very leisurely manner, and then turned to make some observation to his companions. They immediately burst out into a hearty laugh, for it was a joke that had fallen upon their ears, a joke, too, purposely delivered in the richest Irish brogue, and accompanied by so comical an expression of his round, good-natured countenance that the jest was altogether irresistible. He then proceeded slowly to his seat, saying something good-natured to his various political friends as he passed along. His broad-brimmed hat he retained upon his head, but of his cloak he made a soft seat. His adherents immediately crowded around him, and while he told them some rich racy anecdote or delivered himself of another jest, his broad Irish countenance expanded into an expression of the most hearty and heartfelt good humour. And yet that man had much to occupy his thoughts and engage his attention, for he of whom we now speak was Daniel O'Connell. Close by Mr. O'Connell's place was seated a gentleman of most enormous portly form, though little above the middle height. On the wrong side of 60, he was as hale, robust, and healthy-looking a man as could be seen. His ample chest, massive limbs, ponderous body, and large head denoted strength of no ordinary kind. His hair was iron grey, rough and bushy, his eyes large, grey, and intelligent, his countenance rigid in expression, although broad and round in shape. This was Joseph Hume. Precisely at 5:15, the speaker took the chair. Mr. Greenwood was then introduced by the Tory whipper-in, and, as the papers said next morning, took the oaths and his seat for Rottenborough. The Whig whipper-in surveyed him with a glance of indignant disappointment, but Mr. Greenwood affected not to notice the feeling which his conduct had excited. On the contrary, he passed over to the opposition benches, for it must be remembered that the Whigs then occupied the ministerial seat, where his accession to the Tory ranks was very warmly greeted, being the more pleasant as it was totally unexpected by Sir Robert Peel and the other leaders of that party. Mr. Greenwood was not a man to allow the grass to grow under his feet. He accordingly delivered his maiden speech that very evening. The question before the House was connected with the condition of the poor. The new member was fortunate enough to catch the Speaker's eye in the course of the debate, and he accordingly delivered his sentiments upon the topic. He declared that the idea of a diminution of duties upon foreign produce was a mere delusion. The people, he said, were in a most prosperous condition. They never were more prosperous, but they were eternal grumblers, whom nothing could satisfy. Although some of the most enlightened men in the kingdom devoted themselves to the interests of the people, he alluded to the party amongst whom he had the honour to sit, the people were not satisfied. For his part, he thought that there was too much of what was called freedom. He would punish all malcontents with a little wholesome exercise upon the treadmill. What presumption, he would like to know, could be greater than that of the millions daring to have an opinion of their own, unless it were the audacity of attempting to make that opinion the rule for those who sat in that house? He was astounded when he heard the misrepresentations that had just met his ears from honourable gentlemen opposite relative to the condition of the working classes. He could prove that they ought to put money in the savings banks, and yet it was coolly alleged that in entire districts they wanted bread. Well, why did they not live upon potatoes? He could demonstrate by the evidence of chemists and naturalists that potatoes were far more wholesome than bread, and for his part he was much attached to potatoes. Indeed, he often ate his dinner without touching a single mouthful of bread. There was a worthy alderman at his right hand who could no doubt prove to the House that bread spoilt the taste of turtle. Was it not then a complete delusion to raise such a clamour about bread? He, Mr. Greenwood, was really astonished at honourable gentlemen opposite, and he should give their measure his most strenuous opposition at every stage. Mr. Greenwood sat down amidst loud cheers from the Tory party, and Sir Robert Peel turned round and gave him a patronising nod of most gracious approval. Indeed, his speech must have created a very powerful sensation, for upwards of 50 members who had been previously stretched upon the benches in the galleries, comfortably snoozing, rose up in the middle of their nap to listen to him. The Conservative papers next morning spoke in raptures of the brilliancy of the new talent which had thus suddenly developed itself in the political heaven, while the Liberal prints denounced Greenwood's language as the most insane farrago of anti-popular trash ever heard during the present century. Mr. Greenwood cared nothing for these attacks. He had gained his aims. He had already taken a stand amongst the party with whom he had determined to act. He had won the smiles of the leader of that party, and he chuckled within himself as he saw baronetcies and sinecures in the perspective. That night he could not sleep. His ideas were reflected back to the time when, poor, obscure, and friendless, he had commenced his extraordinary career in the City of London. A very few years had passed. He was now rich, and in a fair way to become influential and renowned. The torch of fortune seemed ever to light him on his way, and never to shine obscurely for him in the momentous affairs of life. Like the fabled light of the Rosicrucian's ever-burning lamp, the halo of that torch appeared constantly to attend upon his steps. Whether he thus prospered to the end, the sequel of our tale must show. End of section 5. Section 6 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. The BlackChamber Again. It was now the beginning of April, and the bleak winds had yielded to the genial breath of an early spring. At 10 o'clock in the morning, an elderly gentleman with a high forehead, open countenance, thin white hair falling over his coat collar, and dressed in a complete suit of black, ascended the steps of the northern door leading to the inland letter department of the General Post Office, St. Martin's le Grand. He paused for a moment, looked at his watch, and then entered the building. Having ascended a narrow staircase, he stopped at a door in that extremity of the building which is the nearer to Aldersgate Street. Taking a key from his pocket, he unlocked the door, glanced cautiously behind him, and then entered the Black Chamber. Having carefully secured the door by means of a bolt and chain, he threw himself into the armchair which stood near the large round oaken table. The examiner, for the reader has doubtless already recognized him to be the same individual whom we introduced in the 29th chapter of our narrative, glanced complacently around him, and a smile of triumph curled his thin, pale lips. At the same time, his small, grey, sparkling eyes were lighted up with an expression of diabolical cunning. His whole countenance was animated with a glow of pride and conscious power, and no one would have supposed that this was the same old man who meekly and quietly ascended the steps of the post office a few minutes ago. Bad deeds, if not the result of bad passions and feelings, soon engender them. This was the case with the examiner. He was the agent of the government in the perpetration of deeds which disgraced his white hair and his venerable years. He held his appointment not from the Postmaster General, but direct from the Lords of the Treasury themselves. He filled a situation of extreme responsibility and trust. He knew his influence. He was well aware that he controlled an engine of fearful power, and he gloated over the secrets that had been revealed to him in the course of his avocation, and which he treasured up in his bosom. He had risen from nothing, and yet his influence with the government was immense. His friends, who believed him to be nothing more than a senior clerk in the post office, were surprised at the great interest which he evidently possessed, and which was demonstrated by the handsome manner in which all his relatives were provided for. But the old man kept his secret. The 4 clerks who served in his department under him were all tried and trustworthy young men, and their fidelity was, moreover, secured by good salaries. Thus every precaution was adopted to render the proceedings of the Black Chamber as secret as possible, and at the time of which we are writing, the uses to which that room was appropriated were even unknown to the greater number of persons employed in the General Post Office. The examiner was omnipotent in his inquisitorial tribunal. There alone the authorities of the post office had no power. None could enter that apartment without his leave. He was responsible for his proceedings only to those from whom he held his appointment. At the same time, he was compelled to open any letters upon a warrant issued and directed to him by the Secretaries of State for the Home and Foreign Departments and for the colonies, as well as in obedience to the Treasury. Thus did he superintend an immense system of espionage, which was extended to every class of society and had its ramifications through every department of the state. It must be observed that, although the great powers of Europe usually communicated with their representatives at the English court by means of couriers, still the agency of post offices was frequently used to convey duplicates of the instructions borne by these express messengers, and many of the minor courts depended altogether upon the post office for the transport of their dispatches to their envoys and ambassadors. All diplomatic correspondence, thus transmitted, was invariably opened, and notes of entire copies were taken from the dispatches in the Black Chamber. Hence it will be perceived that the English cabinet became possessed of the nature of the greater part of all the instructions conveyed by foreign powers to their representatives at the court of St. James's. But the government carried its proceedings with regard to the violation of correspondence much further than this. It caused to be open all letters passing between important political personages, the friends as well as the enemies of the cabinet, and thus detected party combinations against its existence, ascertained private opinions upon particular measures, and became possessed of an immense mass of information highly serviceable to diplomatic intrigue and general policy. Truly, this was a mighty engine in the hands of those who swayed the destinies of the British Empire. But the secret springs of that fearfully complicated machine were all set in motion and controlled by that white-headed and aged man who now sat in the Black Chamber.
Need we wonder if he felt proud of his strange position? Can we be astonished if he gloated, like the boa constrictor over the victim that it retains in its deadly folds, over the mighty secrets stored in his memory? That man knew enough to overturn a ministry with one word. That man could have set an entire empire in a blaze with one syllable of mystic revelation. That man was acquainted with sufficient to paralyze the policy of many mighty states. That man treasured in his mind facts, a mere hint at which would have overwhelmed entire families, aye, even the noblest and highest in the land, with eternal disgrace. That man could have ruined bankers, hurled down vast commercial firms, levelled mercantile establishments, destroyed grand institutions. That man wielded a power which, were it set in motion, would have convulsed society throughout the length and breadth of the land. Need we wonder if the government gave him all he asked? Can we be astonished if all those in whom he felt an interest were well provided for? When he went into society, he met the possessors of vast estates, whom he could prostrate and beggar with one word, a word that would proclaim the illegitimacy of their birth. He encountered fair dames and titled ladies, walking with head erect and unblushing brow, but whom he could level with the syllable that should announce their frailty and their shame. He conversed with peers and gentlemen who were lauded as the essence of honour and virtue, but whose fame would have withered like a parched scroll had his breath, pregnant with fearful revelations, only fanned its surface. There were few, either men or women of rank and name, of whom he knew not something which they would wish to remain unknown. Need we wonder if bad passions and feelings had been engendered in his mind? Can we be astonished if he had learned to look upon human nature as a fruit resembling the apples of the Dead Sea, fair to gaze upon, but ashes at the heart? Presently a knock at the door was heard. The examiner opened it, and one of his clerks entered the room. He bowed respectfully to his superior, and proceeded to take his seat at the table. In like manner, at short intervals, the other 3 subordinates arrived. But the one who came last brought with him a sealed parcel containing a vast number of letters which he had received from the president of one of the sorting departments of the establishment. These letters were now heaped upon a table before the examiner, and the business of this mysterious conclave commenced. The entire process of opening the letters has been described in detail in the 29th chapter. We shall now, therefore, content ourselves with a record of those letters which were examined upon the present occasion. The first was from Castelcicala, to the representative of that Grand Duchy at the English court, and was marked private. It ran as follows: City of Montoni, Castelcicala. The undersigned is desired by his lordship the Marquis of Girano, his Serene Highness's Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, to inform your Excellency that your dispatches, marked L1, M2, and N3, were received in due course. His lordship regrets to find that Prince Alberto positively refuses to announce his claims to the ducal crown of Castelcicala at the death of the reigning Grand Duke, whom God preserve for many years. His lordship is surprised that Prince Alberto should reject the compromise offered, inasmuch as, by complying with the terms thereof, he would receive a pension of £20,000 sterling per annum, whereas, by obstinately refusing the proposals made by the government of Castelcicala, he will obtain nothing. Moreover, it must be apparent to Prince Alberto that his claims will be set aside by the government of Castelcicala, and that a foreign prince will receive an invitation to accept the ducal crown at the death of his present Serene Highness, the reigning Grand Duke. It would be well to make fresh representations to Prince Alberto and assure him that he would act wisely to accept offers made in perfect good will, and that he may probably regret his obstinacy when too late. If the prince cherishes the idea of enforcing his claims by arms, at the death of the reigning Grand Duke, your Excellency would do well to undeceive him.
inasmuch as His Majesty the King of Naples and His Holiness the Pope, holding in abhorrence the liberal notions entertained by the Prince, will support the government of Castelcicala in its determination to place a foreign prince upon the ducal throne at the death of His Serene Highness, now reigning. The undersigned is, moreover, instructed by His Lordship, the Marquis of Girano, to request Your Excellency to pay prompt and full attention to the following instructions. An English lady of the name of Eliza Sidney arrived a month ago at Montoni. She is apparently about 27 or 28 years of age, very beautiful and unmarried. She travelled in a handsome carriage, attended by one female servant and an elderly valet. Although arrived at that mature age, she has preserved all the brashness of her youthful charms, a circumstance which renders her presence here the more dangerous for certain reasons which the undersigned will detail to Your Excellency on a future occasion. This charming Englishwoman brought letters of introduction to certain noble families at Montoni, and immediately obtained admittance into the very first society of this capital. She has taken up her residence at the villa possessed by the Earl of Warrington, in the suburbs of Montoni, and is, it is believed, nearly related to that English nobleman. The service now required of Your Excellency is to ascertain all particulars that can be gleaned concerning her. This is of the very utmost importance. As a guide to your proceedings, it may be as well to mention that Miss Sidney this morning sent a letter to the post office addressed to a Mrs. Arlington, residing in Dover Street, London. The undersigned avails himself of this note to renew to Your Excellency assurances of his most perfect consideration. March 15, 1839, Baron Ruperto, Under Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, etc., etc.
"Eliza Sidney," exclaimed the examiner. "That is the same young lady whose plot with one Stevens to defraud the Earl of Warrington was discovered through the medium of the Black Chamber and revealed to the solicitor of the Bank of England." "The very same, no doubt, sir," observed the first clerk. "Then the letter which Eliza Sidney has sent from Montoni to Mrs. Arlington in London must be amongst this packet of correspondence," continued the examiner, glancing at the pile of letters before him, "since it left Castelcicala by the same mail as the document of Lord Ruperto." The examiner turned over the letters, and at length extracted a particular one from the heap, observing, "Here it is."
He then passed it to the clerks, by whom it was opened. The contents were as follows. Montoni, 15th March, 1839. Exactly a month ago, my dearest Diana, I wrote to you a hasty note to state of my safe arrival in this city, after a very pleasant journey through the delicious climes of France, Switzerland, and northern Italy. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the 13th of February that the carriage reached the brow of a hill, from whence the eye commanded a magnificent view of a vast plain, rich with fertility, bounded at the further extremity by the horizon, and on the right hand stretching down to the sea, the blue of which seemed a pure reflection of the cloudless heavens above. At the mouth of a superb river, which, after meandering through that delicious plain, amidst groves and pleasant meadows, flowed into the calm and tranquil sea, the tall towers and white buildings of Montoni met my eyes. It is impossible to conceive anything more charming or picturesque than the sight of this peerless city of Italy. The river's verdant banks are dotted with magnificent villas and mansions, with which are connected beautiful gardens, teeming with the choicest fruits and flowers, even at this season of the year. For here, my dear Diana, it is perfect summer. I ordered the carriage to stop for at least a quarter of an hour upon the hill, that I might enjoy the magnificent view of the vast plain and the beautiful city. Far above the edifices around rose the 2 towers of the ancient cathedral of St. Theodosia, their dark and gloomy masses forming a striking contrast with the extensive white buildings of the ducal palace in the immediate foreground. The port of the city was crowded with shipping, the flags of all nations waving from the forests of masts that indicated the existence of an extensive commerce. While I was yet gazing upon the scene, the roar of distant artillery reached my ears. The Grand Duke, as I afterwards learned, was just coming back from a water excursion in his beautiful yacht, a small steamer rigged as a frigate, and the batteries of the port and the ships of war in the offing thundered forth a salute in honour of the royal return. 2 line of battleships, 1 French and the other English, and 3 frigates of the Castelcicalan navy had all their yards manned and displayed their gayest colours. Altogether, the scene was one of the most enchanting and exhilarating that I have ever yet beheld. In 3/4 of an hour my carriage entered Montoni by the suburb at St. Joanna. If I had admired the city from a distant point, how was I enraptured when I could survey it close at hand! It more nearly resembles the Chaussée d'Antin, a fashionable quarter of Paris, which city I had the opportunity of seeing during the 4 days that I remained there on my way hither, than any other place which I have ever yet beheld. The streets of Montoni are wide and the buildings elegant. There are a number of fountains, and all the principal mansions, even in the very heart of the town, have gardens attached to them. At length I reached the fashionable quarter, and having passed the magnificent dwellings of the ministers of foreign affairs and the interior, I passed through the immense arena, on one side of which stands the ducal palace. At that moment a regiment of horse guards was returning to its barracks close to the royal residence. The superb black chargers, the glittering helmets and cuirasses of the men, the waving plumes, the clang of armour, and the braying of trumpets formed a tout ensemble so inspiring that I almost wish I was a man to be able to serve in such a corps. The carriage proceeded, crossed the river over a suspension bridge, and having passed the official dwellings of the ministers of war, commerce, marine, and finance, entered the southern suburbs of the metropolis of Castelcicala. I could not have conceived that any city could have possibly equalled London or Paris in the magnificence of its shops and the amount of wealth displayed in their windows, but certainly Montoni is a miniature counterpart of the finest portions of either the English or French capital. At length I reached the villa so generously placed at my disposal by the Earl of Warrington, whom I can never sufficiently thank for all his kindness towards me. The servants already advertised of my intended visit by letters which his lordship had written from England at the time of my departure, were prepared to receive me. I was immediately comfortable, immediately at home. Oh, how deliciously did I sleep that night! But before I closed my eyes, how fervently did I pray for the welfare and happiness of the Earl of Warrington and of Diana Arlington. And the Earl told you that it was a little villa, Diana. It is a superb mansion. The rooms are magnificently furnished. The gardens are spacious and full of all that is delicious in the shape of fruit or enchanting in the guise of flowers. I wandered for hours in those inviting grounds the morning after my arrival. But would you have me depict my new abode? Listen. Imagine a river half as broad as the Thames at Richmond, and far, far more lovely in its scenery. At a distance of about 50 yards from the stream, on a gentle acclivity rising from its very edge, stands a large square mansion built of white freestone. The villa is 2 stories high, and the windows on the lower floor open like folding doors down to the ground. The hall and the magnificent staircase are of the finest marble. And will you humour me in attending to all my minor details? I have fitted up my own boudoir in precisely the same style as that in which I passed many happy hours at Clapton. A grove of myrtles almost surrounds the villa, and is musical with the warblings of 1,000 birds. A gravel walk, margined with flowers, leads down to the river's bank. Behind the mansion extend the gardens, the acclivity still rising gently until the summit of the verdant amphitheatre is on a level with the first-floor windows. There is a marble basin in the middle of the grounds, filled with crystal water, in which gold and silver fish disport joyously beneath the shade of the overhanging fruit trees on one side, or on the other play with their glistening fins in the brilliant flood of sunlight. Oh, in truth, it is a charming spot, and seems as if its barriers could forever exclude the footsteps of sorrow. When I had rested myself for 2 or 3 days, and completely recovered from the fatigues of travelling, I delivered my letters of introduction to the families to whom they were addressed. And here I have another instance of the Earl of Warrington's noble conduct to record. The letters all represented me as the near relation of the Earl of Warrington. I was received with open arms by all to whom I was thus introduced, and each kind Italian family seemed only anxious to make me happy. Oh, what virtue there must have been in those letters which Count Alteroni had written, no doubt according to the dictation of the Earl. But Diana, relative to those letters there is a secret which I do not choose to trust to paper, but which the Earl has perhaps already explained to you. Oh, I do not wonder now that I was not to seek to penetrate their contents in England. Neither did I myself ever open them at all. Nor is it a matter of marvel that those strong recommendations should prove such strong passports to the favour of those to whom they were addressed. One of those letters was directed to General Grachia, the colonel of that very regiment of horse guards which I so much admired on my first entrance into Montoni. He and his amiable family, consisting of a wife and 3 lovely daughters, overwhelmed me with kindness. But now I'm going to state something that will surprise you. A few days after I first became known to this delightful family, there was a grand review in the Palace Square. General Grachia commanded the troops, which mustered to the number of about 7,000. The ladies insisted that I should accompany them in their open carriage to see the manoeuvres. The review was to be a very brilliant one, as the Grand Duke himself intended to inspect the troops. I accordingly assented, and to the review we went. Never have I beheld a more magnificent sight. The road around the square was lined with carriages, filled with all the rank and beauty of Montoni. The troops presented a splendid appearance, being the choice regiments of the Castelcicalan army, which I have understood is 17,000 strong. At length the Grand Duke Angelo III, attended by a brilliant staff, arrived upon the arena. He is a fine-looking man for his age, which must be at least 60. He was dressed in a field marshal's uniform, and wore, amongst other orders, the insignia of the English Garter, of which he is a knight. He rode a little in advance of the great officers of state who attended upon him, and when the troops presented arms and the band struck up the national air, he took his heron-plumed hat completely off, thus remaining bareheaded until the royal salute was ended. He then passed along the lines, but the troops received him in silence, for, to tell you the truth, His Serene Highness is far from popular, in consequence of certain political reasons with which I shall not trouble you at present. When the review was over, the Duke, attended by his staff, rode round the square and graciously replied to the salutations which awaited him on all sides. When he drew near the carriage in which General Gracchia's family and myself were seated, he rode up to it and entered into conversation with the General's lady. Presently he glanced towards me, and immediately bent down and whispered to Signora Grachia. The result was my formal introduction to the Grand Duke of Castelcicala. He inquired very kindly after the Earl of Warrington, whom he remembered perfectly. I blushed deeply as I answered his questions, for I was ashamed of the imperfect manner in which I speak the Italian language. For all that I know, as well as the little French with which I am acquainted, I taught myself during my residence at the villa in Clapton.
The Grand Duke, however, seemed to comprehend me perfectly. Having conversed with us at least a quarter of an hour, he again whispered something to General Gracchia's lady, and then rode on. It appeared that there was to be a grand ball and reception at the ducal palace on the following evening, and this second whisper expressed a positive wish, amounting, on part of royalty to a command, that I should accompany General Gracchia's family. I could not avoid obedience to this invitation. I therefore expressed my readiness to comply with it. And now, my dearest Diana, pardon a woman's vanity, but it struck me that I never looked so well as on that evening, when I was dressed for the ducal ball. I need scarcely say that the entertainment itself was magnificent. Such a blaze of beauty I never saw before. Oh, what charming creatures are the Italian women, and Montoni is justly famed for its female loveliness. The Grand Duke is a widower and has no children. The honours of the evening were entrusted to the lady of the Minister of the Interior, who is also the President of the Council. The Duke opened the ball with that lady. You may laugh at the idea of a prince of 60 dancing, but in Italy everybody dances. I was invited by the Major of General Gracchia's regiment for the first quadrille, and by Baron Ruperto, Under-Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, for the second. The third and fourth I declined dancing, being somewhat overcome with the heat of the apartments. But on the fifth quadrille I danced. This time I could not refuse. No, it was not an invitation that I received, it was a command. I danced with the Grand Duke of Castelcicala. I found on this occasion that His Highness speaks English well. He emigrated, it appears, to England when the French armies occupied Italy, and resided in London for some years. We accordingly conversed in English. He expressed a hope that I should make a long stay in Montoni, and observed that he should be very angry with General Gracchia's lady if she did not always bring me to court with her on the evenings of reception. I was at a loss how to express myself for so much condescension, and I am afraid, my dear Diana, that I was very awkward. On the following morning, one of the Duke's attendants arrived at the villa with a present of the choicest fruits and flowers for me. He informed me that they were sent by order of His Highness, and the messenger was expressly commanded to make inquiries concerning my health. I thanked him most sincerely for this act of kindness on the part of his illustrious master, and when he had taken his departure, I sat in a delicious summer house the entire morning, wondering to what circumstance I could have been indebted for such a token of royal favour. A few days elapsed, and the same messenger returned, bringing me a quantity of the most select Italian works, all beautifully bound and with the ducal arms printed on the fly-leaf. Beneath this blazonry were the words, "From Angelo III to Miss Eliza Sidney." And now I ask myself, what can all this mean? 2 days more passed, when I received an intimation from Signora Gracchia that there was to be a select conversazione in the evening at the palace, and that I was specially invited. I accompanied General Gracchia's family, and the moment we entered the room, the Grand Duke accosted us. After conversing with us for a few moments, he offered me his arm, saying that he would conduct me to inspect his sculpture gallery. This splendid museum communicated with the apartment wherein the company, which was by no means numerous on the occasion, was assembled. His Highness led me into the gallery and explained all its curiosities. The works of art by some of the most eminent masters are very valuable. His Highness evidently prolonged the inspection as much as possible, and his language was occasionally interspersed with a compliment calculated to flatter me, nay, Diana, to make me very vain. When we returned to the drawing-rooms, the Duke led me to a sofa, seated himself by me, and conversed with me for a considerable time. He asked me many questions relative to my family, whether my father and mother were still living, whether I had any brothers or sisters, and in what degree of relationship I stood towards the Earl of Warrington.
He then asked me how it was that I had not as yet launched my fortunes in the bark of matrimony. I blushed deeply at this question, and replied that I had never as yet encountered anyone with whom I had chosen to link my destinies. He then spoke of the peculiar position of princes, observing with a deep sigh that they could not always follow the bent of their inclinations, nor obey the natural dictates of their affections. During the remainder of the evening I was the object of universal attention. I could not then conceive wherefore, on the part of the noble and beauteous guests assembled. Every one manifested the most respectful courtesy towards me, and General Gracchia's family were more kind to me than ever. A vague suspicion darted across my mind. Could it be possible? Oh, no, that were the height of the most insane presumption. Day after day passed, and frequent were the tokens of the Grand Duke's favour which I received, but all of the most delicate description, flowers, fruits, and books. I was also compelled to accompany the Gracchias to all the ducal soirees and receptions, and on each occasion the Duke paid me marked attention. Oh, my dear friend, my heart beats when I remember that only last evening His Serene Highness pressed my hand and said to me in a low but impressive tone, "Would that I were not a prince, or that you were a princess." I can say no more at present, dearest Diana, but you shall speedily hear again from your sincerely attached and ever deeply grateful Eliza Sidney.
"No wonder," said the examiner dryly, "that Baron Roberto has desired the envoy of Castelcicala at the English court to make inquiries relative to Miss Eliza Sidney. Let the content of both letters be duly noted and forwarded to Her Majesty's Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs."
End of section 6. Section 7 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. Captain Dapper and Sir Cherry Bounce. The verdure of the early spring reclothed the trees with their gay garments and gave back its air of cheerfulness to the residence of Count Alteroni. It was about midday, and the sun beamed brightly from a heaven of unclouded blue. Nature appeared to be reviving from the despotism of winter's rule, and the primrose peeped bashfully forth to welcome the return of the feathered chorister of the grove. The Count and Countess, with their lovely daughter, were seated in the breakfast parlour. The two ladies were occupied with their embroidery. The noble Italian exile himself was reading the Montoni Gazette, which that morning's post had brought him. Suddenly he tittered an exclamation of surprise, and then appeared to read with additional interest and attention. "What news from Castelcicala?" inquired the Countess. "You remember that the Earl of Warrington applied to me between 3 and 4 months ago for letters of introduction on behalf of a lady of the name of Eliza Sidney," said the Count. "And who was about to visit Castelcicala in order to escape the persecution of that vile man who aspired to the hand of Isabella," added the Countess. "The very same. She is a cousin of the Earl of Warrington, and it appears that her presence has created quite a sensation in Montoni. The Gazette of the 15th of last month contains the following passage. The fashionable circles of Montoni have lately received a brilliant addition in the person of Miss Eliza Sidney, a near relative of the Earl of Warrington, the noble Englishman who purchased some years ago the beautiful villa at the extremity of the suburbs of Petrarca. Miss Sidney has taken up her abode at the villa, and during the month that she has already honoured our city with her presence, her agreeable manners, amiable qualities, and great personal attraction have won all hearts.
It is even rumoured that the highest person in the land has not remained indifferent to the attractions of this charming foreigner."
"Surely this latter sentence cannot allude to the Duke?"
exclaimed the Countess. "It can allude to none other," answered the Count. "The highest person in the land, of course it means the Duke. But after all, it is probably only one of those idle reports which so frequently obtain vogue in the fashionable circles of great cities."
"No one engendered in the fertile brain of a newspaper editor," said the Countess. "Still, it would be strange if through your letters of introduction—"
"Oh, it is too absurd to speculate upon," interrupted the Count impatiently.
"And yet your lordship is not unaccustomed to judge now and then by the mere superficial appearance of things,"
said the Countess severely. "I," ejaculated the Italian noble.
"Decidedly,"
answered the Countess.
"you believe Mr. Greenwood to be an honest man without examining into his real position."
"Ah, that one foolish step of mine."
"And you pronounced Mr. Markham a villain without according him an opportunity of giving an explanation,"
added the Countess. "Always the wretched Markham," cried the Count angrily. "Why do you perpetually throw his name in my teeth?"
"Because I think that you judged him too hastily,"
said the Countess. "Not at all. Did he not admit that he had been in Newgate?" A cold shudder crept over Isabella's frame.
"Yes, and so has our friend Mr. Armstrong, whom you value so highly, and whose letter from Germany gave you so much pleasure yesterday morning."
"Certainly I was pleased to receive that letter. Because I had not heard from Armstrong so long, I fancied that something had happened to him. But to return to what you were saying," continued the Count. "Armstrong was incarcerated merely for political offence, and there is something honourable in that."
"Mr. Markham may have been more unfortunate than guilty," said the Countess. "At all events, you have condemned without giving him a fair hearing. I have even asked you to refer to the newspaper of the period and read his case, but you refuse to give him a single chance."
"Your ladyship is very quick to blame," said the Count somewhat sarcastically. "But you forget how rejoiced you were some years ago to discover that the Chevalier Guildenstern, whose father was executed for coining, was no relation to our family, as you had long deemed him to be. And yet the Chevalier was himself innocent of his father's offence."
"I certainly have expressed myself more than once in the way you mention," returned the Countess, "but I had so spoken without due consideration. Now that a case is immediately presented to my view, I am inclined to feel and act more charitably."
"But how could Mr. Markham justify himself?" exclaimed the Count. "Was not that attempt at burglary in this house so very glaring?"
"Oh,"
cried Isabella, colouring deeply, "let Mr. Markham be guilty in other respects. I would pledge my existence he never could have been a participator in that." "You speak warmly, Signora," said the Count, whose brow contracted. "You forget that I myself overheard him talking with someone over the wall of the garden only a few hours before the entrance of the burglars." "We have many cases upon record," interrupted Isabella enthusiastically, "in which men have been unjustly convicted on an almost miraculous combination of adverse circumstances. Suppose that Mr. Markham was, in the first instance, made the victim of rogues and villains, and sacrificed by them to screen their own infamy. Suppose he underwent his punishment in Newgate, being innocent. Will you sympathize with him and commiserate him, or will you scorn and repulse him? Oh, my dear father, no kindness would be too great towards a being who has suffered through the fallibility of human laws. Suppose that one of the villains who plunged him, innocent, into all that misery,
repented of the evil, and signed a confession in his own enormity, and of Mr. Markham's guiltlessness. Then would you remain thus prejudiced? Oh, no, my dear father, you never would. Your nature is too noble.
My dearest Isabella, let us drop this conversation. In the first place, it is not likely that your romantic idea of one of the villains whom you bring upon your fanciful stage signing such a confession.
Oh, my dear father!
exclaimed Isabella, a ray of joy flashing from her large black eyes.
Well, if such were the case, added the Count impatiently, the entire mystery of the burglary remains to be cleared up to my satisfaction, and therefore, with your permission, we will leave this subject, now and forever.
Isabella's head dropped upon her bosom, and her countenance wore an expression of the most profound disappointment and grief. Scarcely had the conversation thus received a rude check, and the Count resumed the perusal of his paper, when Sir Jerry Bounce and Captain Smilax Dapper were announced.
"Here we are, the two inseparables, strike me!"
ejaculated the gallant hussar.
"How is the Signora this morning?" "Somewhat melancholy, blow me."
"It seems that you have nothing to make you melancholy, Captain Dapper," said the Count, who did not experience the greatest possible amount of delight at the arrival of the two young gentlemen, although he was far too well bred to show his annoyance.
"Beg pardon, Count. On the contrary, smite me," returned Captain Dapper. "I have a great deal to be melancholy for. I lost £600 last night at cards. Blew me for a fool that I was. I must confess, however, that I wasn't half awake." "Yes, and Smilax insisted upon my sitting down and playing too, and I lost £20. "And got scolded by your mamma into the bargain for sitting up too late," said the captain. "Nonsense, Smilax!" exclaimed Sir Jerry. "I dare say my mother allows me as great a license as yours." "Well, we won't quarrel, Jerry," said the officer. "But what do you think, Count? I and Cherry dined together at the Piazza Covent Garden, where we got the most unexceptionable turtle and the most approved venison. The iced punch was superlative, the charges, of course, comparative. Well, in the evening, while I and Cherry were sipping our claret, and Cherry was admitting confidentially to me that he really hates claret and only drinks because it is fashionable." "Oh, naughty Smilax! Hold your tongue, Cherry." "Well, a couple of gentlemen came into the coffee-room. There was no one else there beside me and Cherry and the newcomers. So they began whispering together for a few moments, and at length one of them rushes forward, catches Cherry in his arms, and cries out, 'Oh, my dear Smith, my friend Smith, how glad I am to meet up with you again!' Cherry coloured up to the eyes. 'Oh, what an infamous falsehood! You did, and you were so frightened you could not speak a word. I was obliged to tell a loving gentleman that your name was not Smith, and then he begged pardon, and said he never saw in his life such a resemblance to an old schoolfellow of his as Cherry was. Well, we laughed over the mistake. The two gentlemen rang for claret, and we all sat down to the same table together. We drank several bottles of wine, and then adjourned to another place to sink it all with brandy and water. Cherry was quite top-heavy, but I was as sober as a judge. Why did you roll in the mud, then? Why? Because I tripped against a stone. Well, then we were foolish enough to go to a gambling house with these gentlemen, and there I lost, and Cherry lost."
"And the two gentlemen won, I suppose," said the Count dryly.
"Oh, of course,"
answered Captain Dapper. "How foolish of two mere boys like you to think of going to a gambling house!" exclaimed the Count. "Do you not see that the two gentlemen who accosted you in so strange a manner in the coffee-room of an hotel perceived you to be a couple of greenhorns?"
"Well, they might have thought so of Cherry,"
cried the captain, colouring deeply and twirling his moustachios.
"but they couldn't have formed such an opinion of me. an officer in Her Majesty's service, strike, smite, and blow me. I'm sure I don't look so very green as you think, said Sir Cherry Bounce, now falling into a sulky fit with his friend the officer. Oh, I know perfectly well that they were regular gentlemen, continued the captain, for they gave us their cards, and one was Sir Rupert Harborough, the other was Mr. Chichester. Sir Rupert Harborough and Mr. Chichester, exclaimed Isabella, on whom the mention of those names produced a strange effect. Yes, answered Captain Dapper, and so you see that they were proper gentlemen, and it was all luck, but strike such luck as mine. Isabella's countenance was suddenly irradiated with a gleam of the purest and most heartfelt joy. Tears started to her eyes, but they were tears of happiness, and fearful that her emotions would be observed, she hurried from the room. Ah, but you didn't hear Cherry's adventure about the bird, did you, Count? Demanded Dapper, still continuing the conversation. The Count shook his head. Why, this was it, said the gallant captain of hussars. A waggish friend of mine, whose name is Dawson, dined with me and Cherry the other day, and the conversation turned upon birds. Well, Cherry said he was very fond of choice birds, and Dawson immediately observed, If you like to accept of it, I will make you a present of a very beautiful and curious bird. I bought it the other day at Snodkin's, the bird fanciers in Castle Street, and you may have it. It is still there. All you have to do is take a cage with you, call, and ask for Mr. Dawson's Polyphlos Boyo. Of course, Cherry was quite delighted, and, indeed, he almost hugged my friend Dawson, and all the rest of the evening he could think and talk of nothing but the bird with a hard name. He thought of asking how large a cage he ought to take with him. The largest you have got, replied Dawson. So the evening passed away, and the next morning, before the clock struck 9, there was Cherry rattling up Regent Street as fast as he could in a hack cab, with a huge parrot cage jolting on his knees. Well, he reached Castle Street, found out Snodkin's, and says, Please, I have come for Mr. Dawson's Polyphlois Boyo. For Mr. Dawson's what? Cried Snodkins. For Mr. Dawson's Polyphlois Boyo. And what the devil is that? And who the deuce are you? Roared Snodkins, who thought that Cherry had come to make a fool of him. The thing is a bird, and my name is Sir Cherry Bounce, was the reply. And my name is Snodkins, said the fellow, and I don't understand being made a fool of by you. Mr. Dawson bought a bird here a few days ago, persisted Cherry, and he says that I may have it. Here's the cage, so give me the bird. Snodkins was by now inclined to believe that this was all right, so he brought down the bird, put it into the cage, and Cherry drove triumphantly home with it. His mamma was sitting at breakfast when he entered with the cage in his hand. Here, Ma, said Cherry. I don't say Ma more than you do, Smilax, interrupted the youthful baronet. Yes, you do, Cherry, returned Dapper. I have heard you 100 times. Well, let me tell the story out. Well, Cherry's mamma exclaims, Law, boy, what have you got there? A Polyphlois Boyo, Ma, that my friend Dawson gave me. A what, Cherry? Shrieks the old lady. A Polyphlois Boyo, Ma, answers Cherry, bringing the cage close up to his ma. Polyphlois Boyo? Ejects mamma. Why, you stupid boy, it's nothing more or less than a hideous old owl. And so it was. And there the monster sat upon the perch, blinking away at a furious rate, and looking as stupid as Cherry himself, smite him. Isabella had returned to the apartment, and resumed her seat a few moments before this story was finished, and Captain Dapper appeared very much annoyed and surprised that she did not condescend to laugh at the recital. By the by, he observed after a moment's pause, I have something to tell you all. Strike me! Oh, yes, about Richard Markham, said Sir Cherry. The Count made a movement of impatience. The Countess looked up from her embroidery, and a deep blush mantled upon the cheek, and a sudden tremor passed through the frame of the lovely Isabella.
Yes, about Richard Markham, continued the hussar officer. I and Cherry were riding in the neighbourhood of his house the other day, and we saw the two athwith. Yes, and something else too, for we saw one of the sweetest, prettiest, most interesting young ladies, the Senora herself excepted, walking in the garden. Well, said the Count impatiently. Perhaps Mr. Markham is married, and you saw his wife, that is all. No, continued Dapper, for she was close by the railings that skirt the side of the road running behind his house, and we saw an old butler-looking kind of fellow go up to her, and I heard him call her Miss. Mr. Markham and his affairs are not of the slightest interest to us, Captain Dapper, said the Count. We do not even wish to hear his name mentioned. Isabel, my love, let us have some music. But no reply was given to the request of the Count, who was seated in such a way that he could not see his daughter's place at the work-table. Isabella had again left the room. Of what nature were the emotions which agitated the bosom of that beauteous, that amiable creature? Wherefore had she first sought her own chamber to conceal tears of joy? And why had she now retired once more to hide the outpourings of an intense anguish?
End of section 7. Section 8 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. The Meeting. When Isabella retired to her chamber the second time, she hastily put on her bonnet and shawl, and then hurried to the garden at the back of the mansion, for she felt the necessity of fresh air to cool her burning brow. She walked slowly up and down for a few minutes, her mind filled with the most distressing thoughts, when the sounds of voices fell upon her ears. She listened, and the consequential tone of the hussar captain, alternating with the childish lisp of Sir Cherry Bounce, warned her that the two young coxcombs had also directed their steps towards the garden. She felt in no humour to listen to their chattering gossip, wearisome at all times, but intolerable in a moment of mental affliction. Still, she could not return to the house without encountering them in her way. A thought struck her. The gardener had been at work all the morning, and the back gate of the enclosure had been left open for his convenience. Perhaps it was not locked again. Thither did she hurry, and to her joy the means of egress into the fields were open to her. The delicate foot of that beauteous creature of 17 scarcely made an impression upon the grass, nor even crushed the daisy, so light was her tread. And yet her heart was heavy. Grief sat upon her brow, and her bosom was agitated with sighs. She walked onward, and, turning the angle of a grove, was now beyond the view of anyone in her father's garden. She relaxed her speed, and moved slowly and mournfully along the outskirts of the grove, vainly endeavouring to conquer the sorrowful ideas that obtruded themselves on her imagination. But woe is an enemy that knows no remorse, gives no quarter, while it retains poor mortal in its grasp. And when its victim is a young and innocent girl, whose heart beats with its first, its virgin love, that direful enemy augments its pangs in proportion to the tenderness and sensibility of that heart which it thus ruthfully torments. Isabella's reverie was suddenly interrupted by a deep sigh. She turned her head, and there, on her left hand, seated upon the trunk of a tree that had been blown down by the late winds, with his face buried in his hands, was a gentleman, apparently absorbed in reflections of no pleasurable nature. He sighed deeply, and his lips murmured some words, the sound of which, but not the meaning, met her ears. She was about to retrace her steps when her own name was pronounced by the lips of the person seated on the tree, and in a tone, too, which she could not mistake. "Oh, Isabella, Isabella, thou knowest not how I love thee!" An exclamation of surprise, almost of alarm, burst from the lips of the beautiful Italian, and she leant for support against a tree. Richard Markham, for it was by his lips that her name had been pronounced, raised his head and gave vent to a cry of the most wild, the most enthusiastic joy. In a moment he was by her side.
"Isabella!" he exclaimed. "To what good angel am I indebted for this unexpected joy, this unmeasurable happiness?"
"Oh, Mr. Markham, forgive me if I intruded upon you, but accident—"
"Call it not accident, Isabella. It was heaven that prompted me to seek this spot today, for the first time since that fatal night."
"Ah, that fatal night," repeated the Signora with a shudder. Markham dropped the hand which he had taken, which she had pressed for a moment in his, and he retreated a few paces, his entire manner changing as if he were suddenly awakened to a sense of his humiliating condition.
"Signora,"
he said in a low and tremulous tone, "is it possible that you can believe me guilty of the terrible deed which a monster imputed to me?"
"Oh, no, Mr. Markham,"
answered the young lady hastily.
"I never for an instant imagined so vile, so absurd an accusation to be based upon truth." "Thank you, Signora, thank you 1,000 times for that avowal," exclaimed Richard. "Oh, how have I longed for an opportunity to explain to you all that has hitherto been dark and mysterious relative to myself. How have I anticipated a moment like this, when I might narrate to you the history of all my sorrows, all my wrongs, and part with you, either bearing away the knowledge of your sympathy to console me, or of your scorn to crush me down into the very dust." "Oh, Mr. Markham, I cannot hear you. I dare not stay another moment here," said Isabella, excessively agitated. "My father's anger—" "I will not detain you, Signora," interrupted Richard coldly. "Obey the will of your parents, and if, some day, you should learn the narrative of my sorrows from some accidental source, then, when you hear how cruelly circumstances combined, and how successfully villains league to plunge me into an abyss of infamy and disgrace, then, Signora, then reflect upon my prayer to be allowed to justify myself to you today, a prayer which obedience to your parents compels you to reject."
"To me, Mr. Markham, no exclamation is necessary," said Isabella timidly, and with her eyes bent towards the ground so that the long black fringes reposed upon her cheeks.
"Oh, fool that I was to flatter myself that you would hear me, or to hope that you would listen to aught which I might say to justify myself," ejaculated Markham. "Pardon me, Signora, pardon my presumption, but I judged your heart by mine. I measured your sympathy, your love, by what I feel, and I have erred. Yes, I have erred.
But you will pardon me?"
Oh, how could the freed convict dare to hope that the daughter of a noble, a lady of spotless name and high birth, should for a moment stoop to him? Ah, I indulged in a miserable delusion, and yet how sweet was that dream in my solitary hours! For you must know, lady, that I have fed myself with hopes, with wild, insane hopes, until my soul has been comforted. And for a season I have forgotten my wrongs, deep, ineffaceable though they may be. I thought to myself, there is one being in this cold and cheerless world who will not put faith in all that calumny proclaims against me. One being who, having read my heart, will know that I have suffered for a deed which I never committed, and from which my soul revolts. One being who can understand how it is possible for me to have been unfortunate but never criminal. One being whose sympathy follows me amidst the hatred and scorn of others. One being, in a word, who would not refuse to hear from my lips a sad history, and who would be prepared to find it filled with sorrows, but not stained with infamy. Such were my thoughts. Such was my hope. Such was my delusive dream. Oh, God, that I had never yielded to so bright a vision! It is now dissipated, and I can well understand, lady, now that no explanation is indeed necessary."
"Mr. Markham," said Isabella in a voice scarcely audible through deep emotion, "Mr. Markham, you misunderstand me. I did not mean that I would hear no explanation. Oh, very far from that. "But that it would be now useless," exclaimed Markham, his tone softening, for he saw that the lovely idol of his heart was deeply touched. "You mean, Senora, that all explanation would be now too late, that, whether innocent or guilty of the crime for which I suffered 2 years' cruel imprisonment, I am so surrounded by infamy, my name is so encrusted with odium and scorn and disgrace, that to associate with me, to be seen for a moment near me, is a moral contagion, a plague, a pestilence." "Oh, spare me these reproaches," cried Isabella, now weeping bitterly. "For reproaches they are, and most unjust ones too." "Unjust ones?" exclaimed Richard. "What mean you, Senora?" "That by me, at least, they are undeserved, Mr. Markham," returned the lovely girl. "How undeserved? How unjust?" said Richard, eagerly catching at the first straw which presented itself upon the ocean that had wrecked all his hopes. "Did you not say that no explanation was now necessary?" "Nor was it ever," answered Isabella, whose voice was almost entirely subdued by her emotions. "For I never believed the accusations which you seek to explain away." "My God! Do I hear aright? Or am I again the sport of a delusive vision?" cried Richard. Then, advancing towards Isabella, he took her hand and said, "Signora, repeat what you ere now averred, that I may believe my own ears. You believe that I was a victim of villains, and not a vile, degraded, base criminal?" "Such has been, and ever would have been, my belief, even without a proof," replied Isabella. "A proof?" ejaculated Markham. "What mean you?" "The confession of one of the wretches who wronged you, the narrative of the man named Talbot," answered the Italian, casting a glance of sympathy, of tender sympathy, upon her lover. "And now, O God, I thank thee," said Markham, his eyes filling with tears, and his heart a prey to feelings of an indescribable nature. "O God, I thank thee. How sincerely, devoutly I thank thee. Thou well knowest, for thou canst read the secrets of my soul. And you, Isabella, dearest Isabella, oh, can you forgive me that I dared for a moment to suspect your generous soul, that I doubted your noble disposition?" "Forgive you, Richard?" exclaimed the charming girl, smiling through her tears. "Oh, how can you ask me?" "And thus, my Isabella, you know all." "I know all. How deeply you were wronged, how fearfully you have suffered. Isabella, you are an angel," cried Markham rapturously. "Nay, do not flatter me," said the Signora. "I have but obeyed the dictates of my own convictions, and—" "Speak, Isabella, speak!" "And of my own heart," she added, casting down her eyes and blushing. "You left the confession of that Talbot behind you on the fatal night." "Oh, I remember now, and since then how often have I deplored its loss! My own maid found it and gave it to me on the following morning. Since then I have read it very, very often," said Isabella, "but now I will return it to you. I will find some opportunity to forward it to you." "Not for worlds, Isabella," cried Markham. "If you still love me, if you still deem me worthy of your regard, keep it as a pledge that you believe me to be innocent." "Yes, Richard, I will keep it for you," said Isabella. "But do not think that your cause is without advocates at our abode. My mother believes that you were wronged and not guilty." "Oh, Isabella, then there is yet hope." "But my father," continued the Signora mournfully. "He will not hear our arguments in your favour. It was only an hour ago that my mother and myself reasoned with him upon the subject. But alas, he who is so good and so just in all other respects, he is obdurate and inexorable in this." "Time, sweetest girl, will do much, and now my soul is filled with hope. Oh, how I rejoice that accident should have thrown in your way the very proof that confirmed the opinion which your goodness suggested in my favour." "And not that proof alone," said Isabella, "for even this very morning a circumstance confirmed the assertion
that the two men who are associated with Talbot in making you the blind instrument of their infamous schemes are characters of the very worst description. Captain Dapper and his young friend were plundered by Sir Rupert Harborough and Mr. Chichester last evening at a gambling house."
"Oh, there is no enormity of which those villains are not capable," said Markham.
"But while I speak of Captain Dapper," observed Isabella, suddenly assuming an air of restraint and embarrassment, I am reminded of another piece of information which he gave me, and which nearly concerns yourself."
"Concerns me, Isabella? What can it be?"
"Nay, I know not whether it would be discreet. Indeed, I am confident that—"
"Speak, Isabella, speak unreservedly. Do you wish any explanation from me? Have you heard any further aspersions upon my character? Speak, Isabella, speak. Your own noble confidence merits an equally unreserved frankness on my part."
"No, Richard, dear Richard," said the lovely Italian in a bewitching tone of tenderness. "I was wrong, very wrong to allude to so idle, to so silly an assertion. And yet it grieved me deeply at the moment."
"My dearest Isabella, I implore you to speak. Let there be no secrets between you and me."
"No, Richard, I will not insult you."
"Insult me, Isabella? Impossible."
"Yes, insult you with a suspicion."
"Ah, some falsehood of that Captain Dapper!" exclaimed Markham. "Pray, give me an opportunity of explaining away any impression."
"Oh, no impression, Richard, only a moment's uneasiness. And if you will compel me to tell you, even at the risk of appearing a jealous, suspicious creature in your eyes—"
"Isabella, if it be nothing but jealousy," said Richard with a smile of satisfaction, "I am well pleased, for there would not be jealousy without love, and thus the former is a proof of the latter."
"Then Captain Dapper observed that he was riding near your abode the other day, and he saw a young and very beautiful lady in your garden."
"And he said truly, Isabella," interrupted Markham. "He no doubt saw Miss Munro, who, with her venerable father, is residing at my house. Through charity, Isabella, through charity. No tongue can tell the miseries which those poor creatures had endured, until I forced them to come and take up their abode with me. Mr. Munro was my guardian, and by his speculations did I lose my fortune. But never have I borne him ill will, and now—"
"Say no more, Richard," exclaimed Isabella. "You have a noble heart, and never, never will I mistrust it."
"And you love me, Isabella? And you will ever love me? And you will never be another's?"
"Do you require oaths and vows and protestations, Richard?" said the young lady tenderly. "If so, you shall have them. But my own feelings, my own sentiments are the best guarantees of my actions towards you."
"Oh, I believe you, dearest, dearest Isabella!" cried the young man enthusiastically. His handsome countenance irradiated with a glow of animation which set off his proud style of male beauty to its fullest extent. "I believe you, and you have rendered me supremely happy, for you have taught me to have confidence in myself. You have led me to believe that I am worthy of even such an angel as you. Oh, dearest Isabella, you know not how sweet it is to be beloved by a pure and virgin heart like yours. If my wrongs, my injuries, my sufferings have taught thee to feel one particle of sympathy the more for me, then I am proud of the sad destinies that have so touched that tender heart of thine. But say, Isabella, say, when shall we meet again?"
"Richard," answered the Italian lady, "you know how sincerely, how fondly I love you. You know that you, and you alone, shall ever accompany me to the altar. But never, never, dear Richard, can I so far neglect my duty to my father as to consent to a clandestine meeting. And you, Richard, you possess a soul too noble and too good to urge me to do that which would be wrong. The woman who has been a disobedient daughter may be a disobedient wife. And much as I love you, Richard, much as I dote upon every word that falls from your lips, much as I confide in your own affection for me, I cannot, I dare not, will not diminish myself in my own opinion, nor stand the chance of incurring a suspicion of levity in yours, by a course which is contrary to filial duty. No, Richard, do not ask me to meet you again. Something tells me that all will yet be well. We are young, we can hope, and God, that God in whom we both trust, will not forget us."
"Now, Isabella, now," exclaimed Richard, "I comprehend all that is great and noble in your disposition. Yes, it shall be as you say, my ever dear Isabella, and the mental contemplation of your virtue will teach me to appreciate the love of such a heart as yours."
"We must now separate, dear Richard," said Isabella. "I have already remained too long away from home. But one word ere you depart. That miscreant who made so fearful an accusation against you on the fatal night when you left my father's dwelling—"
"He is no more, Isabella," answered Markham. "At least I have every reason to believe that when the police, instructed by me, discovered his dwelling 3 months ago, the villain terminated his existence in a manner that corresponded well with the whole tenor of his life. The den of infamy which he inhabited was blown up with gunpowder the moment after the officers of justice entered it, and there can be no doubt that he, together with one of his accomplices, perished in the ruin that was produced by his own hand. Several constables met their death at the same time, and according to information gathered from the neighbours, an old woman, believed to be the miscreant's mother, was also in the house at the time of the explosion."
"How fearful are the ways of crime!" said Isabella with a shudder. "May God grant that in future you will have no enemies to cross your path. And now, farewell, Richard, farewell. We shall meet again soon. Providence will not desert us."
Richard pressed his lips to those of that charming girl and bade her adieu. She tore herself, how reluctantly, away from him, and hastily retraced her steps towards the mansion. But ere she passed the angle of the grove, she turned and waved her handkerchief to her lover. The young man kissed his hand fondly to the idol of his heart, and in another moment Isabella was out of sight. That 1/2 hour of bliss which Richard had thus passed with the Italian lady was a reward for weeks, months, years of anguish and of sorrow. End of section 8. Section 9 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. The Crisis. During the ensuing 3 months, nothing occurred worthy of record in connection with any character that has figured upon the stage of our narrative. The month of July arrived and found Tomlinson, the banker, more deeply involved in difficulties than ever. The result was that the consultations between him and old Michael, the cashier, were of very frequent occurrence, and the latter grew more morose, more dirty, and more addicted to snuff in proportion as the affairs of the bank became the more desperate. One morning in the first week of July, Tomlinson arrived at the banking house half an hour earlier than usual. He had taken home the cash books with him on the preceding evening for the purpose of ascertaining his true position, and he brought them back again in the morning before any of the clerks had arrived, with the exception of old Michael Martin, who was already waiting for him when he entered the parlour.
"Well, Michael, my old friend," said Tomlinson, on whose countenance the marks of care and anxiety were now too visibly traced, "I am afraid that the establishment cannot possibly exist many days longer. Mr. Greenwood will be here presently, and he is my only hope."
"Hope, indeed," growled Martin, plunging his forefinger and thumb into his capacious snuff-box. "How he left you to shift for yourself after you gave that security to Count Alteroni."
"Which security fell due a few days ago, and a note from the Count received yesterday tells me that he shall call upon me next Saturday at 12 o'clock for the amount."
"He is very welcome to call, and so are a good many others," said Michael.
but they will go back as empty as they came."
"Good God! Can nothing be done?" exclaimed Tomlinson with an expression of blank despair upon his countenance. "Say, Michael, is there any resource? Do you know of any plan? Can you suggest any method?"
"Not one. You must go to the bankruptcy court, and I must go to the workers."
And the old man took a huge pinch of snuff.
"To the workhouse?"
cried Tomlinson.
"No, impossible.
Do not say that, my good old friend."
"I do say it, though."
And 2 tears rolled slowly down the cashier's cheeks. This was the first time that Tomlinson had ever beheld any outward and visible sign of emotion on the part of his faithful clerk. Tomlinson was not naturally a bad man, at all events not a bad-hearted man. The cashier had served him with a fidelity rarely equalled, and that announcement of a workhouse doom in connection with the old man touched him to the soul. "Michael," he said, taking the cashier's hand, "you do not mean to tell me that you are totally without resources for yourself? Your salary has been 600 a year for a long time, and surely you must have saved something out of that. You, who have no family encumbrances of any kind, and whose expenses are so very limited." The old man slowly opened one of the cash books, pointed to the page at the head of which stood his own name, ran his finger down a column of payments made to himself, and stopping at the total said,
"That amount runs over 9 years, and the amount is £540.
"What? Is this possible?"
cried Tomlinson. "You have only paid yourself £60 a year."
"And that was too much for the state of the bank,"
said the cashier dryly, taking a pinch of snuff at the same time.
"Now, of all things which combine to make me wretched at this moment," said Tomlinson, "your position is the most afflicting."
"Don't think of me. I'm not worth it," returned Michael. "What will you do yourself?"
"What shall we both do?"
cried the banker.
"But so long as I have a crust, you shall not want."
"Oh, well, there's enough of that,"
almost growled the cashier, though his furrowed cheeks were still moist with tears.
"I am an old man, and my wants are few. A bit of bread and a pinch of snuff are enough for me. But you who have always lived like a gentleman, how can you stand it?"
"And does it literally come to this? Is there no resource?"
"Do you see any?" "I do not. Will your father help you?"
"Not with another sixpence."
"Will Greenwood?"
"Here he comes to answer for himself."
Mr. Greenwood entered the parlour, and old Michael, taking his cash books under his arm, withdrew. The Member of Parliament threw himself into a chair and observed what a beautiful morning it was. Tomlinson made a movement of impatience, and yet dared not ask the question that trembled upon his tongue, and the answer to which would decide his fate.
"Yes," continued Greenwood, "it is a lovely morning. All nature seems enlivened, and everybody is inspired with a congenial feeling."
"What nonsense is this, Greenwood?"
cried the banker.
"Do you come to taunt a man upon the brink of ruin with the happiness of others?"
"Oh, I beg your pardon, my dear Tomlinson. I really was waiting for you to question me upon matters of business, and in the meantime made use of some observations of common courtesy and politeness.
The fact is that since you obtained a seat in Parliament, your manners have altogether changed. But please put me out of suspense at once. Have you considered my proposal?"
"I have, maturely."
"And what is your decision?"
"That I cannot agree to it."
"I thought as much," said Tomlinson. "Well, now, I have no alternative. I must close the bank and appear in the Gazette."
"And when you are cleared by a certificate, I will enable you to set up in business again."
"Upon that promise, Mr. Greenwood," said Tomlinson severely, "I place no reliance whatever."
"Just as you please,"
returned Greenwood coolly.
"How can I?" cried the banker. "When I gave my security to you for Count Alteroni, and received you of a burden of £15,000, you faithfully promised to assist me. Did you keep your word?"
"Did I not forgive you a debt which would have ruined you that very day?"
True, but you were an immense gainer. You obtained £12,000 by the transaction. However, I shall be compelled to give an account of the transaction to the bankruptcy court, an avowal which will do you no good and will only expose me," observed Greenwood, alarmed by this declaration.
"And why should I have any regard for you?"
demanded Tomlinson, with that moroseness which men in his desperate condition are so frequently known to manifest themselves towards intriguers more fortunate than themselves.
"I will tell you why you should have some regard for me,"
observed Greenwood, alarmed by this declaration.
"In the first place, the mere fact of your having so long carried on this bank when in a helpless state of insolvency, thereby increasing your liabilities in a desperate manner, and receiving deposits, the eventual repayment of which each day became less likely, will so irritate the mass of your creditors that you will never obtain your certificate. Secondly, unless you have a friendly trade assignee, you will obtain no allowance out of the wrecks of the property, and you will find it difficult, considering the state your books must be in, to make up a balance sheet that will stand the remotest chance of passing."
"True, true," said Tomlinson. "My condition is really desperate."
"Not so desperate as you imagine," resumed Greenwood. "I will be your friend. I will save you if you only follow my counsel."
"Ah, my good friend," cried the despairing man, "forgive me the expressions which fell from my lips just now."
"Do not mention that circumstance. I make every allowance for the irritated state of your feelings. In the first place, then, you can make me a creditor to the amount of £30,000, and 2 or 3 of my friends creditors to an equal amount in the aggregate. We shall be enabled to give you your certificate, together with those persons who will not bear you animosity, or whom we can talk over. In the second place, I can apply to be appointed trade assignee, and I flatter myself, considering my position, representing as I do a free, enlightened, and independent constituency, my nomination will not be opposed."
"If you could only contrive that," said Tomlinson,
"I might pass my second examination in even a creditable manner, and afterwards, open as a stockbroker," added Greenwood. "That is the invariable resource of all bankrupt bankers, and what is more extraordinary, they obtain confidence and succeed too. Tradesmen who are unfortunate always take to the wine, coal, or discount business, each of which can be commenced without a shilling. But your aim must be a broker's profession. It is so genteel, so comfortable. A hole in the office in the city, a villa at Clapton or Kensington, a mutton chop at the dining rooms in Hercules Passage at 1, and turtle and venison at home at 6. Ah, the life of a stockbroker is a very pleasant one."
"I'm sure that the life of an insolvent banker is not," said Tomlinson,
again rendered rather impatient by Mr. Greenwood's discursiveness.
£1,000 will set you up comfortably again," continues Greenwood, "and that you shall have. Only follow my advice, and I will be the making of you. In the meantime, you had better not struggle against fortune any longer in this position. What is today? Thursday. Very well. I will strike a docket against you this very afternoon. The fiat can be opened tomorrow morning, and tomorrow evening you can be in the Gazette. Is that agreed?"
"Agreed,"
exclaimed Tomlinson bitterly.
"I have no resource left but that. Yes, it shall be as you say, but for God's sake, talk not in so cold and heartless a manner of the mode of procedure."
"Cold and heartless, my dear fellow," repeated Greenwood. "I speak of your affairs just as I would speak of my own. Keep up your spirits and come and dine with me this evening. You shall then give me the necessary securities to enable me to prove as your creditor for the amount agreed upon. Meantime, give me a bill for 1,000 or so, antedated about 4 months and due a month ago, so that I may strike the docket upon it presently. Then, as you are not to know that these proceedings are in operation against you, you must keep the bank open until the messenger comes down tomorrow afternoon from the bankruptcy court, the moment the fiat is lawfully proclaimed before the commissioner." Of course, you will pretend to be struck with surprise and instantly proceed to the court to obtain your protection. Is that agreed upon?"
"I am in your hands," said Tomlinson. "Your advice shall now guide me altogether. But when I think upon the ruin and desolation my failure will cause, the widows and orphans whom it will reduce to beggary, the poor tradesmen whom it will involve in inextricable difficulties, it is enough to drive me mad."
"Pooh, pooh, my good fellow," said Greenwood. "These little things happen every day. As for the widows and orphans, allow me to remind you that the wisdom and goodness of the legislative bodies, to one of which I have the honour to belong as the representative of an intelligent and independent constituency, have established asylums for the reception of persons so reduced, and where they enjoy every comfort upon the trifling condition of doing a little needlework or breaking a few stones."
"Greenwood, Greenwood, do not speak in this heartless manner. Oh, the idea that my failure will render your words literally true, that numbers will be therefore reduced to the workhouse of which you speak, it is this which overwhelms me."
"You are very silly to give way to your feelings in this manner. Why, do you know, and I may as well mention it by way of consolation in respect to the widows and orphans whose fate you deplore, that the workhouses are conducted at present upon the most liberal principles possible? Do you know that the female inmates are handsomely remunerated for the shirts which they make? They can make a shirt in a day and a half, and that they receive 1 farthing for each. That is their pocket money, their little perquisites, my dear fellow. So you perceive that the workhouse is not such a bad place after all."
Tomlinson was pacing the bank parlour in an abstracted mood, and paid not the slightest attention to this tirade from the lips of the newly fledged politician. Mr. Greenwood saw that his observations were unheeded, and accordingly rose to take his departure. Tomlinson gave him a bill for £1,000 to enable him to strike a docket against him, and Mr. Greenwood then withdrew. The moment he was gone, old Michael entered the room, and Tomlinson communicated to him all that had passed. The cashier made no reply, but took the largest pinch of snuff he had ever yet abstracted from his box or conveyed to his nose. He had not yet broken silence when the door opened and Mr. Greenwood returned. Michael was about to withdraw, but the capitalist stopped him, saying,
"Yea, 3 heads are better than 2. I was just entering my cabriolet when an idea, a brilliant idea, struck me."
"An idea?" exclaimed Tomlinson. "What, to save me?"
"To render your failure legitimate, to make you appear an honourable but an unfortunate man, to avert all blame from you."
"Ah, if that could be done," interrupted the banker, his countenance animated with hope, "I might yet be spared the execrations of the widow and the orphan."
"Ever your widows and orphans, my dear fellow," said Greenwood. "You are really quite sickening."
Well, the idea."
"Nothing is more simple," continued Greenwood. "You leave the bank this afternoon at 5 as usual. Michael sees all safe and takes his departure also. You leave £50,000 in specie and notes in the strong box, together with securities of foreign houses at Leipzig, Vienna, Turin, New York, Rio de Janeiro, Calcutta, Sydney."
"Greenwood, have you come back to mock a miserable ruined man?"
"Quite the contrary. Listen, you leave money and securities to the amount of £92,347, or any odd sum to look well, safe in the strong box, together with the cash books. You and Michael come in the morning, or perhaps it would be better to allow one of the clerks to arrive first, and behold, the bank has been broken into during the night. The money, the securities, and the books are all gone, and the bank stops as a natural consequence."
"Impossible, impossible!" exclaimed Tomlinson. "It could never be done. I could not proclaim such a fraud without a blush that would betray me. What say you, Michael?" The old cashier answered only with a grunt, and took snuff, as it were, by handfuls.
"What say you, Michael?"
repeated Tomlinson impatiently.
I say that it can be done, ought to be done, and must be done,
replied the old man.
I would sooner die than see the honour of the house lost, and that will save it.
Well said, Michael,
exclaimed Greenwood.
Now, Tomlinson, your decision.
It is a fearful alternative, and yet it is preferable to infamy, disgrace.
Then you agree?
And if I agree, where are the means of executing the scheme? Who will rob or affect to rob the premises?
That must be arranged by yourselves. The back of this house looks upon a court. The thieves can have effected their entrance through these parlour windows. The parlour doors will be found forced. The safe will have been broken open. Nothing could be more simple.
Yes, I know how to manage it all, exclaimed old Martin, who had been ruminating more seriously than ever for the last few moments. Mr. Greenwood, you have saved the honour of the bank, which I love as if it was my own child.
And the cashier wrung the hand of the Member of Parliament with a warmth indicative of an amount of feeling which he had never been known to demonstrate before.
Well, I have given you the hint. Do you profit by it?
Said Greenwood, and with these words he departed. And as he drove back to the West End, he said to himself,
Tomlinson will now be completely in my power, and will never dare confess the real nature of the transaction relative to Count Alteroni's £15,000. According to the first arrangement proposed, a bullying counsel or an astute commissioner might have wormed out of him the exact truth, whereas now his lips are silenced on that head for ever.
The moment Greenwood had left the bank parlour, old Michael accosted Tomlinson and said,
Have you full confidence in me?
I have, Michael, but why do you ask me that question?
Will you place yourself in my hands?
I will, in every way.
Then you will leave the establishment as usual at 5 this evening, and trust me to manage everything. I have my plan ready arranged, but you shall know nothing today. Tomorrow.
The old man stopped short and had recourse to his snuff-box.
Be it as you say, Michael,
cried Tomlinson, always bewildered by the terrors of his situation, and still half shrinking from the daring plot which Greenwood had opened to his view.
I know that you are my faithful friend, my best, my only friend. It shall be as you desire.
End of section 9. Section 10 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. Count Alteroni's £15,000. On the Saturday morning, following the Thursday on which the above-mentioned conversation took place, the Count and his family were seated at breakfast. The morning paper was late, and his lordship was one of those persons who cannot enjoy their repast without the intellectual association of a journal. At length the wished-for print arrived, and the Count was soon buried in the preceding night's debate in the House of Commons, for he felt deeply interested in all political affairs, no matter to which country they referred.
Really, this Greenwood is a very clever man,
he observed, after a long interval of silence.
He acquitted himself well last evening, notwithstanding the erroneous course he is pursuing in the political sphere. The Tories of this country have obtained a powerful auxiliary in him. It is a pity he is so unprincipled a villain, for, I repeat, he is really very clever.
It is astonishing how men of his stamp contrive to push themselves forward in the world, said the Countess, while those of honest principles and upright minds are either misunderstood or vilely persecuted.
And yet vice only prospers for a time, observed Isabella, and virtue becomes triumphant at last. Those who are misunderstood today will be comprehended and honoured tomorrow. She thought of Markham as she uttered these words. Indeed, the image of her lover was ever uppermost in the mind of the charming and affectionate girl.
I am afraid, said the Count after a pause, that the moral you have just advanced, Bella, is rather that of the stage and the romanticist, rather than of real life. And yet, he added fervently, to entertain such an idea as mine is to question the goodness and the justice of Providence. Yes, I must believe in earthly rewards and punishments. You are right, my child, you are right. The wicked man will not ever triumph in his turpitude, nor may the virtuous one be oppressed until the end.
No, or else were there small hope for us, said the Countess solemnly. The great men of Castelcicala must some day perceive who is their real friend.
Alas, exclaimed Isabella, it is hard to be mistaken and suspected by those whose good opinions we would fain secure.
The Count resumed the perusal of the newspaper, but his eyes had not dwelt many minutes upon the page ere he uttered a loud exclamation of mingled astonishment and alarm. The ladies looked towards him in a state of the most painful suspense, and his feeling was not immediately removed, for the Count, with an ashen pale face, continued to read the article that had caught his eyes for some moments, ere he explained the cause of his emotion.
Heavens! exclaimed the Countess. Are there bad tidings from Italy?
No, the hand which strikes the blow which ruins us is not so far distant, answered the nobleman, throwing the paper upon the table. We were premature, he continued bitterly, in founding our hopes upon the justice with which virtue is rewarded and vice punished.
The blow which ruins us,
said the Countess, a prey to the most acute anxiety.
Yes, Tomlinson has stopped the payment,
cried the Italian exile,
and we are ruined.
My dear father, said Isabella, hastening to fling her arms round the neck of her much-loved sire, all may not be so bad as you imagine.
Ruined,
repeated the Countess, and taking up the newspaper, the following article instantly met her eyes. Robbery and stoppage of Tomlinson's bank. The city was yesterday morning thrown into a state of the greatest fermentation by a rumour which prevailed at about 11 o'clock that the above-mentioned old established and well-known banking establishment had been plundered to an enormous amount and had suspended its payments. Unfortunately, the rumour was but too true, and our reporter, upon repairing to Lombard Street, found an immense crowd collected in front of the bank. The doors were closed, and the following notice was posted up. James Tomlinson is under the painful necessity of suspending the affairs of the bank, at least for the present. The flight of the cashier, with money and securities to an amount bordering upon £100,000, is the cause of this unfortunate step. Further particulars will be made known as speedily as possible. It is impossible to describe the dismay which was disported upon the countenances of those amongst the crowd who are sufferers by this calamity, and many very painful scenes took place. One widow lady, who had placed her little all in the concern, and who arrived upon the spot to draw her half-yearly interest only a few moments after the doors were closed, was taken away in a state of madness. We have since learnt that the unfortunate lady has entirely lost her reason. Our reporter, upon prosecuting his inquiries, gleaned the following particulars of the occurrence which led to the stoppage of the bank, and we have every reason to believe that the narrative which they furnish may be relied upon. It appears that the cashier, whose name was Michael Martin, is a very old man, and has been for many years in the service of the present and late proprietors of the bank. His presumed integrity, his known experience, and his general conduct had led to his elevation to the post of head cashier, a situation which he has filled for upwards of 10 years, without exciting a suspicion relative to his proceedings. It is, however, supposed that he must have been pursuing a most nefarious course for a considerable length of time, for reasons which we shall state presently. On Thursday evening, Mr. Tomlinson, who it appears is the sole proprietor of the establishment, although the business has been all along carried on under its original denomination of Tomlinson and Co., quitted the bank at 5 o'clock as usual, leaving the cashier to see all safe, and closed the establishment for the day according to custom. When Mr. Sanderson, one of the clerks, arrived at the bank at 9 o'clock yesterday morning, he was surprised to find that the doors were not yet opened. The other clerks arrived shortly afterwards, and their surprise at length turned into alarm. Still, the integrity of the cashier was not for a moment suspected. It was, however, imagined that something must have happened to him, an idea that was strengthened by the fact that the cashier occupied a room in the establishment, and there was, consequently, no reason to account for the doors remaining closed. The charwoman who waited upon the cashier and swept out the bank, etc., came up to the door while the clerks were thus deliberating, and stated that she had not been able to obtain admission that morning as usual. It was now determined by Mr. Sanderson to obtain the assistance of a policeman and force an entrance. This was done, and egress was obtained by breaking through the windows and shutters, which close inside, of the bank parlour. Mr. Sanderson and the constable immediately proceeded to the cashier's private room, which is on the ground floor, and in which the iron safe was kept. The bed had not been slept in during the night. Attention was then directed to the safe, when it was found that it was open and its contents had been abstracted. The front door of the bank was opened and the clerks admitted. Mr. Tomlinson was then immediately sent for. That gentleman arrived by 10 o'clock, and a further investigation took place under his directions. The result of this search was a discovery that not only had the specie, notes and securities disappeared, but even the cash books and all the papers that could throw any light upon the financial affairs of the establishment. It is this circumstance which induces a belief that the cashier must have carried on a system of plunder for a considerable length of time. We regret to state that the shock was so great that Mr. Tomlinson was conveyed to his residence in a state bordering upon distraction. Further particulars. A reward of £3,000 has been offered for the apprehension of the cashier, and a description of his person has been forwarded to all the principal seaports. For description, see our advertising columns. Our reporter learned last evening that Mr. Tomlinson was more composed, and had even exerted himself to consult with some friends upon the best course to pursue. It, however, appears that so entirely did he confide in his cashier that he is only able to give a vague and meagre account of the nature of the securities abstracted. They were, however, the bills and bonds of several great foreign and colonial mercantile houses. We regret to hear that Mr. G.M. Greenwood, M.P., had paid a considerable sum of money into the bank on Thursday morning. It appears that upwards of £50,000 in specie and notes, the numbers of which are now unknown, they having been entered in one of the books taken away, and 44,000 in securities have disappeared. There is every reason to suppose that the delinquent will be speedily coloured, as it is impossible for him to travel with a large amount of specie without exciting suspicion. Latest particulars. In order to institute the fullest and most complete investigation into the affairs of the bank, it was resolved at a late hour last evening at a meeting of the principal creditors, Mr. Greenwood in the chair, that a docket should be struck against Mr. Tomlinson. At the same time, it is our duty to observe that this is done with no ill feeling towards that gentleman, who is deserving only of universal sympathy and in no way of blame. "The name of that man Greenwood in connection with this affair," said the Count, "impresses me with the idea that all is not right. Moreover, how could the cashier have removed a large quantity of specie without attracting attention in a thoroughfare so frequented at all hours as Lombard Street? There is something wrong at the foundation of this history of the robbery."
Alas, little does it matter now to us whether Mr. Tomlinson be a false or an unfortunate man,
said the Countess.
"There is one thing certain. We are ruined."
"Yes, my dearest wife, my beloved daughter," exclaimed the Count. "We are in a pitiable situation in a foreign land. It is true that I have friends, the Earl of Warrington, Lord Carmarthen, both of whom know our secret and have faithfully kept it, would gladly assist me, but I would not, could not apply to them, even though it be to settle a few debts which I owe."
"Still, there remains one course,"
said the Countess, hesitating and regarding her husband with anxious timidity.
"One course," ejaculated the Count. "Ah, I know full well to what you allude, but never, never will I sell my rights for gold. No, my dear wife, my beloved daughter, we must prepare ourselves to meet our misfortunes in a becoming manner."
"Dear father," murmured Isabella, "your goodness has conferred upon me an excellent education. Surely I might turn to advantage some of 3 accomplishments."
"You, my sweetest girl,"
cried the nobleman, surveying with feelings of ineffable pride the angelic countenance of the lovely being that was leaning upon his shoulder.
"You, my own darling girl, a lady of your high rank, become a governess? No, never, never."
"Isabella, you are worthy of your noble sire,"
said the Countess enthusiastically. And even in the hour of their misfortune, that exiled, ruined family found inexpressible solace in the sweet balm of each other's love. End of section 10. Section 11 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. A Woman's Secret. It was now 7 months since Ellen Munro became the victim of George Greenwood. She bore in her bosom the fruit of that amour, and until the present time she had managed to conceal her situation from those around her. She now began to perceive the utter impossibility of veiling her disgrace much longer. Her health was failing, and her father and Markham were constantly urging upon her the necessity of receiving medical advice. This recommendation she invariably combated to the utmost of her power, and in order to give a colour to her assurance that she suffered only from some trivial physical ailment, she was compelled to affect a flow of good spirits, which she was far, very far from experiencing. Markham had frequently questioned her, with the most earnest and friendly solicitude, relative to the causes of those intervals of deep depression which it was impossible for her to conceal. He had implored her to open her mind to him, as a sister might to a brother. He had suggested to her change of scene, diversion, and other means of restoring her lost spirits. But to all he advanced, she returned evasive replies. Richard and the aged father of the young lady frequently conversed together upon the subject, and lost themselves in conjectures relative to the cause of that decaying health and increasing unhappiness for which the sufferer herself would assign no feasible motive. At times Mr. Munro was inclined to believe that the privations and vicissitudes which his daughter had experienced during the 2 years previous to their reception at the hospitable dwelling of Richard Markham had engendered a profound melancholy in a mind that had been so painfully harassed, and had implanted the germs of a subtle malady in a system never constitutionally strong. This belief appeared the more reasonable when the old man called to mind the hours of toil, the wearisome vigils, and the exposure to want, cold, and inclement weather which had been endured by the poor girl in the court in Golden Lane. And Markham sometimes yielded to the same impression relative to the causes of a mental and physical decline which every day became more apparent. Then again, Richard thought that the fresh air of the healthy locality where she now dwelt, and the absence of all care in respect to the wherewithal to sustain life, would have produced a beneficial effect. He enjoined her father to question her whether she cherished some secret affection, some love that had experienced disappointment. But to this demand she returned a positive negative, and her father assured his young friend that Ellen had had no opportunity of obtaining the affection of another, or of bestowing her own upon any being who now slighted it. Of course her true position was never suspected for a moment, and thus the cause of Ellen's unhappiness remained an object of varied and conflicting conjectures. 7 months had now passed since that fateful day when the accursed old hag, whose name we have not allowed to defile these pages, handed her over to the arms of a ruthless libertine. 7 months of mental anguish and physical suffering had nearly flown. The close of July was at hand, and as yet Ellen had decided upon no plan to direct her future proceedings. She sometimes thought of returning to Greenwood and endeavouring to touch his heart. But then she remembered the way in which they had parted on the occasion of her visit to his house in Spring Gardens. She recalled to mind all she knew of the character of the man, and she was compelled to abandon this idea. She felt that she would sooner die than accept his succour in the capacity of a mistress, and there were, moreover, moments when she entertained sentiments of profound hatred and experienced a longing for revenge against the man who refused to do her justice. Then again she recollected that he was the father of the child which she bore in her bosom, and all her rancorous feelings dissolved in tears. At other times she thought of throwing herself at her father's feet and confessing all. But what woman does not shudder at such a step? Moreover, frail mortals invariably place reliance in the chapter of accidents and entertain hopes, even in situations where it is impossible for those hopes to be realized. To Richard Markham she would not, dared not breathe a syllable that might lead him to infer her shame. And yet where was she to find a friend save in the person of her father and her benefactor? Most pitiable was the situation of this poor girl, and yet she already felt a mother's feeling of love and solicitude for her unborn babe. Often, in the still hour of the night, when others slept, did she sit up and weep in her chamber. Often, while others forgot their cares in the arms of slumber, was she a prey to an agony of mind which seemed to admit of no solace. And then, in those hours of intense wretchedness, would the idea of suicide steal into her mind. That idea which suggests a last resource and a sure relief as a term for misery grown too heavy for mortal endurance. But oh, she trembled in the presence of that dread thought, which each night assumed a shape more awfully palpable, more fearfully defined to her imagination. She struggled against the idea. She exclaimed in the bitterness of her agony, "Get thee behind me, tempter!" And yet there the tempter stood, more plainly seen, more positive in its allurement than ever. That poor helpless girl balanced in her mind whether she should dare human scorn, or in one mad moment resign her soul to Satan. There was a piece of water at the back of the house, close by the main road, and thither would her footsteps lead her, almost involuntarily, for the tempter pushed her on from behind. Thither would she repair at noon, to contemplate the sleeping waters of the lake, within whose depths lurked one pearl, more precious in the eyes of the unhappy than the brightest ornaments set in regal diadem, the pearl of oblivion. Thither did the lost one stray. Upon the margin of that water did she hover like the ghost of one who had sought repose beneath that silver surface. And oh, how she longed to plunge into the shining water, and dared not. At eve, too, when the sun had set, and every star on the dark vault above was reflected on the bosom of the lake, and the pure argent rays of the lovely moon seemed to fathom its mysterious depths, then again did she seek the bank, and as she stood gazing upon the motionless pool, she prepared herself to take the one fatal leap that should terminate her sorrows, and dared not. No, she shrank from suicide. And yet the time had now come when she must nerve herself to adopt some decided plan, for a prolonged concealment of her condition was impossible. Markham's household consisted of Whittingham, Holford, and a female domestic of the name of Marion. This woman was a widow and had been in the service of our hero only since his release from incarceration. She was between 40 and 50, and her disposition was kind, easy, and compassionate. One night, about an hour after the inmates of the place had retired to their chambers, Ellen was sitting, as usual, mournfully in her room, pondering upon her unhappy condition, and dreading to seek a couch where her ideas assumed an aspect which made her brain reel as if with incipient madness, when she heard a low knock at her door. She hastened to open it, and Marion instantly entered the room.
"Hush, my dear young lady," she said in a whisper. "Do not be alarmed."
And she carefully closed the door behind her.
"What is the matter, Marion?" exclaimed Ellen. "Has anything happened? Is my father ill?" "No, miss. Do not frighten yourself, I say," replied the servant. "I have come to console you, for I can't bear to see you pining away like this, dying by inches." "What do you mean, Marion?" said Ellen, much confused. "I mean, my dear miss," continued the servant, "that if you won't think me impertinent, I might befriend you. The eyes of a woman are sharp and penetrating, miss, and while everybody else in the house is wondering what can make you so pale and ill and low-spirited, I do not want to conjecture to discover the cause." "My God, Marion!" ejaculated the young lady, sinking into a chair. You really frighten me. You mistake, you—"
And Ellen burst into tears. The servant took her hand kindly and said,
"Miss, forgive my boldness, but I am a woman, and I cannot bear to see one of my own sex suffer as you do. Besides, you are so good and gentle. When I was ill a few weeks ago, you behaved with so much kindness to me that my heart bleeds for you. It does indeed. I was coming down to you last night, and the night before, and the night before that too, but I didn't like to intrude upon you. And today I saw how very much you was altered, and I could restrain myself no longer. So, miss, if I have done wrong, forgive me, for I have come with a good intention, and would go 100 miles to serve you. In a word, miss, you require a friend, a faithful friend, and if you will confide in me, miss, I will give you the best advice and help you in the best way I can." "Marion, this is very kind of you, very kind,"
answered Ellen, to whose ear these words of female sympathy came ineffably sweet.
"But I shall be better soon. I shall get well." "Oh, miss," interrupted Marion soothingly, "don't hesitate to confide in me. I know what ails you. I understand your situation, and I feel for you deeply. Indeed I do." "Marion." "Yes, miss, you cannot conceal it from others much longer. For God's sake, take some step before you kill yourself and your child at the same time." Marion, what do you say?" exclaimed Ellen, sobbing violently as if her heart would break. "Miss Munro, you will shortly become a mother." "Oh, my God! Kill me! Save me from this deep degradation, this last disgrace." "Calm yourself, miss, calm yourself, and I will be your friend," said Marion. "I've been thinking of your condition for some time past, and I have already settled in my mind a plan to save you." "To save me? To save me?" exclaimed Ellen. "Oh, how can I ever repay you for this kindness?" "I am but a poor ignorant woman, miss," answered Marion, "but I hope that I do not possess a bad heart. At all events, I can feel for you." "A bad heart, Marion?" repeated Ellen. "Oh, no, you are goodness itself." "But you said you had some plan to save me, Marion." "Yes, miss, I have a sister who's married and lives with her husband a few miles off. He's a market gardener, and they have a nice little cottage. They will be delighted to do all they can for you. But how can I leave this house and remain absent for weeks without acquainting my benefactor, Mr. Markham, and my poor old father? You forget, Marion, you forget that were I to steal away and leave no trace behind me, it would break my father's heart."
Then, miss, you'd better throw yourself at your father's feet and tell him all.
Never, never, Marion, ejaculated Ellen, clasping her hands together, while her bosom heaved convulsively.
Trusting Mr. Markham, miss, let me break the news to him.
Impossible, Marion. I should never dare to look him in the face again.
And the person, the individual, the father of your child, miss,
said the servant hesitatingly. Mention not him, allude not to him, cried Ellen. Then, after a pause, she added in a low and almost despairing tone, No hope exists, not there.
And yet, miss, continued Marion, you must make up your mind to something, and that soon. You cannot conceal your situation another fortnight without danger to yourself and the little unborn innocent. Besides, you have made no preparations, miss, and if any sudden accident—
Ah, Marion, you remind me of my duty, interrupted Ellen. I must not sacrifice the life of that being who has not asked me to give it existence, who is the innocent fruit of my shame. I must not sacrifice its life to any selfish scruples of mine. Thank you, Marion, thank you. You have reminded me of my duty. Come to me again tomorrow night, and I will tell you what step I have determined to take without delay. The servant then retired, and Ellen remained alone with the most desolating, heart-breaking reflections. Her ideas produced a mental agony which was beyond endurance. She rose from her chair and advanced towards the window, against the cold glass of which she leant her burning brow, to cool it. The moon shone brightly and edged the cloud of night with silver. The eyes of the wretched girl wandered over the landscape, the outlines of which were strongly marked beneath the lustre of the moon, and amongst other objects she caught sight of the small lake at a little distance. It shone like a pool of quicksilver, and seemed to woo her to its bosom. Upon that lake her eye rested long and wistfully, and again the tempter stood behind her and urged her to seek repose beneath that shining surface. She asked herself for what she had to live. She did not seek to combat the arguments of the secret tempter, but she collected into one focus all her sorrows, and at length the contemplation of that mass of misery strengthened the deep anxiety which she felt to escape from this world for ever. And all the while she kept her eyes fixed upon the lake that seemed sleeping beneath the moonlight which kissed its bosom. But her poor father, and the babe that she bore in her breast, oh no, she dare not die. Her suicide would not comprise one death only, but it would be the death of a second, the death of her father, and the death of her still unborn child. She turned away from the window and hastened to seek her couch, but slumber did not visit her eyes. She lay pondering on the best course for her to pursue, but the more she reflected upon her condition, the farther off did she seem to wander from any settled point. At length she sank into an uneasy sleep, and her grief pursued her in her dreams. She rose late, and when she descended to the breakfast-room, she learnt that Richard Markham was about to depart immediately for the Continent. Whittingham was busily occupied in packing his master's baggage in the hall, and Holford had been dispatched into town to order a post-chaise. Markham explained this sudden movement on his part by placing a letter in Ellen's hand, saying at the same time, "This is from a man who has been a friend to me. I cannot hesitate a moment to obey his instructions." Ellen cast her eyes over the letter and read as follows: Boulogne-sur-Mer, France, July 24th, 1839.
My dear young friend, if you can possibly dispose of your time for a few days, to come to me at once. A severe accident, which may prove fatal, renders it prudent that I should attend to my worldly affairs, and to this end I require the assistance of a friend. Such I know you to be. Thomas Armstrong.
"The accident which my friend has met with must have been a serious one," said Markham, "or his letter would have been more explicit. I feel deeply anxious to know the whole truth, for it was he who gave me courage to face the world, and taught me how to raise my head again, after my release from imprisonment. He also introduced me to one—
Markham ceased, and for some moments his thoughts were bent wholly on Isabella. At length the post-chaise arrived, and Richard departed on his journey, after bidding adieu to Mr. Monroe and Ellen, and having received a special request from the faithful Whittingham,
to mind and not be conglomerated by any such fellers as Kidderminster and them vulgar chaps which called Butler's tulips.
End of section 11. Section 12 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. Marion. In the evening, Ellen retired to her apartment, for she felt very unwell, and certain sensations which she had experienced during the day had alarmed her. A short time after she had withdrawn to the security of her own chamber, the faithful and kind-hearted Marion made her appearance. "This is very good of you, Marion," said Ellen. "I never felt the want of someone to talk to and console me so much as I do tonight." "You look very pale and ill, miss," observed the servant. "Had you not better retire to rest?" "Yes," said Ellen. "I wish to struggle against the sense of weariness and opposition which comes over me, and I cannot. Heavens, miss, if anything was to happen to you tonight—" "It cannot be that, Marion, but I feel very, very ill." Marion aided Miss Monroe to divest herself of her garments, and the young lady retired to her couch. "How do you feel now, miss?" "Alas, I am not better, good Marion. I feel... "My God, miss, you are about to become a mother this very night. Oh, what is to be done? What is to be done?" Save me, Marion. Do not suffer me to be exposed," cried Ellen wildly. "Why did I not speak to you before last night? We might have made some arrangement, invented some plan. But now, it is impossible." "Do not say it is impossible, Marion. Do not take away every remaining hope, for I am wretched, very wretched." "Poor young lady," said Marion, advancing towards the bed and taking Ellen's hand. "It's not for myself that I care so much," continued the unhappy girl. "It is for my poor father. It would break his heart. Oh, it would break his heart." "And he is a good, kind old gentleman," observed Marion. "And he has tasted already so deeply of the bitter cup of adversity," said Ellen, "that a blow like this would send him to his grave. I know him so well. He would never survive my dishonour. He has loved me so tenderly. He has taken such pride in me. It would kill him. Do you hear, Marion? It would kill him." "Ah, you weep for me, kind Marion." "Yes, miss. I would do anything I could to serve you. But now it is too late." "Say not that it is too late," ejaculated Ellen distractedly. "Say not that all chance of avoiding exposure has fled. Take compassion on me, Marion. Take compassion on my poor old father. Ah, these pains! Tell me how I can serve you, miss." "Alas, I cannot concentrate my ideas, Marion. I am bewildered. I am reduced to despair. Oh, if men only knew what bitter, bitter anguish they entail upon poor woman when they sacrifice her to their desires." "Do not make yourself miserable, dear young lady," interrupted Marion, whose eyes were dimmed with tears. "Something must be done. How do you feel now?" "I cannot explain my sensations. My mental pangs are so great that they almost absorb my bodily sufferings, and yet it seems as if the latter were increasing every moment." "There can be no doubt of it, miss," said Marion. "Do you know that when I heard this morning of Mr. Markham's intended departure for France, it struck me at the moment that Providence interfered on your behalf? I do not know why such idea should have come across me, for I could not foresee that you will be so soon overtaken with—" "I feel that I am getting worse, Marion. Can nothing be done? Must my poor father know all? Oh, think of his grey hairs, his wrinkles. Think how he loves me, his only child.
Alas, can nothing be done to save me from disgrace? How shall I ever be able to meet Mr. Markham again? Oh, Marion, you would not desert me in such a moment as this. No, dear young lady, not for worlds. Thank you, Marion, and yet forgive me if I say again, do not desert me, do not expose me. Oh, let me die rather than have my shame made known. Think, Marion, do you know of any means of screening me? I am bewildered, exclaimed the poor woman. How do you feel now? My fears augment that. Oh, it is premature, you see, miss. What is to be done? What shall we do? Marion, I beseech you, I implore you not to expose me, said Ellen, in a tone of such intense agony that the good-hearted woman was touched to the very soul. A sudden idea seemed to strike her. I know a young surgeon in the village who was just married and has only set up in business a few weeks. He is very poor, and he does not know where I am now in service. Do anything you choose, Marion. Follow the dictates of your own mind, but do not expose me. Oh, my God, what misery is this? Yes, continued Marion, musing. There is no other resource but, miss, she added, turning towards the suffering girl, if I can save you from exposure, you must part with your child, should it be born alive. I am in your hands. Save me from exposure for my poor old father's sake. This is all I ask. This, then, said Marion, is the only alternative. There's nothing else to be done, and perhaps even he will not consent. To whom do you allude? Demanded Ellen impatiently. To the young surgeon of whom I spoke. For I must try. At all events, his assistance must be had, miss. My plan is too long to tell you now. Do you think it is safe to leave you alone for 3/4 of an hour? Oh, yes, if it be for my benefit. Kind, good Marion, said Ellen, but I must not be exposed even to the surgeon. The room must then be quite dark, observed Marion. Do you mind that? Ellen shook her head. Then take courage, miss, and I think I can promise, but we shall see. The servant then hastily extinguished the lights and left the room. She hurried up to her own chamber, took from her box a purse containing 40 sovereigns, all her little savings, put on her bonnet and shawl, concealed her face with a thick black veil, and then stole carefully downstairs. All was quiet, and she left the house by the back door. In 3/4 of an hour, 2 persons advanced together up the garden at the back of the house. One was a woman, and she led a man, whose eyes were blindfolded with a black handkerchief. "Your hand trembles," said Marion, for she was the female alluded to. "No," answered the surgeon, "but one word ere I proceed further." "Speak, do not delay." "You gave me £40 for this night's work. What guarantee do you offer me that the child, should it survive, would not be left on my hands altogether unprovided for?" "Trust paternal affection, sir," answered Marion. "I can promise you that the child would not even remain long with you." "Well, I will venture it," said the surgeon. "Your money will save me from being compelled to shut up my establishment after an unsuccessful struggle of only a few weeks, but I ought not to ask too many questions." "And you remember your solemn promise, sir, not to attempt to obtain any clue to the place to which I am conducting you?" "On my honour as a man, on my solemn word as a gentleman." "Enough, sir. Let us proceed." Marion led the surgeon onward and admitted him into the house by the back door. All was still quiet. We have said on a previous occasion that the mansion was a spacious one. Ellen's apartment was far removed from that on which her father slept, and the rooms occupied by Whittingham and Holford were on the uppermost story. There consequently existed little chance of disturbing anyone. Marion led the surgeon very cautiously up the staircase to Ellen's chamber, which they entered as noiselessly as possible. Upon advancing into the room, which was quite dark, the surgeon struck against a chest of drawers and uttered a slight ejaculation of pain, but not loud enough to reach the ears of those from whom it was necessary to conceal this nocturnal proceeding. Ellen was in the pangs of maternity when Marion and the surgeon came to her assistance.
and in a few moments after their arrival she was the mother of a boy. Oh, who can express her feelings when the gentle cry of the child fell upon her ears? That child from whom she was to part in a few minutes, perhaps forever. Half an hour afterwards, Marion and the surgeon were again threading the garden, but this time their steps led them away from the house. Beneath her thick shawl, carefully wrapped up, the servant carried Ellen's child. She conducted the surgeon to within a short distance of his own abode, placed the child in his arms, and hurried rapidly away. She returned to the place and ascended to Ellen's chamber without disturbing the other inmates. "Ah, Marion," said Ellen, "how can I ever sufficiently thank you for your kindness of this night?"
"Silence, my dear young lady. Do not mention it. You must keep yourself very tranquil and quiet, and in the morning I must say that you are too unwell to rise. And that surgeon—" "I know what you would ask, miss," interrupted Marion. "All is safe and secret. The bandage was never raised from the surgeon's eyes from the moment he left his own house until he was far away from here again, nor did he once catch a glimpse of my face. For when I first went to explain the business to him and engage his assistance, he came down from his bedchamber and spoke to me in the passage where it was quite dark. Moreover, I had taken my thick black veil with me by way of precaution. Therefore he can never know me again." "But the means of securing his assistance, how did you contrive that, Marion?" "Well, miss, if you must know," said the servant, after some hesitation, "I had saved up £40. "And you gave him all?" exclaimed Ellen. "Oh, this was truly noble. However, I shall know how to repay you fourfold." "We will speak of that another time, miss," answered Marion. "You must now endeavour to obtain some sleep, and I shall sit with you all night." "Tell me one thing, Marion," said Ellen, with tears in her eyes. "The child will be well taken care of, miss. Do not alarm yourself about that. And now you must try and obtain some repose." In a few moments the young mother was overtaken by a profound sleep, the first she had enjoyed for many, many weeks. But even this slumber was not attended by dreams of unmixed pleasure. The thoughts of her child, her new-born child, entrusted to the care of strangers and severed from the maternal bosom, followed her in her visions. She awoke considerably refreshed at about 7 o'clock in the morning. The faithful Marion was still watching by her side and had prepared her some refreshment, of which Ellen partook. The young mother then asked for writing materials, and in spite of the remonstrances of Marion, sat up in her bed and wrote a letter. When she had sealed and addressed it, she spoke in the following manner. "Marion, I have now one favour to ask you. You have already given me such proofs of friendship and fidelity that I need not implore you to observe the strictest secrecy with respect to the request that I am about to make. At the same time, I shall feel more happy if you will promise me that under any circumstances, whether my shame remain concealed or not, you will never disclose, without my consent, the name of the person to whom this letter is addressed, and to whom you must carry it as speedily as possible. You know, miss, that I will do anything I can to make you happy. Your secret is safe in my keeping." "Thank you, Marion. My father would curse me. Mr. Markham would scorn me, did they know that I held communication with this man." And she showed the address upon the letter to Marion. "Mr. Greenwood!" exclaimed the servant. "Ah, now I recollect. Whittingham has told me that he is the person who ruined your poor father and robbed Mr. Markham of nearly all his property." "And yet, Marion," said Ellen, "that man, that same Mr. Greenwood who reduced my poor father to beggary and plundered Mr. Markham, that very same individual is the father of my child. Oh, miss, now I understand how impossible it was for you to reveal your condition to your father or to Mr. Markham. The blow would have been too severe upon both." "Yes, Marion, Mr. Greenwood is the father of my child, and more than that he is— But no matter," said Ellen, suddenly checking herself. "You now know my secret, Marion, and you will never reveal it.
Never, miss, I promise you most solemnly. And you will take this letter to him today, and you will wait for his reply. I will go this afternoon, miss, and will obey your wishes in every way. And now, Marion, hasten to tell my father that I am unwell, and resist any desire on his part to obtain medical assistance. Leave that to me, miss. You already appear so much better that the old gentleman will easily be induced to suppose that a little rest is all you require. Ah, Marion, how can I ever reward you for all your goodness towards me?
End of section 12. Section 13 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. Recording by Dave Wills. The Bill, a Father. Nothing could be more businesslike than the study of Mr. Greenwood. The sofa was heaped up with papers, tied round with red tape, and endorsed some Corn Laws, others New Poor Law, a third batch Rottenborough Union, a fourth Select Committee on Bribery at Elections, and so on. Piles of letters lay upon one table, piles of newspapers upon another, and a number of reports of various committees of the House of Commons, easily recognized by their unwieldy shapes and blue covers, was heaped up on the chiffonniere between the windows. The writing-table was also arranged with a view to effect in the manner described upon a former occasion, and in his armchair lounged Mr. Greenwood, pleasantly engaged in perusing the daily newspaper, which contained the oration that he had delivered in the House on the preceding evening. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Mr. Greenwood had risen late, for the House had not separated until 2:30 in the morning, and the member for Rottenborough was a man of too decidedly business habits to leave his post in the middle of a debate. Lafleur entered and announced Sir Rupert Harborough.
"I've called about that bill again," said the baronet. "When it came due at the end of March, we renewed it for 4 months. It will be due again tomorrow." "I am aware of it," said Greenwood. "What do you propose to do?" "I'm in no condition to pay it," answered the baronet. "You must provide a portion and renew for the remainder," said Greenwood. "It is impossible, my dear fellow," exclaimed Sir Rupert. "I am completely at low water mark again, upon my honour. And yet I have heard that you and Chichester have not been altogether unsuccessful in the play world during the last few months," observed Greenwood. "Not so prosperous as you may fancy," returned the baronet. "Come, what shall we say about this bill?" "I have told you. The bill was originally given for £1,500, for which I only had 1,000. I don't recollect now. At all events, it fell due, and fortunately I had not passed it away." "Of course not. You promised to retain it in your portfolio." "I don't recollect. You could not pay it, and I agreed to renew it." "On condition of making it 1,600, said the baronet. "I don't recollect," observed Greenwood again. "Now you come to me and tell me that you can do nothing towards it. Things cannot go on so." "But you knew very well, Greenwood, when you took it, that the day of payment might be rather distant." "I don't recollect. You must bring me the 600, and I will renew for the 1,000. Without interest. There." "And where the devil am I to find £600 on a sudden like this?" exclaimed Sir Rupert. "I am sure that I am not aware of your private resources, my good sir," answered Greenwood coolly. "You must be well aware that I cannot afford to remain without my money in this manner. And since it would appear that you do not wish Lord Tremordyn to know that you have not paid the acceptance which he so kindly lent you—" "Lent me!" ejaculated Sir Rupert, now really alarmed. "Of course, he could not possibly have owed you the amount." "Greenwood, what do you mean by this?" cried the baronet. "Upon my honour, one would almost suppose that you had forgotten the real nature of the transaction." "Possibly. I may not recall to mind some of the minor details. One thing is, however, certain. I have in my possession a bill bearing your endorsement and accepted by Lord Tremordyn for £1,600, and I offer you the most easy term I can think of for its payment." "Greenwood, You cannot have forgotten.
Forgotten what?
Forgotten that the acceptance, well, is not Lord Tremorden's.
The acceptance not Lord Tremorden's?
cried Mr. Greenwood, affecting to be quite confounded by this statement.
Certainly not, answered the baronet. You yourself suggested to me. I suggested?
cried Greenwood, now pretending indignation.
Sir Rupert Harborough, what are you aiming at? To what point would you arrive?
Oh, if I were not in the power of this man,
thought the baronet, actually grinding his teeth with rage. But suppressing his feelings, he said,
My dear Greenwood, pray renew this bill for 4 months more, and it shall be paid at maturity.
No, Sir Rupert Harborough,
replied the capitalist, who had not failed to notice the emotions of concentrated rage which had filled the mind of the baronet.
I am decided. Give me £600, and I renew for the 1,000. Otherwise?
Otherwise?
repeated Sir Rupert mechanically.
I shall pay the bill into my bankers this afternoon, and it will be presented for payment at Lord Tremorden's agent tomorrow morning.
You would not wish to ruin me, Greenwood?
Such, of course, will not ruin you. Lord Tremorden will, of course, honour his acceptance.
Greenwood, you drive me mad.
I am really very sorry to hear it. But if everyone who could not meet his bills were driven mad by being asked for payment of them, every third house in the street would become a lunatic asylum.
You can spare your raillery,
Mr. Greenwood, said the baronet.
Do you wish to have me transported?
Certainly not. I want a proper settlement in this respect.
And how can I settle the bill? Where am I to procure £600 at a moment's warning?
A moment's warning? You have had 4 clear months.
But I hoped you would renew the bill from time to time until I could pay it. You said as much when you lent me the money upon it.
I don't recollect.
You did, indeed, and upon that faith of that promise I
don't recollect.
My God, what am I to do?
cried Sir Rupert despairingly.
I have no means of raising half the sum you require.
Then why did you take my money 7 months ago?
Why did I take the money? Why did I take it? Because you yourself proposed the transaction. You said, bring me the acceptance of Lord Tremorden for £1,500, and I will lend you 1,000 upon it immediately.
I don't recollect.
And you said emphatically and distinctly that you should not call upon Lord Tremorden to inquire if it were his acceptance.
Of course not. Amongst gentlemen such a proceeding would be unpardonable.
Oh, Greenwood, you affect ignorance in all this, and yet it was you who put the infernal idea into my head.
Sir Rupert Harborough,
said the capitalist, rising from his chair.
Enough of this. I put no infernal ideas into anyone's head. Settle the bill in the way I propose, or it shall take its course.
But, my God, you will send me to the Old Bailey,
cried the baronet, whose countenance was actually livid with rage and alarm.
And did you not send Richard Markham thither?
said Greenwood, fixing his piercing dark eyes upon Sir Rupert Harborough in so strange a manner that the unhappy man shrunk from that fearful glance.
But what matters that to you?
cried the baronet.
In one word, will you ruin me, or will you give me time to pay this accursed bill?
I have stated my conditions. I will not depart from them,
replied Greenwood in a determined manner.
You have plenty of time before you. I will keep the bill back until tomorrow morning at 12 o'clock.
Very good, sir,
said the baronet, scarcely able to repress his rage. Sir Rupert Harborough then withdrew, a prey to feelings more easily imagined than described.
Why should I allow this gambler to retain my money without even paying me the interest?
said Greenwood to himself when he was alone again.
I can keep him in my power as well with a forged bill for 1,000 as for £1,600. As for his wife, the beautiful Cecilia, I am now wearied of that intrigue, which moreover becomes too expensive. Lady Cecilia's extravagance is unbounded. I must put an end to that connection without delay.
The Fleur entered the room at this moment and said, "A female, sir, desires to see you upon a particular business."
Is it anyone whom you know?
Lafleur replied in the negative.
Never mind, I will see her,
said Greenwood, and unaware who she might be, he seated himself at his writing table, where he appeared to be profoundly occupied with some deeds that were lying before him. In a few moments Marion entered the room.
"Well, my good woman, what is the object of your call?"
demanded Greenwood.
"I am the bearer of a letter, sir, from Miss Munro," was the reply.
"From Miss Munro?"
ejaculated Greenwood, and he hastened to peruse the letter which the servant placed in his hand. Its contents ran thus: "You are the father of a boy. The excellent woman who bears this will explain everything to you. I should not recall myself to your memory if you have forgotten the mother of your child. Did not a sacred duty towards the female whom I have above alluded to, and towards the helpless infant who perhaps will never know a parent's care, compel me to thus address you? The kind woman who will give you this expended £40, all her little savings, to save me from disgrace. The surgeon to whose care the child is entrusted must receive a small allowance for its support. If you ever entertained one generous feeling towards me, relieve my mind on these two subjects. Ellen Munro." For some minutes Mr. Greenwood appeared to be absorbed in thought. He then questioned Marion relative to the particulars of Ellen's accoutrement, and she detailed to him every particular with which the reader is already acquainted.
"You manage that matter admirably," said Greenwood. "There are 2 points to which Miss Munro directs my attention in this note. In the first place, she speaks of your most disinterested services. Accept this as a trifling mark of my gratitude."
And he placed 6 banknotes for £10 each in Marion's hand.
"I do not desire any remuneration, sir," said the kind-hearted woman. "I will take my £40, but the other 2 notes I must beg to return."
"No, keep them,"
exclaimed Greenwood.
"I thank you, sir, most sincerely," said the servant firmly, "but I would rather not. I rendered Miss Munro that service which one female should afford another in such a case, and I cannot think of accepting any recompense."
With these words she laid 2 of the notes upon the table.
"You really are a most extraordinary woman,"
cried Greenwood, who was perfectly astonished at the idea of anyone in her class of life refusing money.
"Will you not permit me to offer you a ring, or watch, or some trinket?"
"No, sir,"
replied Marion with severe firmness of tone and manner.
"Miss Munro is so kind, so good, so gentle, I would go to the end of the world to serve her."
"Well, you must have your own way," said Mr. Greenwood. "The next point in Miss Munro's letter is a provision for her child. What sum do you suppose would content the surgeon and his wife who have taken care of it?"
"They are poor people, sir, struggling against difficulties, and having their way to make in the world."
"Suppose we say £40 a year for the present,"
interrupted Greenwood.
"Oh, sir, that would be ample," exclaimed Marion, "and Miss Munro will be so rejoiced. Ah, sir, what consolation to the poor young lady!"
"What is the address of the surgeon?"
demanded Greenwood.
"Mr. Wentworth, Lower Holloway," was the reply.
"My servant shall call upon that gentleman this very evening, and carry him the first quarter's payment," continued Greenwood. "You can say to Miss Munro— but stay, I will write her a few lines."
"Oh, do, sir. Who knows but it may console her?"
ejaculated the kind-hearted Marion. Mr. Greenwood wrote as follows:
"Your wishes are attended to every point. The existence of the child need never be known to either Mr. Munro or Mr. Richard Markham. Keep faithfully all the secrets which are treasured in your bosom, and I will never desert the child. I will watch over its welfare from a distance. Trust to me. You were wrong to hesitate to apply to me. My purse is at all times at your disposal, so long as those secrets remain undivulged. G.M.G."
Marion, prompted by that inherently kind feeling which had influenced her entire conduct towards Ellen, hesitated for a few moments after receiving this letter, and seemed anxious to speak. She would have pleaded in behalf of the young mother. She would have implored Greenwood to make her his own in the sight of heaven and acknowledge their child. But her tongue clave to the roof of her mouth, and she at length retired, unable to give utterance to a single word in favour of poor Ellen. As soon as she was gone, Greenwood rang for his faithful French valet.
"Lafleur," said he, "you will take these £10 and proceed without delay to the house of Mr. Wentworth, a surgeon residing in Lower Holloway. You will say to him, 'The father of the child which was entrusted to you last night in so mysterious a manner will allow you £40 a year for its support. As it grows older and the expense it incurs augments, this allowance will be proportionally increased. But should you endeavour to find out who are the parents of that child, it will instantly be removed to the care of others who may possess less curious dispositions. You will pay him these £10. You will tell him that every 3 months you will call with a similar sum, and you will see the child. Remember, you will see the child. If it have any peculiar mark about it, notice that mark. At all events, study it well, that you may know it again. You will, moreover, direct that its Christian name be Richard. Its surname is immaterial. In a word, you will neither say nor do a whit more or less than I have told you."
"I understand, sir," answered Lafleur. "Any further commands?"
"No, not at present. Be cautious how you conduct this business. It is delicate."
"You may depend upon me, sir." And Lafleur retired.
"Thus far it is well," said Greenwood to himself when he was again alone. "I am relieved of a subject of frequent annoying reflection and suspense. Ellen's shame is unknown to those from whom I was most anxious it should be concealed. It can never transpire now."
The clock struck 6, and Mr. Greenwood repaired to his dressing-room to arrange his toilet for dinner. End of section 13. Section 14 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. The Revelation. That same evening, Mr. Chichester dined with his friend Sir Rupert Harborough at the dwelling of the latter in Tavistock Square. Whenever her husband invited this guest, Lady Cecilia invariably made it a rule to accept an invitation elsewhere. The baronet and his friend were, therefore, alone together. "This is awkward, very awkward," said Chichester, when the cloth was removed and the 2 gentlemen were occupied with their wine.
"Awkward, I believe you," exclaimed the baronet. "Upon my honour, that Greenwood ought to be well thrashed."
"He is an insufferable coxcomb," said Chichester.
"A conceited humbug,"
added the baronet.
"A self-sufficient fool," remarked Chichester. "Consummate scoundrel," cried Sir Rupert.
"So he is," observed Chichester.
"But all this will not pay my bill," continued the baronet. "And where to obtain £600, the deuce take me if I can tell."
"No, nor I either," said Chichester, "unless we get a couple of horses and ride down towards Hounslow upon a venture."
"You can never be serious, Chichester. What, turn highwaymen?"
"I was only joking, but do you really think that Greenwood will press you so hard?"
"He will send the bill to Lord Tremorden's banker tomorrow. No, I can assure you he was quite high about it, and pretended to forget all the circumstances that had led to the transaction. To every word I said, it was, 'I don't recollect.' May the devil take him."
"And so he has got you completely in his power?"
"Completely."
"And you would like to have your revenge?"
"Of course I should. But what is the use of talking in this manner? You know very well that I can do him no injury."
"I am not quite so sure of that," said Chichester.
"What do you mean?" demanded the baronet. "I can see that there is something in your mind."
"I was only thinking, suppose we accused him of something that he would not like exposed, and could not very well refute. An intrigue with a particular lady, for instance."
"Ah, if we could, even though it were with my own wife," exclaimed the baronet. "And by the by, he is very intimate with Lady Cecilia."
"Of course he is," said Chichester dryly. "Have you never noticed that before?"
"It never struck me until now," observed the baronet.
"But it has struck me frequently," added Chichester.
And when I think of it, continued Sir Rupert Harborough, he has often been here for an hour or two together. For I have gone out and left him with Lady Cecilia in the drawing-room, and when I have come back, he has still been there.
Greenwood is not the man to waste his time at a lady's apron strings for nothing.
Chichester, you do not mean—
Oh, no, I mean nothing more than you choose to surmise.
And what would you have me surmise?
I do not suppose, said Chichester, that you care very much for Lady Cecilia.
You are well aware of my feelings with regard to her.
And out of all the money she has had lately, an affluence that you yourself have noticed more than once, she has never assisted you.
No, never. And I have often puzzled myself to think whence came those supplies.
You cannot suppose that either Lord or Lady Tremorden replenish her purse?
Yes, I have thought so.
Oh, very well, you know best. And Chichester sipped his wine with an affected indifference which was in itself most eloquently significant.
My dear fellow, said the baronet after a pause, I feel convinced that you have got some plan in your head, or else that you know more than you choose to say. In either case, Lady Cecilia is concerned. I have told you that I care not one fig about her, on my honour. Have the kindness, then, to speak without reserve.
And then you may be offended, said Chichester.
How absurd! Speak!
What if I was to tell you that Lady Cecilia,
well,
is Greenwood's mistress?
The proof!
Ejaculated the baronet. I myself saw them in each other's arms. Sir Rupert Harborough's countenance grew deadly pale, and his lips quivered. He now revolted from the mere idea of what he had just before wished to be a fact. You remember the day that Greenwood called to acquaint us with his success at Rottenborough in March last, said Chichester, after a pause. You and I had been practising with the dice and cards, and we went out together.
I recollect, exclaimed the baronet, and you returned for the dice boxes which you had left behind.
It was upon that occasion. Greenwood followed me out of the drawing-room and gave me £100 to keep the secret.
True. You produced £100 immediately afterwards, and you said that Greenwood had lent you the amount. Why did you never tell me of this before?
The deuce, is it a pleasant thing to communicate to a friend, Harborough? Besides, it always struck me that the discovery would one day or other be of some use.
Of some use indeed, ejaculated the baronet. And Lady Cecilia is Greenwood's mistress. That explains the restoration of her diamonds, as well as the improved condition of her finances. The false creature!
You must admit, Harborough, that you have never been over-attentive to your wife, and if—
Nonsense, my good fellow, interrupted the baronet sharply. That is no excuse for a woman. A man may do what he chooses, but a man's wife—
Come, no moralizing, said Chichester. It is all your own fault. Not one woman out of 50 would go wrong if the husband behaved properly. But now that I have told you the secret, think what use you can make of it.
I cannot see how the circumstance can serve me without further proof, remarked the baronet. Ah, Lady Cecilia, what duplicity, what deceit!
Why not such a drawer as her boxes, said Chichester. She is absent, so no one can interrupt you, and perhaps you may find a letter.
Excellent thought, cried Sir Rupert, and seizing a candle, he hurried from the room. 20 minutes elapsed, during which Mr. Chichester sat drinking his wine as comfortably as if he had done a good action, instead of revealing so fearful a secret to his friend. At length Sir Rupert Harborough returned to the dining-room. He was very pale, and there was something ghastly in his countenance, and sinister in the expression of his eyes. "Well, any news?" inquired Chichester. "No proof. Not a note, not a letter," answered the baronet. "But I have found something," he added with an hysterical kind of laugh, "that will answer my purpose for the moment. Better still."
"What is that?" asked his friend.
"Lady Cecilia's diamonds and other trinkets, presents, most likely from Greenwood, together with £90 in notes and gold."
"Capital!" cried Chichester. "You can now settle with Greenwood."
"Yes, I will pay him his £600, renew for the remainder for 3 or 4 months, and then devise some plot to obtain undeniable proof of his amour with Lady Cecilia.
But when I think of that woman, Chichester, not that she is anything to me, still she is my wife."
"Nonsense. It is fortunate for you that I told you of the affair, or else you would never have thought of using her property for the purpose of raising the sum you require."
"Ah, I will be revenged on that Greenwood,"
cried Sir Rupert, in whose mind one idea was uppermost, in spite of his depraved and selfish disposition.
"I will have the most signal vengeance upon the seducer of my wife. But remember, Chichester, I care nothing for her. Still, the outrage, the dishonour, the perfidy. Yes, by God," he added, dashing his clenched fist upon the table, "I will be avenged."
"And in the meantime convert the diamonds and jewels into money," said Chichester. "It is only 7 o'clock. We have plenty of time for the pawnbrokers."
"Come,"
cried the baronet, whose manner continued to be excited and irritable.
"I am ready."
The two friends emptied their glasses and took their departure, the baronet having carefully secured about his person the booty he had plundered from his wife. Then they bent their steps towards the pawnbroking establishment of Mr. V. in the Strand. What a strange type of all the luxury, dissipation, extravagance, profligacy, misery, ruin, and want which characterize the various classes of society is a pawnbroker's shop. It is the emporium whither go the jewels of the aristocrat, the clothes of the mechanic, the ornaments of the actress, and the necessities of the poor. Genteel profligacy and pining industry seek at the same place, the one the means for fresh extravagance, the other the wherewith to purchase food to sustain life. Two broad and direct roads branch off from the pawnbroker's shop in different directions, the first leading to the gaming table, the second to the gin palace, and then those paths are carried onward, past those halfway houses of destruction, and converge to one point, at which they meet at last, and whose name is ruin. Two working men have been seen standing at the corner of a street, whispering together. At length one has taken off his coat, gone to the pawnbroker's, come out with the proceeds, and accompanied the other to the nearest gin shop, where they have remained until all the money raised upon the garment was expended. Again, during the absence from home of the hard-working mechanic, his intemperate wife has collected together their few necessities, carried them to the pawnbroker's, and spent the few shillings thus procured on gin. The thief, when he has picked a pocket of a watch, finds a ready means of disposing of it at the pawnbroker's. Hundreds of working men pledge their Sunday garments regularly every Monday morning, and redeem them again on Saturday night. Are pawnbrokers' shops a necessary evil? To some extent they are. They afford assistance to those whom some pressing urgency suddenly overtakes, or who are temporarily out of work. But are not the facilities which they thus present to all classes liable to an abuse more than commensurate with this occasional advantage? Decidedly. They supply a ready means of drink to those who would hesitate before they sold their little property out and out, for everyone who pawns under such circumstances entertains the hope and intention of redeeming the articles again. The enormous interest charged by pawnbrokers crushes and effectually ruins the poor. We will suppose that a mechanic pledges his best clothes every Monday morning and redeems them every Saturday night for wear on the Sabbath. We will presume that the pawnbroker lends him £1 each time. They will thus be in pawn 313 days in each year. For each year he will pay 3 shillings and 8 interest, and 4 shillings and 4 for duplicates, making a total of 8 shillings. Thus he pays 8 shillings for the use of his own clothes for 52 days. If the government were really a paternal one, if it had the welfare of the industrious community at heart, it would take the system of lending money upon deposits under its own supervision, and established institutions similar to the Mont de Piet in France. Correctly managed, demanding is small interest upon loans. Such institutions will become a blessing. Now the shops of pawnbrokers are an evil and a curse. Sir Rupert Harborough entered the pawnbroker's shop by the front door, while Mr. Chichester awaited him in the lower arcade. The baronet was well known in that establishment, and he accordingly entered into a friendly and familiar chat with one of the young men behind the counter.
"That is a very handsome painting,"
said Sir Rupert, pointing to one suspended on the wall.
"Yes, sir. It was pledged 15 months ago for £7 by a young nobleman who had received it along with £50 in cash the same morning by way of discount for a £1,000 bill. And what do you expect for it? 80 guineas, answered the young man coolly. But there is one much finer than that, continued the pawnbroker's assistant, turning towards the other painting. That expired a few days ago. It was only pledged for 30 guineas. How much have you the conscience to ask for it? 120, whispered the young man. There is something peculiar connected with that picture. It belonged to an upholsterer who was once immensely rich, but who was ruined by giving credit to the Duke of York. To the Duke of York, eh? Oh, yes, sir. We have received in pledge the goods of many, many tradesmen who were once very wealthy, but who have been reduced to absolute beggary, starvation, by His late Royal Highness. We call a pillar in St. James's Park the Column of Infamy. Well, it was too bad not to pay his debts before they built that monument, said the baronet carelessly. But come, give me a cool 600 for these things. Well, the diamonds again? Exclaimed the assistant. Oh, yes, they come and go like good and bad fortune. 'Pon my honour, said Sir Rupert. Like the jewels of many others at the West End, added the assistant, and having made out the duplicates, he handed Sir Rupert over the sum required. On the following morning, the baronet paid Mr. Greenwood the £600 and gave a new bill for 1,000 at 4 months, for which the capitalist was generous enough not to charge him any interest. There was nothing in the baronet's conduct to create a suspicion in Mr. Greenwood's mind that his intrigue with Lady Cecilia was detected, but when the transaction was completed, Sir Rupert hastened to consult with his friend Chichester upon some plan for obtaining positive evidence of that amour. End of section 14. Section 15 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. The Mysterious Instructions. At the expiration of 10 days from the mysterious accouchement of Ellen Munro, Richard Markham returned home. It was late at night when he alighted at his dwelling, but as he had written 2 days previously to say when his arrival might be expected, Mr. Munro and Whittingham were sitting up to receive him. Richard's countenance was mournful, and he wore a black crape around his hat. "You have lost a kind friend, Richard," said Mr. Munro. "Your hasty letter acquainted us with the fact of Mr. Armstrong's death, but you gave us no details connected with that event." "I will now tell you all that has occurred," said Richard. "You need not leave the room, Whittingham. You knew Mr. Armstrong, and will be, no doubt, interested in the particulars of his last moments." "I knowed him for a staunch and consisting man in his democratical opinions," answered Whittingham. "And what's more comportant, he thought well of you, Master Richard." "He was an excellent man," observed Markham, wiping away a tear. "Worth 1,000 ill-Chichest, and 10,000 Bulgarians, which calls butlers tulips," added Whittingham dogmatically. "I will tell you the particulars of his death," continued Richard after a pause. "You remember that I received a letter from Mr. Armstrong, written in a hurried manner, and desiring me to repair to him in Boulogne, where he was detained by an accident which he feared might prove fatal. I posted to Dover, which town I reached at about 5 in the evening, and I found that no packet would leave for France until the following morning. The condition of my friend, as I judged of it by his note, seemed too serious to allow me to delay. I accordingly hired a vessel and proceeded without loss of time to Boulogne, where I arrived at 11 o'clock the same night, after a tolerably rough passage. I hurtled to the hotel at which my friend was staying, carrying the card which he had enclosed in his letter. I found him in bed, suffering from a fearful accident caused by the overturning of the chaise in which he had arrived at Boulogne from Paris, on his way to England. No limbs were broken, but he had sustained internal injuries of a most serious nature.
A nurse was seated at his bedside, and his medical attendant visited him every 2 or 3 hours. He was delighted to see me, wept, and said frequently, even up to the moment of his decease, "Richard, this is very, very kind of you." I sat up with him all that night, in spite of his entreaties that I would retire to rest, and from the first moment that I set my eyes upon him in that room, I felt convinced he would never leave it alive. I need not tell you that I did all I could to solace and render comfortable the man who had selected me, of all his acquaintances, to receive his last breath. I consider myself honoured by that mark of friendship, and I moreover remembered that he had believed in my innocence when I first told him my sad tale within the walls of Newgate. I never left him, save for 1 hour, from the instant I arrived in Boulogne until that of his death.
"Poor Master Richard!"
said Whittingham, surveying the young man with affectionate admiration. "I said that I left him for 1 hour," continued Markham. "That was the evening before his death. 5 days after my arrival, he called me to his bedside and said, 'Richard, I feel that my hours are numbered. You heard what my physician observed ere now, and I am not the man to delude myself with vain and futile hope. I repeat, my moments are now numbered. Leave me alone, Richard, for 1 hour, that I may commune with myself.' This desire was sacred, and I immediately obeyed it, but I remained away only just 1 hour, and then hastened back to him. He was very faint and languid, and I saw with much surprise that he had been writing. I sat down by his bedside and took his emaciated hand. He pressed mine and said in a slow and calm tone, 'Richard, I need not recall to your mind under what circumstances we first met, and I heard your tale. I knew that you were innocent. I could read your heart. In an hour I understood all your good qualities. I formed a friendship for you, and in the name of that friendship listened to the last words of a dying man.' He paused for a few moments, and then continued thus, 'When I am no more, you will take possession of the few effects that I have with me here. In my desk you will find a sum sufficient to pay all the expenses incurred by my illness and to meet the cost of my interment. I desire to be buried in the Protestant cemetery in the neighbourhood of Boulogne. You and the physician will attend me to my grave. The funeral must be of the most humble description. Do not neglect this desire on my part. I have been all my life opposed to pomp and ostentation, and shall scarcely wish any display to mark my death.' He paused again, and I gave him some refreshing beverage. He then proceeded, 'Beneath my pillow, Richard, there is a paper in a sealed envelope. After my death, you will open that envelope and read what is written within it. And now I must extract from you a solemn promise, a promise made to a dying man, a promise which I am not ashamed to ask, and which you need not fear to give, especially as it relates eventually to yourself. I require you to pledge yourself most sacredly that you will obey to the very letter the directions which are written within that envelope, and which relate to the papers that the envelope contains.' I readily gave the promise required. He then directed me to take the sealed packet from beneath his pillow and retain it safely about my person. He shortly after sank into a deep slumber, from which he never awoke, his spirit glided imperceptibly away.
"Good old man!"
exclaimed Whittingham, applying his snow-white handkerchief to his eyes. "According to the French laws," continued Richard, "interments must take place within 48 hours after death. The funeral of Thomas Armstrong was humble and unostentatious as he desired. The physician and myself alone followed him to the tomb. I then inspected his papers, but found no will, no instructions how his property was to be disposed of, and yet I knew that he was possessed of ample means. Having liquidated his debts with a portion of the money I found in his desk, and which amounted to about £100, I gave the remainder to an English charity at Boulogne. And now you are no doubt anxious to know the content of that package so mysteriously delivered to me. When I broke the seal of the envelope, I found the letter addressed thus: To my dear friend, Richard Markham. This letter was sealed. I then examined the envelope. You shall yourself see what was written within it. Markham took a paper from his pocket and handed it to Munro, who read its contents aloud as follows.
Richard, remember your solemn promise to a dying man, for when I write this, I know you will not refuse to give me that sacred pledge which I shall ask of you. When you are destitute of all resources, when adversity or a too generous heart shall have deprived you of all means of subsistence, when your own exertions fail to supply your wants, open the enclosed letter. But should no circumstance of any kind deprive you of the little property which you now possess, and should you not be plunged into a state of need from which your own talents or exertions cannot relieve you, then shall you open this letter upon the morning of the 10th of July, 1843, on which day you have told me that you are to meet your brother. These directions I charge you to observe faithfully and solemnly. Thomas Armstrong.
How very extraordinary, ejaculated Munro.
Nevertheless, I have a presentiment that these mysterious instructions intend some eventual good to you, Richard.
"It is a fortin, depend upon it," said the old butler.
Upon that head it is useless to speculate, observed Richard. I shall obey to the very letter the directions of my late friend, be their tendency what it may. And now that I have told you all that concerns myself, how fares it with you here? Does Ellen's health improve?
For the last 10 days she has been confined to her bed,
answered Munro, tears starting to his eyes.
"Confined to her bed?"
cried Markham. I hope you have had proper medical advice.
I wish to call in the aid of a physician, said Munro, but Ellen would not permit me. She declared that she soon would be better. She assured me that her illness was produced only by the privations and mental tortures which she had undergone, poor creature, previous to our taking up our abode in your hospitable dwelling. Then Marion was so kind and attentive, and echoed everything which Ellen advanced so readily. I suffered myself to be over-persuaded.
You did wrong, Mr. Munro, exclaimed Markham. Your daughter should have had medical advice, and she shall have it tomorrow.
She appears to be mending in health, though not in spirits, observed Munro. But, my dear young friend, you shall have your own way. I thank you sincerely for the interest you have shown in behalf of one who is dear, very dear to me.
Richard pressed the hand of the old man and retired to his chamber, to seek that repose of which he stood so much in need after his journey. But ere he sought his couch, he sat down and wrote the following note to Count Alteroni, that it might be dispatched to Richmond without delay in the morning. Mr. Markham regrets to be the means of communicating news of an afflicting nature to Count Alteroni, nor should he intrude himself again upon Count Alteroni's notice did he not feel himself urged by a solemn duty to do so in the present instance. Count Alteroni's old and esteemed friend, Thomas Armstrong, is no more. He departed this life 4 days ago at Boulogne-sur-Mer. Mr. Markham had the melancholy honour of closing the eyes of a good man and true patriot, and of following his remains to the tomb. End of section 15. Section 16 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. The Medical Man. In the morning, when Ellen awoke at about 8 o'clock, the first news she heard from Marion's lips was the return of Richard Markham. The first sentiment which this announcement excited in the mind of the young lady was one of extreme joy and thankfulness that her accouchement should have occurred so prematurely, and thus have happened during his absence. But this feeling was succeeded by one of vague alarm and undefined dread, lest by some means or other her secret should transpire. This fear she expressed to Marion.
"No, miss, that is impossible," said the faithful attendant. "The child is provided for, and the surgeon is totally ignorant of the house to which he was brought the night before the poor infant was born. How could Mr. Markham discover your secret?"
"It is perhaps my conscience, Marion, that alarms me," returned Ellen, "but I confess that I tremble. Do you think that Mr. Wentworth is to be relied upon, even if he should suspect or should ever discover?"
"Mr. Greenwood has purchased his silence, miss. Do not be downhearted. I declare you are quite white in the face, and you seem to tremble so the bed shakes. Pray, dear miss, don't give way to these idle alarms."
"I shall be more composed presently, Marion."
"And I will just step downstairs and get up your breakfast."
When Ellen was alone, she buried her face in the pillow and wept bitterly, and from time to time her voice, almost choked with sobs, gave utterance to the words, "My child, my child." Oh, how happy would she have been could she have proclaimed herself a mother without shame, and have spoken of her child to her father and her friend without a blush. In a few minutes Marion returned to the room, and Ellen hastened to assume an air of composure. She wiped away her tears and sat up in the bed, supported by pillows, for she was yet very weak and sickly, to partake of some refreshment.
"Mr. Markham is up, and has already gone out," said Marion as she attended upon her lovely young patient. "He left word with Whittingham to tell me that he should come up and see you on his return in half an hour."
"I would that this first interview were over, Marion," exclaimed Ellen.
"So you said, miss, in the morning after your accouchement, when your father was coming up to see you, and yet all passed off well enough."
"Yes, but I felt that I blushed and then grew deadly pale again,
"At least 10 times a minute,"
observed Ellen. Marion said all she could to reassure the young mother, and when the invalid had partaken of some tea, the kind-hearted servant left her in order to attend to her own domestic duties downstairs. Ellen then fell into a mournful reverie, during which she reviewed all the events of the last 2.5 years of her life. She pondered upon the hideous poverty in which she and her father had been plunged in the court leading out of Golden Lane. She retrospected upon the strange services she had rendered the statuary, the artist, the sculptor, and the photographer. She thought of the old hag who had induced her to enter upon that career, and then she fixed her thoughts upon Greenwood and her child. She was thus mentally occupied when she heard footsteps ascending the staircase, and immediately afterwards someone knocked at her door. In a faint voice she said, "Come in." The door opened, and Richard Markham entered the apartment, but as he crossed the threshold, he turned and said to someone who remained upon the landing, "Have the kindness to wait here one moment." He then advanced towards the bed and took the young lady's thin white hand.
"Ellen,"
he exclaimed,
"you have been very ill."
"Yes, very ill, Richard," returned the invalid, casting down her eyes.
"But I am better, oh, much, very much better now, and in a day or two shall be quite well." "And yet you are very pale and sadly altered," said Markham.
"I can assure you that I am recovering fast. Indeed, I should have risen today, but Marion persuaded me to keep my bed for a short time longer."
"And you have had no medical advice, Ellen? I told your father that he had done wrong."
"Oh, no, Richard," interrupted Ellen eagerly. "He was anxious to call in the aid of a physician, but I was not so ill as he thought."
"Not ill?"
ejaculated Markham.
You must have been very, very ill. But Marion was so kind to me. No doubt. Nevertheless, I have no confidence in the nostrums and prescriptions of old servants and nurses, and human existence is too serious a thing to be tampered with. I assure you, Richard, that Marion has treated me most judiciously, and I am now very nearly quite well.
Ah, Ellen, cried Markham,
I can read your heart.
You, Richard? Exclaimed the young lady with a cold shudder that seemed to terminate in a death chill at the heart.
Yes,
continued Markham, his voice assuming a tone of melancholy interest. I can well appreciate your motives in combating the desire of your father to procure medical aid. You were afraid of burdening me with an expense which you feared my restricted means would not permit me to afford. Well, I understand your good feeling, but this was wrong, Ellen, for I did not invite you to my house to deny to either yourself or father the common attentions which I would bestow upon a stranger who fell sick under my roof. Oh, thank God I have yet enough left to meet casualties like these.
Ah, Richard, how kind, how generous you are, said Ellen. But I am now really much better, and tomorrow I shall be quite well.
No, Ellen, you are very far from well, returned Markham, but you shall be well soon. I have been myself this morning to procure you proper advice.
Advice?
Repeated Ellen mechanically.
Yes, there is a medical gentleman now waiting to see you.
With these words, Richard hastened to the door and said,
Miss Munro, sir, is now ready to receive you. I will leave you with her.
The medical man then entered the chamber, and Markham immediately retired. The votary of Aesculapius was a man of apparently 25 years of age, pale but good-looking, with light hair and a somewhat melancholy expression of countenance. He was attired in deep black. His manners were soft and pleasing, but his voice was mournful, and his utterance slow, precise, and solemn. Approaching the couch, he took the hand of the invalid, and placing his fingers upon the pulse, said, "How long have you been ill, miss?"
"Oh, sir, I'm not ill now. I am nearly well. I shall rise presently. The fresh air will do me good,"
exclaimed Ellen, speaking with a rapidity and almost incoherence which somewhat surprised the medical man. "No, miss," he said calmly, after a pause. "You cannot leave your bed yet. You are in a state of fever. How long have you been confined to your couch?"
"How long? Only a few days, but I repeat, I am better now."
"How many days, miss?" asked the medical man.
10 or 12, sir, and therefore you see that I have kept my bed long enough."
"What do you feel?" demanded the surgeon, seating himself by the side of the invalid with the air of a man who is determined to obtain answers to his questions.
"I did feel unwell a few days ago, sir," said Ellen, "but now I am quite recovered."
"Perhaps, miss, you will allow me to be the judge of that. You are very feverish. Your pulse is rapid. Have you been taking any medicine?"
"No, that is, a little cooling medicine which the servant who attends upon me purchased. But why all these questions, since I shall soon be well?"
"Pardon me, miss. You must have the kindness to answer all my queries. If, however, you would prefer another medical adviser, I will at once acquaint Mr. Markham with your desire, and will relieve you of my presence."
"No, sir, as well you as another,"
cried Ellen, scarcely knowing what she said, and shrinking beneath the glance of mingled curiosity and surprise which the surgeon cast upon her. "During your illness, were you at all delirious?" inquired the medical adviser.
"Oh, no, I have not been so ill as you are led to suppose. All I require is repose, rest, tranquillity."
"And professional aid," added the surgeon. "Now, I beg of you, Miss Munro, to tell me without reserve what you feel. How did your illness commence?"
"Ah, sir, I scarcely know," replied Ellen. "I have experienced a great mental affliction, and that operated upon my constitution, I suppose."
"And you say that you have been confined to your bed nearly a fortnight?"
"Oh, no, not so long as that," said Ellen,
fearful of confirming the surgeon's impression that she had been very ill, and consequently stood greatly in need of professional assistance.
Not so long as that. 10 days exactly.
10 days? Repeated the medical man, as if struck by the coincidence of this statement with something which at that moment occurred to his memory. Glancing rapidly around the room, he started from his chair and said,
10 days ago, Miss Munro. And at what hour were you taken ill?
At what hour? Repeated the unhappy young lady, who trembled for her secret. Yes, at what hour? Demanded the surgeon, the slow solemnity of his tone changing to a strange rapidity of utterance. Was it not a little before midnight?
Sir, what do you mean? Why do you question me thus?
On that night, continued the surgeon, gazing fixedly upon Ellen's countenance, a man, with his eyes blindfolded.
His eyes blindfolded,
repeated Ellen mechanically, while a fearful shudder passed through her frame.
Led by a servant wearing a black veil. A black veil?
Entered this room.
Oh, my God, spare me!
And delivered a lady of a male child.
How do you know it, sir? Who told you?
That man was myself, cried the surgeon emphatically.
Oh, kill me, kill me!
Exclaimed Ellen, and covering her face with her hands, she burst into an agony of tears and heart-wrung sobs. Yes, continued the surgeon, pacing the room and glancing rapidly on all sides. There is the chest of drawers against which I dashed my foot. Here stood the bed, here the table. I sat down in this chair. Oh, now I remember all. And for some moments he walked up and down the room in profound silence. Suddenly, Ellen started up to a sitting posture in the bed and exclaimed,
My child, sir! Tell me, have you taken care of my child?
Yes, miss, madam, replied Mr. Wentworth. The little boy thrives well, although deprived of his natural nourishment.
Thank you, sir. Oh, thank you at least for that assurance, said Ellen. Oh, sir, you cannot understand how deeply a mother feels to the separation from her child.
Poor girl, said the surgeon in a compassionate tone. You have then suffered very much.
God alone knows what I have endured for months past, mentally and bodily,
cried Ellen, clasping her hands together.
And now you know all, sir. Will you betray me? Say, sir, will you betray me?
Mr. Wentworth appeared to reflect deeply for some moments. Ellen awaited his reply in a state of the most agonizing suspense. Miss Munro, at length said Mr. Wentworth, speaking in his usual solemn and grave tone, you know your own affairs better than I. But would it not be well to confide in those friends by whom you are surrounded?
I would die first, die by my own hand, answered Ellen emphatically, if you tell me that you will betray me. If you leave this room to communicate my secret to Mr. Markham, who brought you hither, or to my father, I will not hesitate a moment. I will throw myself from the window.
Calm yourself, Miss Munro. Your secret is safe in my hands.
Oh, thank you, sir. 1,000 times I thank you, exclaimed Ellen. There are circumstances which render it necessary that this secret should not transpire. Circumstances not altogether connected with my own shame, which I cannot dare not to reveal to you.
Enough, Miss Munro. I do not seek to penetrate into those mysteries. Your child is with me.
And heaven will bless you, said Ellen,
pressing the surgeon's hand with the warmth of the most fervent gratitude. In time, you will be able to call at my house, observed Mr. Wentworth, and you can see your son. You can watch his growth, mark his progress.
How kind you are! Oh, now I am rejoiced that you know all.
And no one will ever suspect the real motive of your visits, continued the surgeon. Mrs. Wentworth shall call upon you in a few days, and thus an acquaintance may be commenced. With reference to my visit of this morning, I shall inform Mr. Markham that you will be convalescent in a few days. Ellen once more expressed her sincere and heartfelt thanks to the surgeon, who shortly took his leave of her, after strictly recommending her to take the medicaments which he should send in the course of the day. And now the recovery of the young invalid progressed rapidly, and her own mind, relieved of many sources of anxiety and alarm, aided nature in conducting her to convalescence, for she longed to behold and caress her child. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. The BlackChamber Again. A few days after the incidents just narrated, the following letters were opened in the Black Chamber of the General Post Office. The first was from the Under Secretary for Foreign Affairs of Castelcicala to the representative of that state at the British Court.
Montoni, Castelcicala. The undersigned is desired by his Lordship the Marquis of Girano, Minister of Foreign Affairs, to inform your Excellency that the information you forwarded relative to the Englishwoman Eliza Sidney has failed to produce the desired effect. Your Excellency stated that Mrs. Arlington, the correspondent of the said Eliza Sidney, was the mistress of the Earl of Warrington, and that Eliza Sidney herself had been confined for 2 years in a criminal prison in England. Your Excellency, moreover, forwarded the English newspapers of the time, containing a full and detailed report of her crime and trial. These statements have failed to produce any effect in a certain quarter, in consequence of the infatuation of a high personage in respect to this Eliza Sidney, and the apparent frankness, as the Marquis of Girano has learnt, with which she allowed the entire history of her past life to the higher personage alluded to. It is now of the greatest consequence that your Excellency should ascertain whether Eliza Sidney's conduct has ever been tainted with incontinence, whether, in a word, she has not indulged in immoral and vicious courses. The result of your Excellency's inquiries must be forwarded by courier without delay. As you will perceive by the enclosed copy of a ducal ordinance issued this morning, that the infatuation above alluded to grows to a very dangerous point. The undersigned avails himself of this opportunity to state that the Marquis of Girano is greatly afflicted at the perverse and obstinate conduct of Prince Alberto in steadily refusing the offers of a pension for life made by the government of His Reigning Highness through your Excellency. The Marquis of Girano desires your Excellency to redouble your assiduity in inducing the Prince to accept the terms proposed, for which purpose a farther delay of 3 months will be granted, and should his reply then continue unfavourable, the government of His Highness will adopt measures to ensure the succession to the ducal throne of Castelcicala to a Neapolitan prince. The undersigned renews his expressions of perfect consideration towards your Excellency. Baron Ruperto, Under Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, July 13, 1839.
The following is a copy of the ducal ordinance to which reference was made in the above letter.
Angelo III, by the grace of God, Grand Duke of Castelcicala. To all present and to come, greeting. We have ordered and do order that which follows. 1. The style and title of Marchioness of Ziani are conferred upon the Signora Eliza Sidney. 2. A pension of 1,000 ducats annually shall be paid to the Marchioness of Ziani from the public treasury. 3. Our Minister, Secretary of State for the Department of the Interior, will execute the first article of this ordinance, and our Minister, Secretary of State for the Department of Finance, will execute the second article. by the Grand Duke Angelo III,
Marquis of Vicenza, Minister of the Interior, Count F.P. Marcotti, Minister of Finance, July 13, 1839.
The next letter read in the Black Chamber upon this occasion ran as follows.
Montoni, Castelcicala. I received your charming letters, my dearest Diana, and return you my most sincere thanks for the kind expressions of love and friendship which they contain, and for the advice which you proffer me. You moreover inform me that you have shown my letters of March, April, and May to the Earl of Warrington, and that his lordship approves of the cautious manner in which I have acted, and recommends me to accept the honourable offer of marriage made to me by his Highness, Angelo III. He assured you that his Highness never once insulted me by hinting at the possibility of a connection upon any other terms than those of marriage, and when he proposed a morganatic union, it was merely in accordance with the practice of many European sovereigns. I, however, expressed myself firmly to his Serene Highness upon this head, stating that, although a morganatic marriage was perfectly valid so far as the religious ceremonies went, still it was not strictly legal and would not please those who wish me well in England. In my last letter, I informed you that someone had represented to the Grand Duke my misfortunes in England. Happily, this announcement failed to produce any change in his conduct or views with regard to me, as I had previously made him acquainted with all those particulars on my own accord. In a word, my dearest Diana, his Serene Highness has offered me his hand, offered to raise me to a seat by his side on the ducal throne, offered to make me his bride in sight of the world. Could I refuse, or why should I? You ask me if I can love his Serene Highness. Ah, how can I help revering one who shows such love for me? And then human nature has its weak points, and rank, honour, wealth, and distinction cannot fail to attract even one naturally so retiring as myself. Oh, how pleasant will it be to possess riches and influence for the mere purpose of doing good. Well then, all is decided. I am to be Grand Duchess of Castelcicala. The marriage is to take place in 6 weeks from the present time. The daughters of General Grachia are to be my bridesmaids. As a preliminary step towards this high honour, the Grand Duke has conferred upon me a title and a pension. To the world, I am now the Marchioness of Ziani. To you, Diana, I am still and shall always be Eliza Sidney. I was surprised to learn from you that the villain Montague Greenwood has succeeded in obtaining a seat in the English Parliament. Ever since I have had power and wealth in the prospective, I have meditated upon the best means of protecting others from that villainy which he designed against me, but which Providence so signally frustrated. At length I thought of a plan, and dispatched a trusty person to England a few days ago to execute it. This person has instructions from me to call upon you on his arrival in England and communicate to you my scheme. He is also the bearer of a trifling token of my sincere friendship and gratitude towards you, dear Diana, and which little token I hope you will accept for my sake. I need scarcely say that you will oblige me by tendering my best thanks to the Earl of Warrington for the kind advice he sent me through you, and renew to him the expression of my eternal gratitude for all he has done for me. You shall hear again shortly from your devoted and attached Eliza Sidney. July 13, 1839.
The third letter read upon this occasion was addressed to Count Alteroni, Richmond, and ran in the following manner.
Montoni, Castelcicala, July 13, 1839. Things, my lord, are growing towards a crisis in this country. Number 29 is literally infatuated with number 1. He has this morning created her a marchioness, and in a month or 6 weeks he will, it is said, espouse her. There is no possibility of preventing this, number 29 being quite despotic, and now his foolish ministers see their mistake in having maintained him in his absolutism and refused the country a constitution.
Number 29, you will understand, interrupted the examiner, evidently means the Grand Duke, and number 1 represents Eliza Sidney. Proceed.
The clerk who read the letter continued as follows.
The ministers know not what to do. They are at their wits' end. I know for a fact that they obtained from England certain information relative to number 1, which proved that she had been in a criminal jail. But number 29 made no account of it. Number 1 is very beautiful, fascinating in manners, somewhat shy and reserved, and yet amiable. She is also accomplished. When she first came to Montoni, she spoke the Italian language imperfectly. She now speaks it fluently, and this knowledge she has acquired in a few months. There can be no doubt that she will exercise an immense influence over number 29 if she choose to make use of it. And who knows what a woman, suddenly rising from private life to the first ducal throne in this world, may do. She does not, however, seem to be ambitious. Nevertheless, something ought to be done. If this marriage takes place, you are well aware that issue may well follow, for number 1 is young, and in that case I really think that if your lordship were to land suddenly upon the Castelcicalan coast without delay, this union might be prevented. I hinted to your lordship in my last letter the immense ascendancy gained by number 1 over number 29. Your lordship's reply astonished me. Your lordship states that if number 29 chooses to marry according to his fancy, no human power has a right to control him. With due deference, is not this carrying liberality of opinion a little too far? Your lordship expressed the determination to trust to the issue of events and do nothing that may stand the chance of plunging the country into a civil war. These self-denying sentiments are no doubt highly patriotic and noble, but is it in human nature to resign without a struggle? In any case, I am your lordship's faithful servant, and am anxious only to execute your lordship's wishes. I therefore await your lordship's instructions. Number 17.
You have taken copies of these letters, said the examiner.
Yes, sir,
replied the clerk thus addressed.
Then let them be immediately conveyed to the office of the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, as their contents are highly important.
Yes, sir.
And this order was forthwith obeyed. End of section 17. Section 18 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. The Second Examination, Count Alteroni. 42 days after the appearance of Mr. Tomlinson's name in the Gazette among the category of bankrupts, the second examination of this gentleman took place at the Bankruptcy Court in Basinghall Street. In an armchair, behind a desk raised upon a species of dais, sat the Commissioner, embellished with a wig and gown. Close under the desk was placed the Registrar, also with wig and gown, and 2 or 3 barristers who were retained in the case were similarly adorned. In a sort of pew on the right of the Commissioner sat the official assignee, with a pile of books and papers before him. About 200 persons thronged the room, most of whom, by their sullen and sinister looks, might be easily recognized as the creditors of the bankrupt. At a distance from the box in which witnesses were placed during examination stood Count Alteroni, with folded arms and severe countenance. A few moments before 11 o'clock, a bustle was heard near the door, and a whisper of "Here's the train assignee" ran through the crowd. Mr. Greenwood entered the court with a patronizing smile upon his countenance and an easy kind of gait, as if he were by no means dissatisfied with himself. He was dressed in the most elegant manner, and his left hand played negligently, as usual, with the costly gold chain that festooned over his waistcoat. As he passed through the crowd of his friend's creditors, many of whom were known to him, he addressed a few words in an off-hand and patronizing manner to those whom he recognized at the moment.
"Fine day, Mr. Styles. How are Mrs. Styles and those dear children?"
Mr. Styles was an old bachelor.
"Ah, Mr. Milksop, how are you? Quite delighted to see you. Why, upon my word, you are getting quite stout."
Poor Mr. Milksop was as thin as a lath.
But everything prospers with you, I suppose? Well, Mr. Chivers, how do you do? Anything new on the stock exchange? I believe you don't suffer much by this business of Tomlinson's, do you?" "Only 3,000, that's all,"
returned Mr. Chivers, with a smile which would have turned new milk sour.
"Oh, a mere song!" exclaimed Greenwood, tossing up his head. "Well, Vokes, are you here? You don't mean to say that you're wasting your time in this manner, eh? Ah, Tullet, my good friend, delighted to see you. Why, how well you do look, to be sure."
Mr. Tullet was in a rapid decline, and he grinned horribly, a ghastly smile at this salutation. In this manner did Mr. Greenwood work his way through the crowd until he reached the desk of the official assignee, by the side of whom he took a seat.
"Where's the bankrupt?"
exclaimed the clerk of the court in a loud and imperious tone of voice, while Mr. Greenwood bestowed one of his patronizing smiles upon the Commissioner.
"Here,"
replied Tomlinson, and he stood forward close by the witness box. He was pale and altered, and the marks of care and anxiety were visible upon his countenance. The glance he cast around him as he took his stand in the presence of the Commissioner was hurried and fearful. He almost dreaded that the face of Michael Martin would meet his eyes as he thus hastily scanned the crowd by whom he was surrounded. But his alarm was without foundation. The old cashier was not there. The examination of the bankrupt then commenced. In answer to the questions put to him, he stated that he had delivered in to the assignee as full and complete a statement of his affairs as the loss of his books, which had been abstracted by the cashier at the time of the robbery, would permit. Mr. Greenwood observed that the accounts were highly satisfactory and would doubtless please every creditor present. It was, however, unfortunate that the estate would not pay a single farthing in the pound.
"Very unfortunate indeed,"
growled a creditor.
"I would much rather have heard that there was a dividend than that the accounts are so very satisfactory," murmured another. "Mr. Tomlinson's creditors cannot complain of him, Your Honour," said Mr. Greenwood to the Commissioner. "On the contrary, they have every reason to be perfectly satisfied with him. He has given up everything."
"Why, there was nothing left to give up,"
ejaculated Mr. Vokes.
"Nothing left to give up?"
cried Mr. Greenwood, casting the stern glance upon the unfortunate creditor.
Permit me, sir, as the trade assignee duly chosen at the last meeting, permit me, sir, to inform you that there were the desks, counters, stools, and various fixtures of the bank, all of which Mr. Tomlinson surrendered in the most honourable and straightforward manner, and which have realised £181, 17 shillings and sixpence for the benefit of the estate.
Well, and what has become of that sum?
Demanded Mr. Vokes.
Consumed by the expenses of the fiat,
answered Mr. Greenwood coolly.
But as I was observing, your honour, when I was interrupted in a most indecent manner, the position of Mr. Tomlinson is a most honourable one.
Perhaps it is even enviable,
said the consumptive creditor dryly.
And I, for one, shall certainly sign his certificate.
Have no tidings been heard of the cashier who absconded?
Inquired the commissioner.
None, sir,
answered the official assignee and Mr. Greenwood simultaneously.
What has become of the bankrupt's furniture at his private residence?
Demanded a creditor.
His landlord is in distress for a year's rent the moment the bank stopped,
answered Greenwood.
The amount due to this most hard-hearted and unfeeling landlord is £120, and the furniture would not fetch more at an auction. I therefore, with the full concurrence of the official assignee, allowed that very harsh man to keep the goods.
A barrister who had been retained for one of the creditors then proceeded to examine Mr. Tomlinson. You allege that about £94,000 were abstracted from the bank by the fugitive cashier?
I do, or as nearly as I can guess.
And yet, by this balance sheet, I perceive that your liabilities are £200,000. Were you not insolvent when the robbery was perpetrated?
It would appear so, certainly.
Then how do you account for that immense deficiency?
I can account for it in no other manner than by presuming that my cashier had carried on a systematic mode of plunder for some years past. But as I placed implicit reliance upon him, I was never led to an investigation of my actual position.
Do you mean to say that your cashier embezzled many £1,000s every year?
I'm afraid that such was the fact.
The barrister asked no further questions. Another opposing counsel interrogated the bankrupt relative to his affairs, but Tomlinson's replies were given in a manner which afforded no scope for suspicion. None divined how much it cost that unhappy man thus to heap shame and infamy upon the head of a faithful old clerk who had never wronged him of a shilling. The case terminated by the declaration of the commissioner that the bankrupt had passed his second examination. Tomlinson was glad to escape from the frightful ordeal to which his feelings had been subjected for 2 mortal hours, and while he hurried home to conceal his emotions from every eye and meditate upon his condition in private, Mr. Greenwood busied himself in obtaining signatures for his certificate. This is an easy matter to a man of the financier's powers of persuasion, and that very afternoon the names of 4/5 of the bankrupt's creditors were attached to the parchment which was to relieve him of all past embarrassments. When Greenwood took the certificate to Tomlinson in the evening, he said,
My dear fellow, you will soon be a new man. In 21 days this document will have passed the Lord Chancellor and the Court of Review, and be duly registered in Basinghall Street. I will then lend you £1,000 at only 20% to start you as a stockbroker. You see how well I have managed your business. You have passed through the court, and you have kept your furniture.
Which I would have given up to my creditors, had you permitted me,
said Tomlinson sorrowfully.
Nonsense, my dear fellow. Never give away what you can keep by a little manoeuvring. Your landlord can now withdraw his friendly seizure, and all will be well.
Nothing will render me happy until I find that poor old man who has so nobly, so generously sacrificed himself for me," observed Tomlinson, in a tone of deep dejection. "What can have become of him?"
"Oh, do not bother yourself about him," cried Greenwood impatiently. "He will turn up one of these days, and then you can remunerate him handsomely."
"Ah, that would indeed be a moment of supreme happiness for me," ejaculated Tomlinson.
"Yes," continued Greenwood, musing,
"a £5 note will recompense the old fellow well for his conduct."
"A £5 note?" repeated Tomlinson. "Can you be in earnest, Greenwood?"
"Well, if you think it is too much, give him a couple of sovereigns," said Greenwood coolly. "But I must take leave of you now. I am compelled to devote a couple of hours this evening to the interests of that free and enlightened body whom I have the honour to represent in Parliament. So, adieu, Tomlinson, and when your certificate is registered, come to me."
Mr. Greenwood then took his departure from the bankrupt's abode.
"The heartless villain!"
cried Tomlinson, when the door had closed behind the financier. Then, after a long pause, he added,
"Oh, and yet his ingenuity has saved me from eternal degradation and shame."
In the meantime, the Count Alteroni returned to his dwelling at Richmond. He reached home at about 5 o'clock in the evening and found his wife and daughter anxiously awaiting his arrival. The moment he entered the drawing-room, the ladies cast a timid and yet inquiring glance towards him, and their hearts sank within them when their eyes caught sight of his severe and sombre expression of countenance.
"My dear wife, my beloved daughter,"
he said, advancing towards them and taking the hand of each in his own,
"my worst fears are confirmed. The bank will not pay 1/6 of dividend. Greenwood has contrived to get his fellow conspirator clear of the tribunal, and the creditors have not a hope left. It was with the greatest difficulty that I could so far master my feelings as to avoid an interference in those most iniquitous proceedings. But my position, my rank, forbade me from attempting aught to expose those villains. And now, my dear wife, now, my charming Isabella, prepare yourselves to hear the worst. We are ruined."
"Ruined?"
exclaimed both the Countess and her daughter at the same time.
"Oh, no,"
added Isabella.
"we have many friends, my dear father."
"To whom I will not apply,"
said the Count proudly.
"No, we must wrestle with our evil fortunes, and trust to the advent of better times. At present, everything seems to conspire to crush us, and should that contemplated marriage take place in Castelcicala—"
"My dearest husband,"
interrupted the Countess,
"do not aggravate present griefs by the apprehension of that which yet only menaces us. It is scarcely possible that the Grand Duke will perpetrate such a folly."
"And that title of Marchioness of Ziani, and that pension, do they not speak volumes?" cried the Count bitterly. "There are moments when I feel inclined to listen to the representations of those faithful friends in my own country with whom I correspond, and who are ever counselling me to—"
"Oh, my dearest father,"
exclaimed Isabella, bursting into tears,
"would you endanger that life which is so precious to my mother and myself? Would you plunge your native land in the horrors of a civil war? Oh, let us bear all our present ills with firmness and resolution, and if there be a guardian Providence, as I devoutly believe, he will not allow us to be persecuted for ever."
"Noble girl," cried the Count, "you teach me my duty."
And he embraced his lovely daughter with the utmost warmth and tenderness.
"Yes,"
said the Countess, fondly pressing her husband's hand,
"we are crushed only for a time. Our course is now clear. We must give up our present establishment, and as we have, thank God, no debts—"
"It is that which cuts me to the very soul," interrupted the Count. "You are not yet acquainted with the extent of our misfortunes.
a brave fellow countryman of mine who supported me in all of the plans which I endeavoured to carry out for the welfare of the Castelcicalans, and who was driven into exile on my account, was imprisoned in London a few months ago for a considerable sum of money. I could not leave him to perish in jail. I became answerable for him, and the creditor is now pressing me for the payment of the debt."
"And what is the amount of this liability?"
inquired the Countess hastily. £1,800 was the reply.
"Do not suffer that to annoy you, my dearest father," exclaimed Isabella. "My jewellery and superfluous wardrobe will produce—"
"Alas, my dearest child," interrupted the Count, "all that we possess would not realize anything like that sum. But happen what will, our first step must be to give up this furnished mansion and retire to a more humble dwelling. That will not cost us many pangs. We shall be together, and our love for each other constitutes our greatest happiness."
"Yes, my dearest husband,"
said the Countess.
"even a prison should not separate us."
"Where my beloved father is, where my parents are, there am I happy,"
murmured Isabella, the pearly tears trickling down her cheeks. Oh, in that hour of his sorrow, how sweet upon the ears of that noble Italian sounded the words husband and father, which, coupled with tender syllables of consolation, came from the lips of the two affectionate beings who clung to him so fondly. The lovely countenance of his daughter, so beautiful that it seemed rather to belong to the ethereal inhabitants of heaven than to a mortal denizen of earth, was upturned to him, and her large black eyes, shining through her tears, beamed with an ineffable expression of tenderness and filial love. Charming, charming Isabella, how ravishing, how enchanting wast thou at that moment when thou didst offer sweet consolation to thy father. The roses dyed thy cheeks beneath the delicate tinge of transparent bistre which proclaimed thee a daughter of the sunny south. Thy moist red lips apart disclosed thy teeth, white as the orient pearl. Thy young bosom heaved beneath the gauze which veiled it. Purity sat upon thy lofty brow like a diadem which innocence confers upon its elect. Very beautiful wert thou, Isabella, charming exotic flower from the sweet Italian clime.
"Yes, my beloved wife, my darling daughter," said the Count. "We are ruined by my mad confidence in that villain Greenwood. You know that there is one means by which I could obtain wealth and release us from this cruel embarrassment. But never would either of you wish to see me sell my claims and resign my patriotism for gold. No, dearest partakers of my sad destinies, that may not be. I shall ever reject the offers of my persecutors with scorn, and until fortune may choose to smile upon us, we must learn to support her frowns with resignation."
"That same almighty power which afflicts and chastises can also restore gladness and multiply blessings,"
said Isabella solemnly. A servant now entered the room to announce that dinner was served in another apartment. Assuming a cheerful air, the Count led his wife and daughter to the dining-room and partook of the repast with a forced appetite, in order to avoid giving pain to those who watched all his movements and hung upon all his words with such tender solicitude. After dinner, the Count, still pondering upon the scene in which a tender wife and affectionate daughter had administered to him such sweet consolation, and experiencing a delicious balm in the domestic felicity which he enjoyed, said to Isabella, "Read me from your album, my dear girl, those lines which a poet is supposed to address to his wife, and which always possesses new charms for me." Isabella hastened to obey her father's wishes, and read in a soft and silver tone the following stanzas.
Poet to his wife. When far away, my memory keeps in view, unwearied, the image of my wife.
This tribute of my gratitude is due to her who seems the angel of my life, the guiding star that leads me safely through the eddies of this world's unceasing strife. Hope's beacon cheering ever from afar, how beautiful art thou, my guiding star! Our children have thy countenance that beams with love for him who tells thy virtues now. Their eyes have caught the heavenly ray which gleams from thine athwart the clouds that shade my brow. Like sunshine on a night of hideous dreams, the first to wean me from despair art thou, for all the enduring sentiments of life are summed up in the words children and wife. The mind, when in a desert stale, renews its strength as if by hope's purest manna fed, as drooping flowers revive beneath the dews which April mornings bountifully shed. Mohammed taught, let none the faith abuse, that echoes were the voices of the dead, repeating in a far-off realm of bliss the words of those they loved and left in this. My well-beloved, shouldst thou pass hence away into another and happier sphere, ere death has closed my little day, and morn may wake no more on my career, I love thee are the words that I shall say, from hour to hour during my sojourn here, that thou in other realms mayest still be found prepared to echo back the welcome sound. Scarcely had Isabella finished these lines when a servant entered the room and announced a Mr. Johnson, who had some very pressing business to communicate and who was very sure that he shouldn't be considered an intruder. Mr. Johnson, a queer-looking, shabby, genteel, off-hand kind of man, made his appearance close behind the servant, over whose shoulder he leered ominously.
"I believe you're Count Alteroni, are you?"
was Mr. Johnson's first question. "I am. What is your business with me?"
"I'm come from Rolf the attorney in the Clements Inn,"
was the reply.
"Oh, I suppose he has sent you to say that he will accord me the delay I require," interrupted the Count.
"Not quite that there, neither,"
said the man. Then, sinking his voice to a mysterious whisper, and glancing towards the ladies with an air of embarrassment, he added,
"The fact is, I've got a execution again your person, a.k.a., you know, for 1,800 and costs."
A warrant?" ejaculated the Count aloud. "You do not mean to say that you are come to take me to prison?"
Not exactly that, neither,"
replied Mr. Johnson.
"You needn't go to Quads, you know. You can come to our lock-up in the New Cut, Lambeth, where you'll be as snug as if you were in your own house, barring liberty."
"I understand you,"
said the Count. Then, turning to his wife and daughter, he added, "My dears, the evil moment is arrived. This person is a bailiff come to arrest me, and I must go with him. I implore you not to take this misfortune to heart. It was sure to happen, and it might just as well occur today as a week or a month hence."
"And whither will they take you?"
asked the Countess, bursting into tears.
"Cannot we be allowed to accompany you?"
"You can come, ma'am, and see his lordship tomorrow," said the bailiff, "and you can stay with him from 10 in the morning till 9 in the evening, or maybe till 10:30 as a very particular favour, for which you'll only have to pay half a sovereign extra. But here's my man."
A sneaking kind of knock, something more than a single one, not so much as a double one, and by no means as bold as a postman's, had been heard the moment before the bailiff uttered these last words. And while he went in person to inform his acolyte that the capture was made, and that he might wait in the hall, the Count endeavoured to soothe and console the two afflicted ladies, who now clung to him in the most impassioned and distracted manner.
"Tomorrow, my dear father, tomorrow, the moment the clock strikes 10, we will be with you,"
said Isabella.
"Oh, how miserably will pass the hours until that period! Will you now not permit me, my dearest husband,
to see the envoy of Castelcicala, and—"
"No," answered the Count firmly. "Did we not agree ere now to support with resignation all that fortune might have in store for us?"
"Oh, pardon me, I forgot," said the Countess. "I am overwhelmed with grief. Oh, what a blow! And for you—"
"Show yourselves worthy of your high rank and proud name," cried the nobleman, "and all will yet be well."
At this moment the bailiff returned to the room.
"I am now ready to accompany you,"
said the Count.
"So much the better," cried Mr. Johnson. "Me and my man, Tim Bunkins, come down in an omnibus. I don't know which way you'd like to go, but I've heard say you keeps a very tidy cabriolet."
"It would be a monstrous mockery for anyone to proceed to a prison in his own luxurious vehicle," said the Count sternly. "As you came, so may you return. I will accompany you in an omnibus."
The Count embraced his wife and daughter tenderly, and with much difficulty tore himself away, in order to leave a comfortable home for a miserable sponging house. End of section 18. Section 19 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. A Friend in Need. 10 days after the arrest of Count Alteroni, a young lady was proceeding at about 11 o'clock in the forenoon down the Blackfriars Road. She was dressed plainly, but with that exquisite taste which denotes a polished mind, and is in itself an aristocracy of sentiment. She looked neither to the right nor to the left. Her pace was somewhat rapid, as if she were anxious to arrive at her destination. And though there was something timid in her manner as she threaded her way along the crowded thoroughfare, few who passed her could help turning round to obtain another glimpse of the sylph-like form of that unassuming girl. From the opposite direction advanced a young man of tall and handsome appearance, neatly dressed and with a shade of melancholy upon his countenance. In a few moments he met the young lady and was about to pass her when his eyes happened to catch a glimpse of her lovely features. He started with surprise, exclaiming, "Senora, is it possible? Do we indeed meet again? Oh, it seems to me that it is an age since I saw you, dearest Isabella. And since we last met, Richard, many unfortunate events have happened. My poor father—" "Your father? What can have happened to him?" cried Markham, struck by the mournful tone of the beauteous Italian. "He is in the Queen's Bench prison," replied Isabella, her eyes filling with tears. "In the Queen's Bench? And are you going to him now? Oh, Isabella, you must tell me how all this happened. I will escort you a little way." And with these words Richard offered his arm to the Signora, who accepted it with a ready confidence in him whom she loved, and whose presence was by no means displeasing to her at that moment when she stood so much in need of consolation. "You are aware," resumed Isabella, "that my father entrusted a considerable sum of money to Mr. Greenwood." "The villain!" ejaculated Markham warmly. "I cannot explain to you exactly how it was that my father accepted the security of Mr. Tomlinson, the banker, for that amount, as I am not acquainted with the matters of business. But he did so, and released Mr. Greenwood. And Tomlinson failed, and your father lost all. Alas, he did, and he is now imprisoned for a sum for which he had become answerable to serve a friend," said Isabella. "How long has the Count been in prison?" added the Signora mournfully. "He was arrested 10 days ago, and by the advice of a solicitor, he removed on the following day from the bailiff's private house to the bench." "And the Countess?" "My mother is very unwell today and could not leave her room, and I am now on my way to visit my poor father. We have left Richmond altogether, and my mother and myself occupy lodgings in the Blackfriars Road. 10 days ago this happened, Isabella," said Richard reproachfully, "and you did not acquaint me with what had occurred. Oh, Richard, you know well that circumstances forbade me. Or else, speak, dearest Isabella, or else I believe you would have given my father the best advice on how to proceed. He is too proud to apply to his friends,
and he must not remain in prison. His health would sink under the idea of the degradation that has taken possession of him." "That villain Greenwood," said Markham, musing. "When will the day of retribution arrive for him?" "We must now part, Richard," observed Isabella, as they came in view of the dingy wall of the Queen's Bench prison, crowned by the Chevet du Frise. "Yes, we must part again," said Markham mournfully. "But how happy should I have been had we met this morning under other circumstances! How I should have blessed the accident that brought me thus early this morning on some business of my own to this neighbourhood! Oh, Isabella, you know not how constantly I think of you, how unceasingly I dwell upon your dear image. Can you suppose, Richard, that I never devote a thought to you?" said Isabella in a low and plaintive tone. "But we must not talk upon such a subject at present. Let us hope for happier times." With these words, the young lady returned the pressure of her lover's hand and hurried towards the Queen's Bench. Markham loitered on the spot for 5 minutes and then proceeded to the lobby of the prison. There he inquired into the particulars of Count Alteroni's detention, and ascertained that he had been arrested for £1,800 with costs. He then left the gloomy precincts of the debtors' jail and retraced his steps towards the city. £1,800 would procure the Count's liberation, he said to himself. £1,800 which he does not possess, and which he is too proud to borrow. £1,800 which would restore him to his family and make Isabella happy. My property is worth £4,000. If I raise £2,000 upon it, I shall curtail my income by exactly 1/2. I shall have £100 a year remaining. But my education was good, my acquirements are not contemptible. Surely I can turn them to some account. Then it suddenly struck him that he had already raised £500 upon his estate at the period when the Resurrection Man endeavoured to extort that sum from him, and half of this sum had already disappeared in consequence of the amount given to Talbot, alias Pocock, in the dark house, the assistance rendered to Monroe and Ellen, his journey to Boulogne, and other claims. Then there would be the expenses of deeds to reckon. If he raised £2,000 more, his property would only remain worth to him about £1,500. His income would therefore be reduced to £75 per annum. But not for one moment did this noble-hearted young man hesitate relative to the course he should pursue, and without delay he proceeded to the office of Mr. Dyson, his solicitor, in the city. There the business was speedily explained and put in train. It would, however, require, said the solicitor, 4 days to terminate the affair. But Markham did not leave him until he had fixed the precise moment when the deeds were to be signed and the money paid over. Richard returned home in a state of mind more truly happy than he had known for some time past. He had resolved upon an immense sacrifice to benefit those whom he esteemed or loved, and he was prepared to meet any consequence which it might produce. This is human nature. We may inure ourselves to the contemplation of any idea, however appalling or alarming it may appear at first sight, without a shudder and almost without a regret. The convict under sentence of death in the condemned cell, and his ears ringing with the din of the hammers erecting the scaffold, does not experience such acute mental agony as the world are apt to suppose. We all have the certainty of death, at some date more or less near before our eyes, and yet this conviction does not trouble our mental equanimity. The convict who is doomed to die is only worse off than ourselves, inasmuch as the precise day, hour, and moment of his fate are revealed to him. But his death, which is to be sudden and only of a moment's pain, must be 1,000 times preferable to the long, lingering, agonizing throes of sickness which many of those who pity him are eventually doomed to endure before their thread of existence shall be severed forever. Yes, we can bring our minds to meet every species of mortal affliction with resignation, and even with cheerfulness.
and there is no sorrow, no malady, no pang, which issued from Pandora's box that did not bear the imprint of hope along with it. True to the appointed time, Richard proceeded to the office of Mr. Dyson on the 4th day from the commencement of the business. He signed the papers and received £2,000. The lawyer shook his head, implying his fears that his client was improvident and wasteful. He was, however, speedily undeceived. "Will you have the kindness to accompany me in a cab?" said Markham. "You can render me service in the way in which I am about to dispose of this money."
"Certainly,"
returned Mr. Dyson.
"Are you going far?"
"Not very," answered Richard. And when they were both seated in the vehicle, he told the driver to proceed towards the Queen's Bench prison, but to stop at some distance from the gates. These directions were obeyed. "Now, Mr. Dyson," said Richard, "will you have the kindness to repair to the office of the prison and inquire the amounts of debts for which a certain Count Alteroni is detained in custody?" Mr. Dyson obeyed the instructions thus given to him, and in 10 minutes returned from the prison with a copy of Courses in his hand.
"Count Alteroni is a prisoner for £1,821, said the lawyer.
"Are there any fees or extra expenses beyond the sum specified in that paper?" asked Richard.
"Yes, merely a few shillings," replied the solicitor.
"I wish, then, that every liability of Count Alteroni be settled in such a way that he may quit the prison without being asked for a single shilling. Here is the necessary amount. Pay all that is due, and pay liberally."
"My dear sir," said the lawyer, hesitating, "I hope you have well reflected upon what you are about to do."
Yes, yes," answered Richard impatiently. "I have well reflected, I can assure you."
£2,000 or nearly so is a large sum, Mr. Markham.
"I have weighed all the consequences."
"At least then you have received ample security."
"Not a scrap of paper."
"Had I better not call and see this nobleman and obtain from him a warrant of attorney or cognovit?"
"So far from doing any such thing," interrupted Markham, "you must take especial care not to mention to a soul the name of the person who has employed you to effect the Count's release. Not a syllable must escape your lips on this head, nor need you acquaint the clerks whom you may see with your own name. In a word, the affair must be buried in profound mystery."
"Since you are determined," said Mr. Dyson, "I will obey your instructions to the very letter. But once again, excuse me if I request you to reflect whether—"
"My dear sir, I have nothing more to reflect upon, and you will oblige me by terminating this business as speedily as possible." The solicitor returned to the prison, and Markham, whom he now considered to be foolish or mad, instead of improvident and extravagant, threw himself back in the vehicle and gave way to his reflections. His eyes, however, turned towards the road leading to the bench, for he was anxious to watch for the reappearance of his agent. 10 minutes had elapsed when his attention was directed to 2 ladies who passed by the cab and advanced towards the prison gate. He leant forward. He could not be mistaken. No, it was indeed she, the idol of his adoration, the being whom he loved with a species of worship. She was walking with the Countess. They were on their way to visit the Count in his confinement, but Richard could not catch a glimpse of their countenances, though he divined full well that they wore not an expression of joy. It was not, however, necessary for him to behold Isabella's face in order to recognize her. He knew her by her symmetrical form, the elegant contours of which even the ample shawl she wore could not hide. He knew her by her step, by her graceful and dignified gesture, by her ladylike and yet unassuming gait. Oh, how speedily, thought he within himself, were she and her parents to be restored to happiness again. In about a quarter of an hour after the ladies had entered the prison, Dyson returned to his client. "Is it all settled?" demanded Markham.
"Everything,"
answered the lawyer. "And when can the Count leave the prison?"
"Almost immediately,"
replied Dyson as he entered the vehicle once more. Markham then ordered the driver to return to the city. In the meantime, the Countess and Isabella repaired to the room which the noble exile occupied in the prison. As they ascended the steep stone staircase which led to it, they wondered within themselves when he, whom they loved so tenderly, would be restored in freedom to them. The Count was seated at a table covered with books and papers, and was busily occupied in arranging the latter when the Countess and Signora entered the room. They were instantly welcomed with the most affectionate warmth by the noble prisoner, and he endeavoured to assume a cheerful air in their presence. "Any letters?" said the Count, after the usual inquiries concerning his health and comfort.
"None this morning,"
answered the Countess.
"And now, my dear husband, tell me, have you settled any plan to effect your release?"
"No," said the Count. "I must trust to events. Were Armstrong alive, I should not hesitate to accept a loan from him, but to none other would I apply."
At this moment a knock at the door of the prison chamber was heard, and the two inseparables, Captain Smilax Dapper and Sir Jerry Bounce, made their appearance.
"My dear Count, you don't mean to say that it is really true, and that you are here on your own account? Strike me!"
ejaculated the gallant hussar.
"The news was true, too true, you see, Smilax,"
said Sir Jerry, shuddering visibly, and without any affectation, too, as he glanced around him.
"True, indeed,"
cried the Count bitterly.
"I wonder whether they will let us out again,"
said Sir Jerry, gazing from the window.
"But I declare they have got whacket grounds here, and no less than 3 pumps. What can the prisoners want with so much water?" "What indeed? Confound me!"
exclaimed the captain.
"For my part, I've always heard that they lived on beer. But tell me, how much is there against you?" "Yes, how much?"
echoed Sir Jerry Bounce.
"A mere trifle," answered the Count evasively. "I have been cruelly robbed, and my present position is this result."
"Well,"
continued the captain with remarkable embarrassment of manner,
"we're all here together, so there is no harm in speaking openly. You know, and Cherry isn't anybody's, strike him. I was thinking that a very satisfactory arrangement might be made. Always strike when the iron's hot. I have long entertained a high respect for your family, Count. My late uncle, the General, who introduced me and Cherry to you, always spoke in the best possible terms of you, although he never said much about your past life, and even hinted that there was some mystery."
"To what is all this to lead, Captain Dapper?"
exclaimed the Count somewhat impatiently.
"Simply that. Why do you stand there laughing like a fool, Cherry?" "Me, Smilax? Yes, you. Well, as I was saying when Cherry interrupted me, I have always entertained the highest possible opinion of your family, Count, and especially of the Signora. And if you would accept my hand and heart, why, strike me, an arrangement could be made in 24 hours.
"Captain Dapper," interrupted the Count, "no more of this. I believe that you would not wantonly insult either my daughter or myself, but I cannot listen to the terms to which you allude."
"My dear Count!"
"Silence, sir! No more of this!" exclaimed the noble Italian.
There was a pause, which was broken by the entrance of one of the turnkeys.
"Sir, I have the pleasure to inform you that you are discharged," said the functionary.
"Discharged?" ejaculated the Count. "Impossible! How could I be discharged?"
The Countess and Isabella surveyed the turnkey with looks of the most intense and painful anxiety.
"A stranger has sent his solicitor to pay everything against you at the gate, and all the fees and the little donations to us and the criers are paid also."
"You are bantering me, sirrah," cried the Count. "You are mistaken. The envoy from my native land, who alone of all my acquaintances is capable of doing an action of this generous nature, and in so delicate a manner, has been absent from London for the last 10 days, but is even unaware of my situation. Who then could have paid my debts?"
A name trembled upon Isabella's tongue, but the word died upon her lips. She dared not pronounce that name, although her heart told her that her surmise was correct, and that Richard Markham was the secret friend to whom her father was indebted for his liberty. Richard, the reward of thy good deed had already commenced by the feelings which now changed the love that the beauteous girl had hitherto experienced for thee into an adoration and a worship.
Well, sir,
said the turnkey,
we don't know who has done this, and it wasn't our business to inquire. All I can say is that the debt is paid, the fees settled, and you may leave the place as soon as you like.
Dapper, is this your doing? Cried the Count after a moment's pause. And yet...
No, strike me, I had nothing to do with it. I wish I had now.
We shall not attempt to describe the delight of the Italian family when they found that the joyful tidings were indeed true. But all the Count's conjectures to fix this generous and noble deed upon any particular member of his acquaintance were alike unsatisfactory and unavailing. Isabella alone divined the truth. End of section 19. Section 20 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. The Old Hag. Markham was not the man to remain idle now that his circumstances were so desperately reduced. He had a taste for literary pursuits, and he resolved to devote his talents to some advantage. His income was totally insufficient to support his establishment, and yet he knew not how to effect any very great economy in the mode of conducting it. He would not for worlds allow Mr. Munro and Ellen to leave his house, and again enter upon a struggle with the world. With Whittingham nothing could have induced him to part. Marion was the only female domestic he kept, and he could not dispense with her services. Alford alone was an encumbrance of which he thought of relieving himself. But before he adopted any measure of economic reform, he submitted the faithful Whittingham to a consultation with him in the library. When Markham had made the butler acquainted with his altered circumstances, the old man shook his head and observed,
"Well, Master Richard, all is here ruination, and when I make use of the paragraph ruination, I mean to express the common sentence flooring has been brought round about by your over-generosity and good disposition towards others. I can't bear, Master Richard, to see you circumlocuted and circumvented in this manner. And now all your property has gone to the canine species, or, vulgarly speaking, to the dogs."
"What is done, Whittingham," said Richard, "nor did I send for you to criticise my conduct."
"Ah, Master Richard, don't go for to scold me that saw you bred and born," exclaimed the old butler, tears starting into his eyes. "I wouldn't be an ominous burden to you for all the world, so I'll get employment somewhere else." No, my faithful friend," cried Richard, taking the old man's hand. "I would not allow you to leave me on any account. As long as I have a crust, you shall share it. My present object is to acquaint you with the necessity of introducing the most rigid economy into our household." "Ah, now I understand you, Master Richard. And talking of this reminds me that a gentleman in the neighbourhood requires a young youth of the nature of Holford, and so the lad might step quite promiscuous, as the saying is, into a good situation at once." "Well, let him seek for another place, Whittingham, but tell him that he may stay here until he can succeed in finding one." Markham and Whittingham then arranged other little methods of economy, and the debate terminated. Fortunately for these plans, Holford procured the place alluded to by Whittingham and repaired to his new situation in the course of a few days. Notwithstanding the solicitude with which Markham endeavoured to conceal his altered circumstances from Mr. Munro and Ellen,
The quick perception of the latter soon enabled her to penetrate into the real truth, and she immediately reflected upon the best means of turning her own acquirements to some good purpose. She did not mention to her father her suspicion that they were a burden upon Markham's resources, but she took an early opportunity of hinting to Richard her anxiety to avail herself of her education and accomplishments in order to add to the general resources of the household. The young man was struck by the delicate manner in which she thus made him comprehend that she was not blind to the limited nature of his means, but he assured her that his property was quite commensurate with his expenditure. Ellen appeared to be satisfied, but she nevertheless determined within herself to lose no time in seeking for profitable employment for her leisure hours. But where was she to seek for occupation? She knew the miserable rate at which the labours of the needlewomen were paid, and she shuddered at the idea of returning to the service of a statuary, an artist, a sculptor, or a photographer. And yet she was resolved not to remain idle. She could not bear the thought that her father and herself were a burden upon the slender resources of their generous and noble-hearted benefactor. She saw with pain that while Markham forced her father to partake of his wine as usual, he himself now invariably invented an excuse to avoid joining in the indulgence. She saw that Richard rose earlier than heretofore, and remained in his library the greater portion of the day. She learnt from Marion that the surplus garden produce was sold. In a word, she beheld a system of the most rigid economy introduced into the establishment, and which was only relaxed on behalf of her father and herself. All this gave her pain, and she was resolved to do something to enable her to contribute towards the resources of the household, even though she should be compelled to return to the service of a statuary, an artist, a sculptor, or a photographer. At one moment she thought of applying to Greenwood, but he had already done all she asked in respect to their child. And then, even if she were to obtain money from him, in what manner could she account to her father and to Markham for its possession? For there was a secret, a terrible secret connected with Greenwood, which she dared not reveal, even though such a confession were to save her from a death of lingering tortures. Thus thought Ellen Munro. Was it extraordinary if the idea of applying to the Old Hag, that nameless woman dwelling in a nameless court in Golden Lane and exercising a nameless avocation, often entered the young lady's imagination? Was it strange that she should gradually overcome her repugnance to seek the presence of the filthy-souled harridan, and at length look upon such a step as the only means through which her ardent desire to obtain employment could be gratified? It was decided. She would go. Accordingly, one morning she dressed herself in the most simple manner and proceeded by an omnibus into the city. It was midday when she reached Golden Lane. With what strange feelings did she proceed along the narrow and dirty thoroughfare? Pure and spotless was she when nearly 3 years back she had first set foot in that vile lane. How much had she seen, how much passed through, how much endured since that period! Dishonoured, unwedded, she was a mother. Her virgin purity was gone for ever. The evidence of her shame was living, and could at any moment be brought forward to betray her. And if she now pursued a virtuous course, it was scarcely for virtue's sake, but through dread of the consequences of a fresh fault. The innate chastity of her soul had dissolved, like snow before the midday sun's effulgence, beneath the glances of the statuary, the artist, the sculptor, and the photographer. It was true that she looked upon her services to those masters with disgust, but the feeling had little reference to pure and unadulterated feminine modesty. Still, she was a proud spirit in one respect. She detested a life of slothful dependence upon an individual who had not enough for himself. Such was Ellen Munro when she retraced her way, on the present occasion, to the dwelling of the Old Hag, that way which had led her to so frightful a precipice before. The old woman was sitting in her great easy chair, watching the steam that rose from a large saucepan upon the hob. That saucepan contained the Harridans' dinner, tripe and cow heel stewing with onions, and filling the close apartment with a sickly odour. But the hag savoured that smell with a hideous expression of delight. To her nostrils it was a delicious perfume. From time to time she glanced almost impatiently towards her Dutch clock, as if anxious for the arrival of the happy moment when she might serve up her mess. She was just spreading a filthy napkin upon one corner of her table when a knock was heard at her door. Instead of inviting the visitor, whoever it might be, to enter, the hag hastened to answer the summons by opening the door a few inches. She was already afraid that some poor neighbour might seek a portion of her daily meal. But when she recognized Ellen Munro, a gleam of joy suddenly illuminated her lowering countenance, and the young lady immediately obtained admittance, for the hag thought within herself,
"There is gold yet to be gained by her."
Reassured as to the undivided enjoyment of the stew, and having satisfied herself with a glance that Ellen was above immediate want, the old woman conducted her fair visitant to a seat, saying,
"My bird of beauty, you have come back to me again. I have been waiting for your return a long, long time."
"Waiting for me?"
cried Ellen with surprise.
"Yes, miss, certainly. I know the world, and I felt convinced that you could not always contrive for yourself without me."
"I am at a loss to understand you,"
said Ellen.
Well, no matter,"
exclaimed the hag, lifting off the lid of her saucepan and ogling the stew.
"At all events,"
she continued after a pause,
"you require my services now, else why are you come?"
"Yes, I require your services,"
answered the young lady.
"I want employment. Can you tell me of anything likely to suit me?"
"In what way?"
demanded the hag with an impudent leer. Ellen remained silent, absorbed in thought. That question recalled to her mind the difficulties of her position, and convinced her how little scope there was for the exercise of choice in respect to employment. The old woman surveyed her fair visitant with attention. The sardonic expression of her countenance changed into one of admiration as she contemplated that lovely girl. Her head was gracefully inclined over one shoulder as she sat, wrapped up in her reflections. There was a shade of bewitching melancholy upon her classic countenance. The long dark fringes that shadowed her deep eyes gave a so Marilla-like softness to her cheek as she glanced downwards. Her bust, since she had become a mother, had expanded into such fine proportions, yet without destroying the perfect symmetry of her shape, and her entire air had something so languishing, something of an only partially subdued voluptuousness, that the old hag regarded her with mingled sentiments of admiration, envy, and pleasure.
"In what way can I serve you?"
said the Harridan again, after a long time.
"Alas, I have scarcely made up my mind how to answer the question," replied Ellen,
smiling in spite of her melancholy thoughts.
"I am not actually in want, but my father and myself are dependent upon the bounty of one who is by no means able to support us in idleness. My father can do nothing. He is old, infirm, and broken down by affliction. It therefore remains for me to do something to earn at least a trifle."
"A young lady of your beauty cannot be at a loss for friends who will treat her nobly,"
said the old woman, affecting to busy herself with her stew, but in reality watching Ellen's countenance with a reptile-like gaze as she spoke.
"I know that I am not the ugliest person in existence," exclaimed the young lady,
smiling once more,
"but I am anxious,"
she added, her countenance suddenly assuming a serious expression,
"to live a quiet, an honourable, and a virtuous life. I know there is nothing to be gained by the needle. I dislike the menial and degrading situation of a copy or a model. Are you aware of no other occupation that will suit me?"
"Have you any money in your pocket?"
demanded the hag after a few moments' reflection.
"I have 3 sovereigns and a few shillings," answered Ellen, taking her purse from her reticule.
I know of an employment that will suit you well, continued the old woman, and my price for putting it in your way will be the 3 sovereigns in your purse.
Of what nature is the employment? Asked Ellen.
That of a patient to a mesmerist,
was the reply.
Patient to a mesmerist? Exclaimed the young lady. I do not understand you.
There is a French gentleman who has lately arrived in London and who lectures upon animal magnetism at the West End,
said the hag.
He has created a powerful sensation and all the world are running after him, but he requires patience to operate upon, and the photographer with whom he is acquainted recommended him to apply to me. You would answer his purpose, and you well know that I have always performed my promises to you hitherto, so you need not be afraid to pay me my first price at once. I will then give you the mesmerist card.
First, explain the nature of the services that he will demand of me, said Ellen.
You will be placed in a chair, and the magnetizer will pass his hands backwards and forwards in a particular way before your eyes. You will then have to fall asleep, or pretend to do so, whichever you like, and the professor will ask you questions to which you must reply. This is the main business which he will require at your hands.
But it is a gross deception, said Ellen.
You may embrace or refuse my offer, just as you choose. If you are so very particular, miss,
added the old woman, ironically.
Why do you not obtain the situation of a governess? We'll go out and give lessons in music and drawing.
Because I should be asked for references which I cannot give. Because there would be a perpetual danger of my former occupations transpiring, and because...
Because you do not fancy that employment,
exclaimed the hag impatiently.
See now, my dinner is ready. You are wasting my time. I have other business to attend to anon. Do you refuse or accept my offer?
What remuneration shall I be enabled to earn? Demanded Ellen.
30 shillings a week.
And how long shall I be occupied each day?
About 2 hours at the evening lecture, 3 times a week, and perhaps an hour every day to study your part.
Then I accept your offer, said Ellen, and she placed 3 sovereigns upon the table. The eyes of the old woman glistened at the sight of the gold, which she clutched hastily from the table for fear that Ellen might suddenly repent her bargain. She wrapped the 3 pieces carefully up in a piece of paper and hastened to conceal them in the interior of her old Dutch clock. She then opened her table drawer and began to rummage, as on former occasions when Ellen visited her, amongst its filthy contents. The search occupied several minutes, for the old woman had numerous cards and notes scattered about in her drawer.
You see that I have a good connection,
she observed, with a horrible smile of self-congratulation, as she turned the cards and notes over and over with her long, bony hands.
All the fashionable young men about town know me, and do not hesitate to engage my services on particular occasions. Then they recommend me, because I give them satisfaction. And so I always have enough to do to give me bread. I'm not idle, my dear child. I am not idle, I can assure you. Day and night I am at the beck and call of my patrons. I help gentlemen to mistresses and ladies to lovers. But the pay is not what it used to be. It is not what it used to be, repeated the old hag, shaking her head dolefully. There's a great competition, even in my profession, miss. A very great competition. The shoemakers, the tailors, the publicans, the butchers, the bakers, all complain of competition. But they have not half so much right to complain as I have. Now and then I pick up a handsome sum in one way, and while I think of it, miss, I may as well mention to you, for who can tell what may happen. You are young and beautiful and warm, and such a thing is almost sure to befall you as well as any other woman. As I was saying, miss, I may as well mention to you that if you should happen, in consequence of a fault, to—"
The old woman leant forward and whispered something in Ellen's ear. The young lady started, and an exclamation of mingled disgust and horror escaped her lips.
"Do not alarm yourself, my dear child,"
said the old hag, resuming her search with the most imperturbable coolness.
"I did not mean to offend you. I can assure you that many a young lady of higher birth than yours, and dwelling in the most fashionable quarters of London, has been glad to avail herself of my services. What would often become of the indiscreet miss if it wasn't for use? What indeed?
"Haste and give me the card,"
exclaimed Ellen in a tone of ill-concealed disgust and aversion.
"I am in a hurry. I can wait no longer."
"There it is, my dear,"
said the old hag.
"I know the situation will suit you. When you require another, come to me."
Miss Munro received the card and took her departure without another moment's delay. As soon as the young lady had left that den, the old hag proceeded to serve up her stew, muttering to herself all the while,
"One of my stray sheep come back home again. This is as it should be. There is yet much gold to be made by that girl. She cannot do long without me."
Then the horrible wretch fetched from the cupboard the champagne bottle which contained her gin, and she seated herself cheerfully at the table covered with the dainties that she loved. End of section 20. Section 21 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Professor of Mesmerism. Ellen had already been long enough from home to incur the chance of exciting surprise or alarm at her absence. She was therefore compelled to postpone her visit to the Professor of Mesmerism until the following day. On her return to the place, after an absence of nearly 3 hours, her fears were to some extent realized, her father being uneasy at her disappearance for so long a period. She availed herself of this opportunity to acquaint Mr. Munro with her anxiety to devote her talents to some useful purpose, in order to earn at least sufficient to supply them both with clothes, and thus spare as much as possible the purse of their benefactor. Her father highly approved of this laudable aim, and Ellen assured him that one of the families for whom she had once worked at the West End had promised to engage her as a teacher of music and drawing for a few hours every week. It will be recollected that the old man had invariably been led to believe that his daughter was occupied in private houses with her needle, when she was really in the service of the statuary, the artist, the sculptor, and the photographer. He therefore now readily put faith in the tale which Ellen told him, and even undertook not only to communicate her intention to Markham, but also to prevent him from throwing any obstacle in its way. This task the old man accomplished that very day, and thus Ellen triumphed over the chief difficulty she had foreseen, namely that of accounting for the frequent absence from home which her new pursuits would render imperative. And this duplicity towards her sire she practised without a blush. Oh, what a wreck of virtue and chastity had the mind of that young female become! The Professor of Mesmerism occupied a handsome suite of apartments in New Burlington Street. He was a man of about 50, of prepossessing exterior, elegant manners, and intelligent mind. He spoke English fluently, and was acquainted with many continental languages beside his own. It was midday when Miss Munro was ushered into his presence. The Professor was evidently struck by the beauty of her appearance, but he held her virtue at no high estimation, in consequence of the source of her recommendation to him. Little cared he, however, whether she were a paragon of moral excellence or an example of female degradation. His connection with her was to be based upon a purely commercial ground, and he accordingly set about an explanation of his views and objects. Ellen listened with attention and agreed to become the patient of the mesmerist. Thus, having sold her countenance to the statuary, her likeness to the artist, her bust to the sculptor, her entire form to the photographer, and her virtue to a libertine, she disposed of her dreams to the mesmerist. Several days were spent in taking lessons and studying her part under the tutelage of the professor. She was naturally of quick comprehension, and this practice was easy to her. Her initiation was therefore soon complete, and the professor at length resolved upon giving a private exhibition of the Truths of Mesmerism practically illustrated to a few friends. Ellen took a feigned name, and all the preliminary arrangements were settled. The memorable evening arrived, and by 8 o'clock the professor's drawing-room was filled with certain select individuals, all of whom were favourably inclined towards the science of mesmerism, and some of them, indeed, were perfectly enthusiastic on behalf of this newly revived doctrine. The reporters of the press were rigidly excluded from this meeting, with 2 or 3 exceptions in favour of journals which were known to be friendly to the principle of animal magnetism. When the guests were thus assembled, Ellen was led into the apartment. She was desired to seat herself comfortably in an easy armchair, and the professor then commenced his manipulation, with a view to produce coma or mesmeric sleep. In about 5 minutes, Ellen sank back, apparently in a profound sleep, with the eyes tightly closed. The professor then expatiated upon the truths of the science of mesmerism, and the assembled guests eagerly drank in every word he uttered. At length he touched upon clairvoyance, which he explained in the following manner.
Clairvoyance, he said, is the most extraordinary result of animal magnetism. It enables the person magnetized to foretell events relating both to themselves and others, to describe places which they have never visited, and houses the interior of which they have never seen, to read books opened and held behind their heads, to delineate the leading points of pictures in a similar position, to read a letter through its envelope, to describe the motions or actions of a person in another room with a wall intervening, and to narrate events passing in far distant places.
The professor then proposed to give practical illustrations of the phenomena which he had just described. The visitors were now all on the tiptoe of expectation, and the reporters prepared their notebooks. Meantime, Ellen remained apparently wrapped up in a profound slumber, and more than one admiring glance was turned upon her beautiful classic features and the exuberant richness of her bust.
I shall now question the patient, said the professor, in a manner which will prove the first phenomenon of clairvoyance, namely the power of foretelling events relative to themselves and others.
He paused for a moment, performed a few more manipulations, and then said,
Can you tell me anything in reference to future events which are likely to happen to myself?
Within a week from this moment, you will hear of the death of a relation, replied Ellen in slow and measured terms.
Of what sex is that relation?
A lady. She is now dangerously ill.
How old is she?
Between 60 and 70. I can see her lying upon a sick couch with 2 doctors by her side. She has just undergone a most painful operation.
It is perfectly true, whispered the professor to his friends, that I have an aunt of that age, but I am not aware that she is even ill, much less at the point of death.
It is wonderful, truly wonderful,
exclaimed several voices in a perfect enthusiasm of admiration.
Let us now test her in reference to the second phenomenon I mentioned, said the professor, which will show the power of describing places she has never visited, and houses whose interiors she has never seen.
Ah, that will be curious indeed,
cried several guests.
Perhaps you, Mr. Wilmot, said the professor, addressing a gentleman standing next to him, will have the kindness to examine the patient relative to your own abode.
Certainly,
replied Mr. Wilmot. Then, turning towards Ellen, he said,
Will you visit me at my house?
With much pleasure, was her immediate answer.
Where is it situated?
In Park Lane.
Come in with me. What do you see? A splendid hall, with a marble table between two pillars on one side and a wide flight of stairs, also of marble, on the other. Come with me into the dining room of my house. Now, what do you see? 7 large pictures. Where are the windows? There are 3 at the bottom of the room. What colour are the curtains? A rich red. What is the subject of the large picture facing the fireplace? The Battle of Trafalgar. How do you know that it is that battle? Because I can read on the flag of one of the ships the words, "England expects that every man will do his duty." I shall not ask her any more questions, said Mr. Wilmot, evidently quite amazed by these answers. Every one of her replies is true to the very letter. And I think, he added, turning towards the other guests, that you all know me well enough to believe me when I declare most solemnly that this young person has never, to my knowledge, been in my house in her life. A murmur of satisfaction arose amongst the guests, who were all perfectly astounded at the phenomena now illustrated, although they had come, as before said, with a predisposition in favour of mesmerism. "We will have another proof yet," said the Professor. "Perhaps Mr. Park will have the kindness to question the patient." Mr. Park stepped forward and said, "Will you do me the favour to walk with me to my house?" "Thank you, I will," answered Ellen, still apparently remaining in a profound mesmeric sleep. "Where is my house?" "In Mortimer Street, Cavendish Square." "How many windows has it in front?" 13. "Where are the 2 statues of Napoleon?" "In the library." "What else do you see in that room?" "Immense quantities of books on shelves in glass cases." "Are there any pictures?" "Yes, 7. "What is the subject of the one over the mantelpiece?" "A beautiful view of London by moonlight from one of the bridges." "Wonderful!" ejaculated Mr. Park. "All she has said is perfectly correct. It is not necessary to ask her any more questions on this subject." "Gentlemen," said the Professor, casting a triumphant glance around him, "I am delighted to perceive that you are satisfied with this mode of illustrating the phenomena of clairvoyance. I will now prove to you that the patient can read a book held open behind her head." He then performed some manipulations to plunge his patient into as deep a mesmeric sleep as possible, although she had given no symptom of an inclination to awake throughout the preceding examination. Having thus confirmed, as he said, her perfect state of coma, the Professor took up a book, apparently pitched upon at random amongst a heap of volumes upon the table, and holding it open behind the head of the patient, he said, "What is this?" "A book," was the immediate reply. "What book?" "Milton's Paradise Lost." "At what page have I opened it?" "I can read pages 110 and 111. "Read a few lines." Ellen accordingly repeated the following passage in a slow and beautifully mellifluous tone. "Now morn, her rosy steps in the eastern clime advancing, sowed the earth with orient pearl. When Adam waked, so customed for his sleep was airy light, from pure digestion bred, and temperate vapours bland, which the only sound of leaves and fuming rills, auroras fan lightly dispersed, and the shrill matin song of birds on every bough." "That is sufficient," cried several voices. "Do not fatigue her. We are perfectly satisfied. It is really marvellous. Who will now dare to doubt the phenomena of clairvoyance?" "Let us strike a picture," said the Professor, "and she will delineate all the leading points in it." The mesmerist took an engraving from a portfolio and held it behind Ellen's head. "What is this?" he demanded. "A picture." "What is the subject?" "I do not know the subject, but I can see 2 figures in the foreground with a camel. The background has elevated buildings. Oh, now I can see it plainer. It is a scene in Egypt, and those buildings are the pyramids." "Extraordinary!" cried Mr. Wilmot. "And that little hesitation was a proof of the fact that she could really see the picture," added Mr. Park. Wonderful! Extraordinary! Exclaimed numerous voices.
At this moment a servant entered the room and delivered a letter to his master, the Professor, stating that it had just been left by a friend from Paris. The mesmerist was about to open it when a sudden idea seemed to strike him. "Gentlemen," he exclaimed, throwing the letter upon the table, "the arrival of this missive affords me an opportunity of proving another phenomenon belonging to clairvoyance. The patient shall read this letter through the envelope."
"But if its contents be private," said a guest.
"Then I am surrounded by gentlemen of honor who will not publish those contents," returned the Professor with a smile. A murmur of approbation welcomed this happy compliment of the Frenchman. The mesmerist held the letter at a short distance from Ellen's countenance, and said, "What is this?" "A letter," she replied. "It is written in French." "Read it," cried the mesmerist. "The writing is obscure, and the lines seem to cross each other." "That is because the letter is in an envelope and folded," said the Professor. "But try and read it." Ellen then distinctly repeated the contents of the letter, of which the following is a translation. Paris. Honoured Sir, I have to acquaint you with the alarming illness of my beloved mistress, your aunt, Madame d'Albert. She was taken suddenly ill 4 days ago. 2 eminent physicians are in constant attendance upon her. It is believed that if she does not get better in a few days, the medical attendants will perform an operation upon her. Should your leisure and occupation permit, you would do well to hasten to France to comfort your venerable relative. Your humble servant, Félicie Solvieux.
"Oh, my poor aunt, cried the Professor. "She is no more."
"It was her death that the patient foretold her now?"
"Yes, the 2 physicians, the painful operation. Oh, my poor aunt."
The mesmerist tore open the letter, hastily glanced over it, and handed it to the gentleman who stood nearest to him. This individual pursued it attentively, and turning towards the other guest, said,
"It is word for word as the patient read it."
The enthusiasm of the disciples of mesmerism present was only damped by the grief into which the Professor was now plunged by the conviction of the death of his venerable aunt. They therefore briefly returned their best thanks for the highly satisfactory illustrations of the truths of mesmeric phenomena which they had witnessed upon the occasion, and took their leave, their minds filled with the marvels that had been developed to them. The moment the guests and the reporters had taken their departure, the Professor hastened up to Ellen, took her by the hand, and exclaimed in a transport of joy,
"You may rise, my good young lady. It is all over. You acquitted yourself admirably. Nothing could be better. I am delighted with you. My fortune is made. These English blockheads bite at anything."
Ellen rose from the chair in which she had feigned her mesmeric sleep, and was by no means displeased with the opportunity of stretching her limbs, which were dreadfully cramped, for having remained an hour in one unchanged position. The Professor compelled her to drink a glass of wine to refresh her, and in a few minutes she was perfectly at her ease once more.
"Yes," repeated the mesmerist, "you conducted yourself admirably. I really could not have anticipated such perfection at what I may call a mere rehearsal on your part. You remembered everything I had told you to the very letter. By cleverly selecting to examine you those persons whose houses I have visited myself, and the leading features of which I am able to explain to you beforehand, I shall make you accomplish such wonders in this respect that even the most skeptical will be astounded. You have an excellent memory. That is essential. Moreover, I shall never mislead you. The book and the print agreed upon between us during the day shall always be chosen for illustration at the lecture. By the by, your little hesitation about the engraving was admirable. You may always introduce that piece of acting into your part. It appears true. The part then is not overdone. I give you great credit for the idea. In a few days I shall tell all my friends that I have received a letter announcing my aunt's death, and that her demise took place at the very moment when you beheld her deathbed in your mesmeric slumber. This will astound them completely. On the next occasion, we must introduce into our comedy the scene of the patient describing what takes place in another room with a wall intervening. And as we will settle beforehand all that I shall do in another apartment upon the occasion, that portion of the task will not be difficult.
But suppose, sir, said Ellen, that a gentleman, concerning whose house you have given me no previous description, should wish to examine me. What must I do in such a case?
Remain silent, answered the professor.
And would not this excite suspicion?
Not a bit of it. I have my answer ready. There is no magnetic affinity, no mesmeric sympathy between you and your interlocutor. That is the way to stave off such a difficulty, and it applies equally to a stranger holding books or prints for you to read with the back of your head.
I can scarcely avoid laughing when I think of the nature of the farce, observed Ellen.
And yet this is not the only doctrine with which the world is duped, said the professor. But it is growing late, and you are doubtless anxious to return home. I am so well pleased with you that I must beg you to accept this £5 note as an earnest of my liberal intentions. You were very perfect with the poetry and the letter. The letter, by the by, from my poor old aunt, whose existence is only in my own imagination. Indeed, altogether, I am delighted with you.
Ellen received the money tendered her by the mesmerist and took her departure. Thus successfully terminated her first essay as a patient to a professor of animal magnetism. End of section 21. Section 22 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Dave Wills. The Figurant. The wonders performed by the Professor of Mesmerism produced an immense sensation. The persons who had been admitted to the private exhibition did not fail to proclaim far and wide the particulars of all that they had witnessed. And as a tale never loses by repetition, the narrative of those marvels became, in a very few days, a perfect romance. The reporters of the press who had attended the exhibition dressed up a magnificent account of the entire proceedings for the journals with which they were connected, and the fame of the professor, like that of one of the knights of the olden time, was soon bruited abroad through the length and breadth of the land. At length a public lecture was given and attended with the most complete success. Ellen had an excellent memory, and her part was enacted to admiration. She recollected the most minute particulars detailed to her by the mesmerist, relative to the interior of the houses of his friends, the contents of letters to be read through envelopes, the subjects of prints, and the lines of poetry or passages of prose in the books to be read when placed behind her. Never was a deception better contrived. The most wary were deluded by it, and the purse of the professor was well filled with the gold of his dupes. But all things have an end, and the deceit of the mesmerist was not an exception to the rule. One evening a gentleman, a friend of the professor, was examining Ellen, who of course was in a perfect state of coma, respecting the interior of his library. The patient had gone through the process of questioning uncommonly well, until at length the gentleman said to her,
"Whereabouts does the stuffed owl stand in the room you are describing?"
In the abstract there was nothing ludicrous in this query, but when associated with the absurdity of the part which Ellen was playing, and entering as a link into a chain of curious ideas that occupied her mind at the moment, it assumed a shape so truly ridiculous that her gravity was completely overcome. She burst into an immoderate fit of laughter. Her eyes opened wide. The perfect state of coma vanished in a moment. The clairvoyance was forgotten, the catalepsy disappeared, and the patient became unmesmerized in a moment, in total defiance of all the prescribed rules and regulations of animal magnetism. Laughter is catching. The audience began to titter, and then to indulge in a half-suppressed cachinnation. and at length a chorus of hilarity succeeded the congenial sympathy which emanated from the lips of the patient. The Professor was astounded. He was, however, a man of great presence of mind, and he instantaneously pronounced Ellen's conduct to be a phenomenon in mesmerism, which was certainly rarely illustrated, but for which he was by no means unprepared. But all his eloquence was useless. The risible inclination which now animated the great majority of his audience triumphed over the previous prejudice in favour of mesmerism. The charm was dissolved. The spell was annihilated. The pitcher had gone so often to the well that it had got broken at last. The voice of the Professor had lost its power. No sooner did the hilarity subside a little when it was renewed again, and even the friends and most staunch adherents of the Professor looked at each other with suspicion depicted upon their countenances. What reason could not do was effected by ridicule. Mesmerism, like the heathen mythology, ceased to be a worship. The Professor grew distracted. Confusion ensued. The audience rose from their seats, groups were formed, and the proceedings of the evening were freely discussed by the various different parties into which the company thus split. Ellen took advantage of the confusion to slip out of the room, and in a few moments she left the house. Her occupation was now once more gone, and she resolved to pay another visit to the Old Hag. Accordingly, in a few days, she again sought the miserable court in Golden Lane. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon when the young lady entered the apartment in which the Old Hag dwelt. The wrinkled wretch was seated at the table working. She had brought herself a new gown with a portion of the money which she had received from Ellen on the occasion of recommending the latter to the mesmerist, and the old woman's looks were joyful. Well, as joyful as so hideous an expression of countenance would allow them to be, for she thought of being smart once more, even in her old age. Vanity only ceases with the extinction of life itself.
"Well, my child," said the old woman gaily, "you have come back to me again. Surely you have not already finished with your mesmerist?"
"Yes," replied Ellen. "The bubble has burst, and I am once more in search of employment."
"And in such search, miss, will you ever be until you choose to settle yourself in a manner suitable to your beauty, your accomplishments, and your merits," said the old woman.
"In what way could I thus settle myself?"
"Do you ask me so simple a question? May you not have a handsome house, a carriage, servants, money, rich garments, jewels, and a box at the opera for the mere asking?"
"I do not require so much," answered Ellen with a smile. "If I can earn a guinea or two a week, I shall be contented."
"And do you not feel anxious to set off your charms to the greatest advantage?"
demanded the old woman.
"How well would pearls become your soft and shining hair? How dazzling would your polished arms appear when clasped by costly bracelets? How lovely would be your little ears with brilliant pendants? How elegant would be your figure when clad in rustling silk or rich satin? How the whiteness of your bosom would eclipse that of the finest lace. Ah, miss, you are your own enemy. You are your own enemy."
"You forget that I have a father," said Ellen, "a father who loves me and whom I love, a father who would die if he knew of his daughter's disgrace."
"Fathers do not die so easily,"
cried the old hag.
"They habituate themselves to everything, as well as other people. Then think of the luxuries and comforts with which you could surround the old man."
"We will not talk any more upon that subject," said Ellen firmly. "I well understand your meaning, and I am not prudish nor false enough to affect a virtue which I do not possess. But I have my interests to consult, and it does not suit my ideas of happiness to accept the proposal implied by your language. In a word, can you find me any more employment?"
"I know no more mesmerists,"
answered the old hag in a surly tone. "Then you can do nothing for me?"
"I did not say that. I did not say that,"
cried the hag.
"It is true, I can get you upon the stage, but perhaps that pursuit will not please you."
"Upon the stage?" ejaculated Ellen.
In what capacity?
As a figurant or dancer in the ballet, at a great theatre,
replied the old woman. But I should be known. I should be recognized, said Ellen.
There is no chance of that,
returned the hag.
Dressed like a sylph with rouge upon your cheeks and surrounded by a blaze of light, you will be altogether a different being. It seems that I already behold you upon the stage, the point of admiration for 1,000 looks, the object of envy and desire, and of every passion which can possibly gratify female vanity.
For some moments Ellen remained lost in thought. The old woman's offer pleased her. She was vain of her beauty, and she contemplated with delight the opportunity thus presented to her of displaying it with brilliant effect. She already dreamt of success, applause, and showers of nosegays, and her countenance gradually expanded into a smile of pleasure. "I accept your proposal," she said, "but—"
"Why do you hesitate?"
demanded the old woman.
"Oh, I was only thinking that the introduction would be better—"
"If it did not come from me,"
added the old woman, her wrinkled face becoming more wrinkled still with a sardonic grin.
"Well, make yourself easy upon that score. I am only aware that a celebrated manager has a vacancy in his establishment for a figurant. You may apply for it."
"But I am ignorant of the modes of dancing practised upon the stage," said Ellen.
"You will soon learn,"
answered the old woman.
"Your beauty will prove your principal recommendation."
"And what shall I give you for your suggestion?"
asked Ellen, taking out her purse. When a bailiff makes a seizure in a house, he assures himself, with a glance around, whether there be sufficient property to pay at least his expenses. When a debtor calls upon his creditor to ask for time, the latter surveys the former for a moment to ascertain by his countenance if he can be trusted. The wholesale dealer always takes stock, as it were, of the petty detailer who applies to him for credit, and thus was it that the old woman scrutinized with a single look the capacity of Ellen's purse, so that she might thereby regulate her demand, and all the while she appeared intent only on her work.
"You can give me a couple of guineas now,"
the old woman at length said,
"and if your engagement proves a good one, you can bring or send me 3 more in the course of the month."
This arrangement was immediately complied with, and Ellen took leave of the old hag with the fervent hope that she should never require her aid any more. On the following day, Miss Munro called upon the manager of the great National Theatre where a figurant was required. She was ushered into the presence of the theatrical monarch, who received her with much urbanity and kindness, and he was evidently pleased with her address, appearance, and manners, as she explained to him the nature of her business.
"Dancing in the ballroom and dancing upon the stage are 2 very different things," said the manager. "You will have to undergo a course of training, the length of which will depend upon your skill and your application. I have known young ladies become proficient in a month, others in a year, many never, in spite of all their exhaustions. Most of the figurants have been brought up to their avocation from childhood, but I see no reason why you should not learn to acquit yourself well in a very short time." "I shall exert myself to the utmost at all events," observed Ellen. "How are you circumstanced?" inquired the manager. "Excuse the question, but my object is to ascertain if you can support yourself during your apprenticeship, as we may term the process of study and initiation." "I have a comfortable home, and am not without resources for my present wants," answered Ellen. "So far, so good," said the manager. I do not seek to pry into your secrets. You know best what motives induce you to adopt the stage. My business is to secure the services of young, handsome, and elegant ladies, to form my corps de ballet. It is no compliment to you to say that you will answer my purpose, provided your studies are successful." "With whom am I to study, sir?" "My ballet master will instruct you," replied the manager. "You can attend his class. If you will come to the theatre tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, you can take your first lesson." Ellen assented to the proposal and took leave of the manager. They were mutually satisfied with this interview. The manager was pleased with the idea of securing the services of a young lady of great beauty, perfect figure, and exquisite grace, and on her side
Ellen was cheered with the prospect of embracing an avocation which, she hoped, would render her independent of the bounty of others. And now her training commenced. In the first place, her feet were placed in a groove box, heel to heel, so that they formed only one straight line, and with the knees turned outwards. This process is called setuna. At first the pain was excruciating. It was a perfect martyrdom, but the fair student supported it without a murmur, and in a very few days her feet accustomed themselves, as it were, to fall in dancing parallel to each other. The second lesson in the course of training consisted of resting the right foot on a bar, which Ellen was compelled to hold in a horizontal line with her left hand. Then the left foot was placed upon the bar, which was in this case held up by the right hand. By these means the stiffness of the feet was destroyed, and they were rendered as pliant and elastic as if they had steel springs instead of bones. This process is denominated surcassé. Next, the student had to practice walking upon the extreme points of the toes, so that the foot and the leg formed one straight line. Then Ellen had to practice the flings, capers, cabrioles, turns, whirls, leaps, balances, bourrées, and all the various cuts, steps, positions, attitudes, and movements of the dance. During the cabriole, the student had to train herself to perform 4, 6, and even 8 steps in the air, and the fatigue produced by these lessons was at times of the most oppressive nature. The French terms for the various steps and features of the ballet dance are jeté, balancer, rondo du jambe, fouette, cabriole, pirouette, sur les coups de pied, sauté du basque, pas de bourrée, and entrechat à 4, à 6, and à 8. When Ellen was perfected in these portions of her training, she had to practice the tricks of the stage. At one time she was suspended to lines of wires. At another she was seated on pasteboard clouds. Then she learned to disappear through traps or make her exit by a window. Some of these manoeuvres were of a very dangerous nature. Indeed, in some, the dancer actually risked her life and all her limbs. The awkwardness of an underling in shifting a trapdoor at the precise moment would have led her to dash her head against a plank with fearful violence. The art of theatrical dancing is divided into 2 schools, called ballonné and tacté. The former is the branch in which Tagliani shines. The latter is that in which Fanny Esler excels. The style of the ballonné takes its name from the airiness of the balloon. It combines lightness with grace and is principally characterized by a breezy and floating appearance of the figure. The tacté is all vivacity and rapidity, distinguished by its sparkling steps and twinkling measures, executed with wonderful quickness upon the point of the feet. In both these schools was Ellen instructed. So intense was the application of Miss Munro, so unwearied was she in her practice, so quick in comprehending the instructions of the master, so resolute in surmounting all obstacles, that in the short space of 2 months she was a beautiful dancer. The manager was perfectly astonished at her progress, and he pronounced a most favourable opinion upon her chance of achieving a grand triumph. Her form became all subtleness and lightness. Her powers of relaxation and abandonment of limb were prodigious. When attired in the delicate drapery of the ballet, nothing could be more beautiful, nothing more sylph-like than the elastic airiness of her rich and rounded figure. The grace of her attitudes, the charm of her dance, the arrangement of that drapery which revealed or exhibited the exquisite contours of her form, the classic loveliness of her countenance, the admirable symmetry of her limbs, and the brilliant whiteness of her skin formed a whole so attractive, so ravishing, that even the envy of her sister figurants was subdued by a sentiment of uncontrollable admiration. In obedience to a suggestion from the manager, Ellen agreed to adopt a well-sounding name. She accordingly styled herself Miss Selina Fitzherbert. She then learned that at least 2/3 of the gentlemen and ladies constituting the theatrical company had changed their original patronymics into convenient pseudonyms. Thus, Timothy Jones had become Gerald Montgomery, William Wilkins was announced as William Plantagenet, Simon Snuffles adopted the more aristocratic nomenclature of Emmerich Gordon, Benjamin Glasscock was changed into Horatio Mortimer, Betsy Podkins was distinguished as Lucinda Hartington, Mary Smix was displaced by Clara Maberly, Jane Storks was commuted into Jacinda Runnymede, and so on. In her relations with the gentlemen and ladies of the corps, Ellen, for we shall continue to call her by her real name, found herself in a new world. Everything with her present associates might be summed up in the word egotism. To hear them talk, one would have imagined that they were so many princes and princesses in disguise who had graciously condescended to honour the public by appearing on the stage. The gentlemen were all descended, according to their own accounts, from the best and most ancient families in the country. The ladies had all brothers or cousins or uncles highly placed in the army or navy, and if anyone ventured to express surprise that so many well-connected individuals should be compelled to adopt the stage as a profession, the answer was invariably the same. I entered on this career through preference, and have quarrelled with all my friends in consequence. Oh, if I chose, would be added with a toss of the head, I might have anything done for me. I might ride in my carriage, but I am determined to stick to the stage. Poor creatures! This innocent little vanity was a species of reward, a sort of set-off for long hours of toil, the miseries of a precarious existence, the moments of bitter anguish produced by the coldness of an audience, and all the thousand causes of sorrow, vexation, and distress which embitter the lives of the actor and actress. With all their little faults, Ellen found the members of the theatrical company good-natured creatures, ever ready to assist each other, hospitable and generous to a fault. In their gay moments they were sprightly, full of anecdote, and remarkably entertaining. Many of them were clever, and exhibited much sound judgment in their remarks and critical observations upon new dramas and popular works. At length the evening arrived when Ellen was to make her first appearance upon the stage in public. The house was well attended, and the audience was thrown into a remarkably good humour by the various performances which preceded the ballet. Ellen was in excellent spirits and full of confidence. As she surveyed herself in the glass in her little dressing-room a few moments before she appeared, a smile of triumph played upon her lips and lent fire to her eyes. She was, indeed, ravishingly beautiful. Her success was complete. The loveliness of her person at once produced an impression in her favour, and when she executed some of the most difficult measures of the Ballonnet school, the enthusiasm of the audience knew no bounds. The eyes of the ancient libertines, aided by opera glasses and lorgnettes, devoured the charms of that beautiful girl. The young men followed every motion, every gesture, with rapturous attention. The triumph of the debutante was complete. There was something so graceful and yet so voluptuous in her style of dancing, something so bewitching in her attitudes and so captivating in her manner that she could not have failed to please. And then she had so well studied all those positions which set off her symmetrical form to its best advantage. She had paid such unwearied attention to those measures that were chiefly calculated to evoke attention to her well-rounded and yet light and elastic limbs. She had so particularly practised those pauses which afforded her an opportunity of making the most of her fine person, that her dancing excited pleasure in every sense, delighting the eye, producing an effect as of a musical and harmonious feeling in the mind, and exciting in the breasts of the male portion of the spectators passions of rapture and desire. She literally wantoned in the gay and voluptuous dance, at one moment all rapidity, grace, and airiness, at another suddenly falling into a pause expressive of a soft and languishing fatigue, then again becoming all energy, activity, and animation, representing in all its phases the soul, the spirit, the very poetry of the dance. At length the toils of her first performance ended, There was not a dissenting voice when she was called for before the curtain. And then, as she came forward, led by the manager, flowers fell around her, and handkerchiefs were waved by fair hands, and 1,000 enthusiastic voices proclaimed her success. Her hopes were gratified, her aspirations were filled. She had achieved a brilliant triumph. End of section 22. Section 23 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. The Mysterious Letter. And now commenced a gay and busy life for Ellen Munro. To account for her long absence each day from home was an easy matter, for her father was readily satisfied, so implicit was the confidence he placed in his daughter's discretion, and Markham was always buried amongst his books in his study, save during the intervals occupied by meals. Ellen's salary was considerable, and to dispose of it in a manner that was not calculated to excite the suspicion of her parent and benefactor required more duplicity. She took home with her a small amount weekly, and the remainder she placed in the hands of a man of business, recommended to her by the manager. Numerous attempts were made by certain young noblemen and gentlemen who frequented the theatre to ascertain where she resided, but this secret was unknown to everyone save the manager, and he kept it religiously. Nevertheless, Ellen was persecuted by amatory letters and by proposals of a tender nature. A certain favoured few of the youthful fashionables above alluded to were permitted to lounge behind the scenes during the hours of performance, and with them Ellen was an object of powerful attraction, indeed the object of undivided attention and interest. They perceived that she was as beautiful when surveyed near as she seemed when viewed from a distance. But although she would lend a willing ear to the nonsense and small talk of her wooers, she gave them no direct encouragement, and though somewhat free, her manners never afforded a pretence, even for the most daring, to overstep the bounds of decency towards her. The most brilliant offers were conveyed to her in the most delicate terms, but they were invariably declined with firmness when oral, and left unanswered when written. A species of mystery appeared to hang around the charming danseuse, and only served to render her the more interesting. No one knew who she was or whence she came. Her residence was a secret, and she was seen only at the theatre. There she was reported to be a very paragon of virtue, and had refused the offers of titled and wealthy men. These circumstances invested her with those artificial attractions which pleased the public, and which, when united with her real qualifications, raised her to a splendid degree of popularity. Although her time was fully occupied, she now and then found leisure to call at the house of Mr. Wentworth, the surgeon, and pass half an hour in the company of her child. The little being throve apace, and Ellen felt for it all a mother's tenderness, a love which was not impaired by that callousness towards virtue for virtue's sake which we have before noticed, and which had been produced in her by the strange scenes through which she had passed. One evening, a short time before she was to appear in the ballet, the manager informed her that a gentleman desired to speak with her alone in the green room. To that apartment did Ellen immediately repair, and to her surprise she found herself in the presence of Mr. Greenwood.
"Ah, I am not then mistaken,"
exclaimed that gentleman, with one of his blandest smiles.
"I saw you last night for the first time, and the moment you appeared upon the stage I knew you. That is, I felt almost convinced that it was you. But how happened this strange event in your life?"
"My benefactor, Richard Markham," answered Ellen, with a singular and mysterious emphasis upon the name, "is not wealthy. You best know why. My father is irretrievably ruined. You also know how. And with all my faults, I could not endure the idea of eating the bread of dependence and idleness."
"But why did you not apply to me?" demanded Greenwood. "I would have placed you above want."
"No, I would not for worlds be dependent upon you," replied Ellen warmly. "I appealed to you to support my child.
our child, and you did so. There was only one way in which you could have manifested a real generosity towards me, and you refused. The service I asked you once upon my knees with tears and prayers, you rejected. I implored you to give a father's honourable name to your child. I besought you to save the reputation of her whose father was ruined through you, and who herself became your victim by a strange combination of circumstances. You refused. What less could I accept at your hands? Do you think that I have not my little sentiments of pride as well as you? I could not live idly. I embrace the stage, and my exertions have been crowned with success. And your father and Richard, do they know of your present avocation? Demanded Greenwood, somewhat abashed by the bitterness of the undercurrent of reproach which had characterized the last speech of the figurante.
God forbid! Cried Ellen.
And yet, she added after a moment's thought,
I need not be ashamed of earning my bread by my own honourable exertions.
And now, Ellen, one more question, said Greenwood. The child, is he well? Is he taken care of?
He is well, and he is duly cared for,
was Ellen's reply, and as she delivered it, she felt an emotion, almost of tenderness, in favour of the man who thus inquired, with embarrassment of manner, after the welfare of their child. Greenwood's quick eye noticed the feeling that animated the young mother's bosom. He took her hand and drew her towards him. She was so exquisitely beautiful, so inviting in the light gauze garb which she wore, that Greenwood's passions were fired, and he longed to make her his mistress. Her hand lingered in his. He pressed it gently. She did not seem to notice the circumstance. Her eyes were cast down. She was absorbed in thought. Greenwood imprinted a kiss upon her spotless forehead. She started, hastily withdrew her hand, and cast upon him a look of mingled curiosity and reproach.
Are you astonished that I should bestow a mark of kind feeling upon the mother of my child? Asked Greenwood, assuming a soft and tender tone of voice.
That mother, answered Ellen, whom you abandoned to shame and dishonour.
Do not reproach me for what is past, said Greenwood.
Would you not act in the same manner over again?
Inquired Ellen, darting a searching glance at the Member of Parliament.
Why this question, Ellen? Exclaimed Greenwood. Will you not believe me if I tell you that I am attached to you? Will you not give me credit for sincerity when I declare I would gladly exert all the means in my power to make you happy? Why do you look so coldly upon me? Listen for a moment, Ellen, to what I am about to say. A few miles from London there is a delicious spot, a perfect paradise upon earth, a villa surrounded by charming grounds and commanding views of the most lovely scenery. That property is for sale. Say but the word, I will purchase it. It shall be yours, and all the time that I can spare from my numerous avocations shall be devoted to Ellen and to love.
The way to that charming villa, so far as you and I are concerned, said Ellen, must lead through the church.
Is it thus that you understand it? Why destroy the dream of love and happiness which I had formed by allusion to the formal ceremonies of this cold world? Exclaimed Greenwood.
That is the language of every libertine, sir, replied Ellen with bitter irony. Do not deceive yourself. You cannot deceive me. I would accept the title of your wife for the sake of our child, but to be your mistress? No, never, never.
With these words, Ellen left the green room, and in a few minutes she appeared upon the stage, gay, animated, radiant with beauty and with smiles, the very personification of the voluptuous dance in which she shone with such unrivalled splendour. 5 or 6 evenings after the one on which she had this interview with Greenwood, Ellen received a note by the post. It was addressed to her at the theatre by the name which she had assumed, and its contents ran as follows. A certain person who is enamoured of you and who is not accustomed to allow trivial obstacles to stand in the way of his designs has determined upon carrying you forcibly off to a secluded spot in the country. He knows where you reside, and has ascertained that you return every evening from the theatre in a hackney cab to within a short distance of your abode. His plan is to waylay you during your walk from the place where you descend from the vehicle to your residence. If your suspicions fall upon any person of your acquaintance after a perusal of this note, beware how you tax him with the vile intent. Beware how you communicate this warning, for by any imprudence on your part you may deprive the writer of the means of counteracting in future the infamous designs which the individual above alluded to may form against yourself or others. This note was written in a neat but curious hand, which seemed to be that of a foreigner. The reader can well imagine the painful surprise which its contents produced upon the young figurante. She, however, had no difficulty in fixing upon Greenwood as the person who contemplated the atrocity revealed in that note. He alone, save the manager, who was an honourable and discreet man, knew where she lived, unless, indeed, some other amatory swain had followed her homeward. This idea perplexed her. It was possible, and yet she could not help thinking that Greenwood was the person against whom she was thus warned. But who had sent her that friendly notice? Who was the mysterious individual that had thus generously placed her upon her guard? Conjecture was useless. She must think only of how she ought to act. Her mind was speedily made up. She resolved to ride in the vehicle of an evening up to the very door of Markham's house, and trust to her ingenuity for an excuse to satisfy her father, relative to this apparent extravagance on her part. Both Richard and Mr. Munro put implicit confidence in her word. She had already satisfactorily accounted for the late hours which her attendance at the theatre compelled her to keep, by stating that she was engaged to attend private concerts and musical conversaziones at the West End, sometimes even at Blackheath, Kensington, and Clapham, where she presided at the piano, in which she was a proficient. Then, when she was compelled to be present at rehearsals at the theatre, she stated that she had morning concerts to attend, and as she was not absent from home every day, her engagement with the manager being merely to appear 3 nights a week, this system of deception on her part readily obtained credit with both Markham and her father, neither of whom could seriously object to what they were induced to believe was the legitimate exercise of her accomplishments. Accordingly, when, on the morning after the receipt of the mysterious letter, she casually mentioned that she should no longer return home of an evening by the omnibus, as she disliked the lonely walk from the main road where it set her down to the place, and that her emoluments would now permit her to enjoy the comfort and safety of a cab, both Richard and her father earnestly commended her resolution. And why did she not tell the truth at once? Wherefore did she not acknowledge the career which she was pursuing, and reveal the triumph which she had achieved? Because she knew that both her father and Markham would oppose themselves to the idea of her exercising the profession of a dancer. Because she had commenced a system of duplicity, and was almost necessitated to persevere in it. And because she really loved, ardently loved, the course upon which she had entered. The applause of crowded audiences, the smiles of the manager, the adulation of the young nobles and gentlemen who, behind the scenes, complimented her upon her success, her talents, and her beauty. These were delights which she would not very readily abandon. End of section 23.